Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. In a world where heroes and quirks defined society, 2 babies were born, 1 girl and 1 boy. Izuku and Izumi cried as their parents, Hisoshi and Inko, looked on with joy. Hisoshi suggested names, and Inko decided on Izumi for the girl and Izuku for the boy, both names reflecting their beauty. The doctor confirmed the babies were healthy and asked if the couple wanted to leave early or stay for further inspection. Inko opted to go home early, and as they prepared to leave, the doctor revealed that Izumi had already developed a quirk, a rare occurrence for a newborn. Hisoshi was amazed but soon turned to find Inko asleep. The doctor then informed Hisoshi that while Izumi had a quirk, they were unsure about Izuku. Hisoshi felt a pang of concern. Both he and Inko were powerful heroes, and the thought of their son being quirkless was troubling. The doctor suggested returning for a checkup when Izuku turned 4 or 5. As they left the hospital, Hisoshi resolved to teach Izuku martial arts if he turned out to be quirkless. Later, as they drove home, Hisoshi expressed his curiosity about how they would handle potential threats. Just then, a villain appeared, laughing maniacally and declaring his superiority. Hisoshi immediately checked on the babies, ensuring they were safe before confronting the villain. He ignited his feet and soared toward the foe, delivering a powerful punch that sent the villain crashing into a building. As heroes arrived to evacuate civilians and manage the aftermath, another villain attempted to sneak up on Inko. She sensed the danger and prepared to use her quirk, but the villain struck, causing Izuku to vanish in a flash of light. Inko's heart raced with fury and fear as she lifted the villain with her power, demanding to know where her son was. Hisoshi tried to calm her, but Inko was inconsolable, fearing the worst. Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 arrived to assist, assuring Inko that he would uncover the truth. After hours of interrogation, he revealed that the villain had the ability to teleport anyone to different locations, but in the chaos, he hadn't considered where Izuku had ended up. Inko fell to her knees, devastated, believing her son was lost forever. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in front of a door, crying. A woman named Camila opened the door and, upon seeing the baby, picked him up, wondering where he had come from. She noticed a name tag that read Izuku Midoriya and smiled, realizing she had another child to care for. Camila took Izuku inside her home, where she introduced him to her daughter, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. As Camila placed Izuku beside 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in her crib, he instinctively hugged her, finding comfort in her presence. 5 years later, Izuku sat alone in his room, reading a book. Camila and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were out shopping, leaving him to his thoughts. He noticed a mysterious black book on his bed and, driven by curiosity, picked it up. As he opened it, he was puzzled by the strange language inside, unable to decipher its contents. The story of Izuku Midoriya 𝗧𝗏 was just beginning, and the mysteries of his quirk awaited discovery in the chapters to come. Izuku decided to wait for his mother, leaving the room to get some water. Upon returning, he was taken aback to see all his belongings, along with 𝗧𝗏𝗏's, floating in the air, the book suspended in the center. A mysterious voice beckoned him, urging him to come closer. Confused, Izuku realized he was now holding the book. Just then, Camila called out that they were home, causing Izuku to look back at his empty hand in surprise. He dismissed the incident as a mere hallucination. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 burst into the room, excitedly showing Izuku a plush cat 𝗧𝗏𝗏 she had found at the mall. Izuku acknowledged its cuteness, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 eagerly suggested they go play. They spent a few hours outside before settling down for the night. As they drifted off to sleep, Izuku found himself in a dream, questioning his surroundings when a voice ominously declared that he was in hell. Meanwhile, a witch with green hair and a staff performed an impressive backflip onto a cliff, confronting a large purple snake. The snake boasted about its ability to swallow her whole, but the witch, 𝗓𝗏𝗏, confidently declared herself a warrior of peace. She struck a battle pose and unleashed a powerful attack, causing the snake to dramatically collapse. 𝗧𝗂𝐴, holding an Asura doll in one hand and a live snake in the other, announced the end of their story. Camila, puzzled, asked what they were referring to, and Izuku clarified that it was their book report. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 expressed her confidence in their performance, but Principal 𝐎 reminded them that their report was the reason they were in trouble. As the camera panned to the door, multiple snakes were seen biting other students, prompting 𝗧𝗂𝐴 to nonchalantly acknowledge where the backup snakes had come from. Izuku, hoping to avoid punishment, asked if the snakes were venomous. Camila confronted them about their previous antics, reminding them of their past visits to the principal's office. In a flashback, 𝗧𝗂𝐴 dramatically quoted Shakespeare, while Izuku, dressed as a ninja, vowed to protect her with a spork. The scene turned chaotic as other students screamed in horror at their antics. Back in the present, Camila expressed her love for their creativity but emphasized the need for them to separate fantasy from reality. She presented a pamphlet for a summer camp, suggesting it would help them make real friends. Izuku and 𝗧𝗂𝐴 assured their mother they would behave, but 𝗧𝗂𝐴's snake escaped and attacked Principal 𝗓𝗏, leading to a moment of panic. After school, they waited for the bus outside their house, where Camila hugged them and reassured them about summer camp. Izuku expressed his lack of enthusiasm, while 𝗧𝗂𝐴 lamented the absence of her favorite activities. As Camila left for work, 𝗧𝗂𝐴 rummaged through the trash, searching for her book. Izuku spotted an owl with the book and they chased it into the forest, where it led them to an abandoned house. Upon entering, they were enveloped in a bright light. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 emerged from a portal, determined to retrieve her book from the owl. Inside the house, they were astonished by the bizarre sights around them. A mysterious figure appeared, revealing herself as the owl's owner. She transformed the owl into a wooden statue and began discarding various items, including 𝗧𝗂𝐴's book, which she intended to use as kindling. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 rushed forward to reclaim her book, and as they attempted to escape, the door vanished, leaving them trapped. The figure held a key with an eye on it, preventing their escape, prompting Izuku to shout for them to run. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 hurriedly stuffed Asura into her bag and slipped out the back of the tent, with Izuku following closely behind. They both dashed away, skidding to a halt just inches from the edge of a steep cliff. It was clear they were no longer on Earth. The town before them was a bizarre sight, filled with countless arms and teeth. Citizens went about their peculiar routines. A cloaked figure held an ice cream cone that seemed to consume someone, giant chicken legs wandered by, and a centipede-like creature opened its mouth to let a winged being soar out. The latter exchanged a brief kiss before parting ways. Back with 𝗧𝗂𝐴 and Izuku, 𝗧𝗂𝐴 stepped back from the cliff, panic rising within her as a fairy approached. She greeted the tiny creature, hoping for reassurance that this was merely a fantastical dream. The fairy demanded her skin, sending Izuku into a frenzy as he struck the fairy down. Confusion washed over them as they questioned their whereabouts, wondering if they had died and ended up in a dreadful place. A mysterious figure touched their shoulders, teasing that they wished for such a fate. 𝗧𝗂𝐴, feeling desperate, apologized for her actions, expressing her longing for her book. She offered her arm to the fairy, closing her eyes and bracing for the worst. Izuku, protective as ever, threatened the fairy, insisting she would not harm 𝗧𝗂𝐴. The figure, amused, remarked on their potential as customers, intrigued by Izuku's fierce demeanor. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 opened her eyes, and the figure presented a bizarre assortment of items, including a green crack and a stick of deodorant, suggesting they were human candy. Izuku, skeptical, approached a bowl labeled human candy and grabbed 2 batteries. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 prepared to catch them as he tossed them her way, and they both laughed when she successfully caught them. She inserted the batteries and activated a jazzercise video, the loud music attracting the attention of nearby monsters. Curiosity piqued, the crowd gathered around the television, bidding on the strange device. The mysterious figure, now revealed as Ida the Owl Lady, introduced herself as a powerful witch of the Boiling Isles. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 and Izuku were taken aback, and Izuku jokingly acknowledged a debt to 𝗧𝗂𝐴 for her cleverness. Ida continued, explaining her reputation and the trouble she was in when a guard burst in, brandishing a wanted poster. The guard accused Ida of magical misconduct, and 𝗧𝗂𝐴, peeking over the table, expressed her surprise at discovering a witch criminal. Izuku, feeling bold, threatened the guard, who laughed at his bravado. In a swift move, Izuku kicked the guard, causing him to yelp in pain. Ida thanked him, and they shared a moment of camaraderie before deciding to escape before more guards arrived. Ida mounted her staff, inviting 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku to join her. They took flight, and as they soared through the air, 𝗏𝗏 closed her eyes in awe. Izuku urged her to look, and she gasped at the sights around them. Ida welcomed them to the boiling isles, explaining that many myths stemmed from their world leaking into the human realm. Various fantastical creatures flew by, including a griffin that reminded 𝗏𝗏 of her taxidermy project, which unexpectedly regurgitated a swarm of spiders. Ida continued to list the creatures that existed in her world, including vampires and even giraffes, which she claimed were banished for being odd. Izuku agreed, finding them unsettling. As they approached their destination, 𝗏𝗏 admitted she had seen enough adventure for one day and requested Ida's help in returning home. Ida, however, insisted they assist her first, playfully lifting her staff and leading the way. As they arrived at the owl house, a peculiar owl with a human-like face cackled from above. 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku expressed concern about being discovered by the guards, but Ida reassured them that her home had a top-notch defense system. The owl, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, demanded a password, prompting Izuku's exasperation. Ida playfully poked 𝗏𝗏𝗏, urging him to let them in. Inside, the owl house came to life with flickering candles, a stirring cauldron, and a sweeping broom. 𝗏𝗏 gazed around in wonder, while Izuku complimented Ida on her unique decorating style. Ida chuckled, revealing that this was her sanctuary from the pressures of life, including the law and past relationships. 𝗏𝗏 marveled at the beauty of the place, feeling a sense of adventure and excitement for what lay ahead. Ida placed her book down on the coffee table and asked if anyone lived there alone. She revealed that she had a roommate. King, in a deep voice, proclaimed himself the king of demons, then squeaked to 𝗵𝗃𝗃. 𝗏𝗏 gasped in delight, rushing forward to scoop King up in a hug, exclaiming how cute he was and asking if he was the little guy. King struggled to free himself, insisting he wasn't anyone's little guy and questioned who this monster was. Izuku introduced 𝗏𝗏 as the admirer of all small animals, to which 𝗏𝗏 proudly agreed. Ida then explained that 𝗏𝗏 was there to help with their little situation. King cheered at the thought, but Izuku expressed concern about the situation's implications. Ida reassured them, drawing a spell that transformed into a storybook, narrating that King was once a mighty king of demons until his crown of power was stolen, leaving him in his current state. 𝗏𝗏 hugged King again, and Izuku commented that it sounded like a skill issue. Ida continued, explaining that the crown was held by the evil warden 𝗏𝗏, locked away behind a magical force field that only a human could break. She emphasized that a human like 𝗏𝗏 could help them retrieve the crown, promising to send them back to their realm afterward. Ida playfully shook King by the face, insisting that no one could resist his cute appearance. King protested, but Izuku found the situation amusing. Ida reminded them that they were their only way home, leaving them with no choice. With urgency, Ida picked 𝗏𝗏 up and tossed her over her shoulder, heading for the door with Izuku snickering behind them. King, clutching his 𝗵𝗃𝗃, declared that they would soon make those who mocked them tremble. Izuku, still laughing, asked where they were going, and Ida replied that it was somewhere super fun. They arrived at the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, where thunder rumbled ominously. 𝗏𝗏 remarked that the place looked anything but fun, and Izuku agreed. Ida explained that it was a place for those deemed unsuitable for society. 𝗏𝗏 noticed Ida's wanted poster on the wall and commented on how much attention it drew. Ida confirmed that they had never been caught due to their slippery nature. King added that it was hard to catch someone covered in grease and then fell off 𝗏𝗏's head, insisting that they would sneak up to the tower where his crown was held. Izuku found King's comment rather gross, while Ida assured them she would distract the warden. 𝗏𝗏 excitedly asked if she would need a disguise, but Izuku quickly opposed the idea. 𝗏𝗏, however, had been waiting to use her disguise and donned a hood with cat ears, playfully meowing. She then looked at Izuku, who resisted her pleading gaze but eventually relented after some internal struggle, rummaging through his backpack for clothes. He emerged wearing a makeshift outfit, and 𝗏𝗏 was thrilled. King criticized 𝗏𝗏's disguise, claiming Izuku's was the only cool one. Ida remarked that both would fit right in. She tapped her staff on the ground, creating a glowing platform beneath them. With a swift motion, she made the platform float, and they were lifted toward a window in the tower. The platform suddenly vanished, causing 𝐬𝐵 and Izuku to grab the windowsill while King clung to 𝐬𝐵's feet. Ida casually sat on her staff as it rose, announcing she would meet them at the top. King climbed up 𝐬𝐵 and into the window, while 𝐬𝐵 pulled herself up but fell on her face. Izuku managed to land on his feet, and King teased 𝐬𝐵 for her clumsiness. They marveled at the prison cells before them, occupied by shadowy beasts with glowing eyes. A creature named Katia questioned how they had escaped their cells. 𝐬𝐵 insisted she wasn't a cat or a criminal, while Izuku defended himself against being called creepy. King added that they might become criminals after their current endeavor. Katia expressed her passion for writing fan fiction about food falling in love, lamenting that the warden locked her up for it. An eye-eating monster chimed in, explaining his peculiar habit of eating his own eyes, which he demonstrated. Izuku offered a supportive comment, and the monster appreciated it. Another creature, 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗔𝗍, proclaimed their commitment to free expression, and 𝐬𝐵 enthusiastically agreed. Izuku pointed out that none of them had committed actual crimes, showing Ida's wanted poster and labeling them all as a bunch of weirdos. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed, and Katia warned them that Warden Roth was approaching. 𝐬𝐵 dashed into an open cell, pulling the door down as she entered. Izuku scrambled to find a hiding spot but struggled. Warden Roth entered, demanding to know what they were whispering about. He spotted Ida's wanted poster and recognized it, crumpling it in his fist before slamming it against the door of 𝐬𝐵's cell. He vowed to capture Ida and then turned his attention to Izuku, questioning his presence. Izuku nervously claimed to be a new recruit, saluting awkwardly. The warden pressed him about his uniform, and Izuku stammered that it was the wrong size and he was waiting for a replacement. After a tense moment, Warden Roth left the cell room, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Ida hopped off her staff, announcing that the warden was distracted, likely dealing with someone for their wrong size. He wouldn't be returning anytime soon. 𝐬𝐵 noted that Izuku had demonstrated some quick thinking, which she found quite impressive. Izuku addressed the prisoners, assuring them that they would return. As they walked, they approached a towering door marked contraband. King exclaimed about his crown, sensing its power, and rushed toward the door, struggling with the doorknob that was as large as he was. Ida found his eagerness adorable, and Izuku agreed, saying it was so cute that it made his heart flutter. With a grunt, King managed to throw the doorknob to the ground with a click and pushed the door open, cackling as he ran through. Ida urged everyone to hurry before King hurt himself, but a 𝗧𝗵𝗲 indicated it might already be too late. 𝐬𝐵, Ida, and Izuku followed King inside. The room was empty except for a giant glowing pillar in the center. King rubbed his skull before charging at the pillar, only to be launched backward. Izuku warned him against such reckless behavior, suggesting it could lead to injury. Ida reminded them that they had humans present, 2 of them, in fact. As 𝐬𝐵 prepared herself, Izuku rushed in but was knocked back. He managed to push against the barrier and eventually got in, while 𝐬𝐵 had no trouble entering. Izuku then noticed 2 black swords. One was short with an elegant design, known as the Demon Dweller Sword, and the other was a large, broad sword called the Demon Slayer Sword. Ida, King, and 𝐬𝐵 were oblivious to the swords, but Izuku was captivated. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze, everything slowing down, including Ida, King, and 𝐬𝐵. Confused, Izuku wondered what was happening as his backpack began to shift. The black book emerged and opened itself, drawing the swords toward it. They disappeared into the book before it closed and fell to the floor. Time resumed, and Ida asked Izuku what was wrong. He quickly hid the book back in his backpack and inquired about King's crown. Ida pointed to the top of a pile, and 𝐬𝐵 narrowed her eyes, realizing something. The scene shifted to 𝐬𝐵 holding a Burger Queen paper crown, looking incredibly frustrated. Izuku gave Ida a deadpan look as King jumped in excitement, taking the crown from 𝐬𝐵 and placing it on his head. He felt his powers returning and pointed at a stuffed rabbit with one button eye, declaring it would be named Francois and serve as a minion in his army of darkness. 𝐬𝐵 questioned whether the crown granted him any powers, to which Ida replied no, prompting 𝐬𝐵 to glare at her. Ida explained that she and King didn't have much in the world, only each other, and if the crown was important to him, it mattered to her too. Izuku expressed understanding, saying he would likely do the same. 𝐸𝐫 was pleased that he got it, and 𝗧𝗓 smiled while shaking her head. 𝗍𝗓 suggested they leave before the warden lost his head, but it was too late. Warden 𝗏 appeared behind 𝗍𝗓, transforming his hand into an axe and causing chaos. 𝗧𝗓 caught 𝗍𝗓's head as Izuku and 𝗧𝗓 screamed in shock. 𝗍𝗓, sticking her tongue out in a mock corpse manner, expressed her disdain for the situation. Izuku and 𝗧𝗓 screamed even louder, with 𝗧𝗓 checking on 𝗍𝗓. 𝗍𝗓 reassured them that it was just a part of getting older, which horrified Izuku. Warden 𝗏 declared he had them cornered and took King's crown, revealing his intentions to lure 𝗍𝗓 out by taking something precious to her. King cried out in despair, realizing his power was at stake. 𝗍𝗓 confronted Warden 𝗏, questioning his motives since she had never broken any of his laws in front of him. He revealed his longing to go out with her, which disgusted 𝗧𝗓 and confused Izuku. Warden 𝗏 insisted that 𝗍𝗓 was the one who always eluded capture, finding it alluring. Izuku expressed his disdain for Warden 𝗏's words, and 𝗧𝗓 agreed. Warden 𝗏 commanded them to stay out of it, tossing the bouquet of flowers aside and using tentacles to lift 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku off the ground. He proposed a partnership with 𝗍𝗓, claiming they would be the strongest power couple, but 𝗍𝗓 looked at her friend struggling to escape and sighed, agreeing to his terms but asking him to come closer. As he did, she blew a raspberry at him, causing him to drop 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku in surprise. 𝗍𝗓 laughed at Warden 𝗏's reaction, who was appalled by her actions. She reminded him that he had his guards stalk her and had just decapitated her, making it clear she would not go out with him. Izuku pointed out that it wasn't the best way to win her over. Warden 𝗏 threatened to take drastic measures if she refused, but before he could act, 𝗧𝗓 struck him in the head with 𝗍𝗓's staff while Izuku punched him in the face, causing him to crash to the ground. 𝗍𝗓 chuckled at their teamwork. The two guards approached 𝗍𝗓's head, but she glared at them as her body walked up behind them, dragging their hoods over their eyes. 𝗧𝗓 declared it was time to leave, and Izuku agreed. They rushed forward, with 𝗧𝗓 grabbing 𝗍𝗓's head while 𝗍𝗓's body freed King from the guard's grasp. 𝗧𝗓 took 𝗍𝗓 by the waist, and they all mounted the staff. Albert unfurled his wings and hooted as 𝗧𝗓 chanted a spell for flight. Warden 𝗏, recovering, vowed not to let them escape again, transforming his arms into tentacles to pursue them. As they flew past prison cells, 𝗧𝗓 called for 𝗍𝗓 and Izuku to lend her a hand. They placed their hands against hers, opening the cells of the 3 prisoners they had spoken to earlier. The prisoners looked excited as they burst through an outer door high in the center of the conformatorium, yelling as they plummeted. Warden 𝗏 followed closely behind, performing a front flip off the pillar. The staff and Warden 𝗏 fell toward the ground, the chase intensifying. Warden 𝗏 extended one of his tentacles, striking the back of the staff and sending 𝗍𝗓, 𝗧𝗓, King, and Izuku tumbling to the ground. They rolled upon impact, and Warden 𝗏 stepped in front of them, transforming his hand into a blade once more. King winced, expressing discomfort in his bones, while Izuku complained about his back. 𝗍𝗓 quickly reattached her head, reached into her hair, and pulled out the key to the portal door, instructing them to return to the human world. She handed the key to 𝗧𝗓 and charged at Warden 𝗏. 𝗧𝗓, concerned for her friends, questioned what would happen to them. King, now standing and joining 𝗍𝗓, remarked that if Warden 𝗏 was bad, they should have seen 𝗍𝗓's last boyfriend. Izuku, intrigued, thought about the implications. 𝗍𝗓 clarified that he was not her boyfriend, grabbed King, and leaped back toward 𝗧𝗓, skillfully avoiding 𝗏's blade-like hands. She urged them to go and placed both 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku onto her staff. Izuku hesitated, while 𝗧𝗓 stammered, but 𝗍𝗓 slapped the bottom of the staff, launching it into the air. Warden 𝗏 removed his mask, revealing a mouth-dominated face, and opened it to unleash fire. 𝗍𝗓 deftly conjured 2 spell circles, one to capture the flames and another to redirect them back. The fire struck 𝗏, slamming him into the wall of the conformatorium. 𝗧𝗓 whimpered, trying to maintain her balance on the staff, while Izuku struggled similarly. As 𝗏 stood up and transformed his hands back into blades, the 3 prisoners peeked out from the hole he had created in the wall. 𝗧𝗓 descended to speak with them, questioning their inaction. Izuku encouraged them to seize the opportunity to escape, but Robert expressed doubt, insisting that Warden 𝗏 would always catch them. Katia added that they belonged there, while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 remarked that self-doubt was a prison they could never escape. The other prisoners murmured in agreement. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, determined, pointed out that their different perspectives made them unique and special. Katia questioned her motives for helping them, and 𝗧𝗏 explained that those who were different needed to support one another. She donned her hood and mounted the staff, declaring that no one should be punished for being themselves. The prisoners cheered in response, and 𝗧𝗏 turned the staff around, rallying them to charge at Warden Roth. Izuku thought he should say something but felt that 𝗧𝗏 had already said it all, smiling as they followed her. The scene shifted to Ida being thrown to the ground, with King landing in her arms moments later. Warden Roth loomed over them, declaring that there would be no more escape. King whimpered, burying his face in Ida's chest as 𝗧𝗏 urged them to go. The prisoners charged at Roth, with 𝗧𝗏 flying behind them. Ida checked on King and Izuku, confirming they were okay. Robert, while grappling with Warden Roth, proclaimed something nonsensical, while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 tripped him. Izuku observed the chaos with concern, and Katia held Roth down, claiming to practice the ancient art of fanfiction. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 joined her in restraining Warden Roth, while Robert tied his arms together and flipped him onto his stomach, allowing 𝗧𝗏 to descend on Ida's staff with Izuku beneath her. Warden Roth, furious, demanded to know who they thought they were. 𝗧𝗏 boldly declared her identity as a human warrior of peace, while Izuku introduced himself as the sole survivor of the Black Bulls. He brandished the demon dweller sword, causing Warden Roth to look on in fear. As Roth prepared to retaliate, 𝗧𝗏 retrieved a giant firecracker from her backpack, launching it into the air with Ida's staff. The firecracker landed in Roth's mouth and exploded, sending fireworks soaring as he fled, injured and humiliated, with the fireworks still erupting from his mouth. The prisoners erupted in cheers. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 jumped in excitement, celebrating their victory. Ida, with King perched on her shoulder, approached 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku, placing a hand on both of them. King remarked that it was one of Ida's better breakups, to which Izuku laughed. Ida clarified it was not a breakup and suggested they leave before more monsters fell in love with her. 𝗧𝗏 then turned to Izuku, curious about his sword. Izuku explained it was a super cool sword, unsure of how he had done it, but suspecting it was magic. 𝗧𝗏's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of magic. The scene shifted to the living room of the Owl House, where Ida leaned her staff against the couch. She acknowledged that a deal was a deal and prepared to send them home. With a snap of her fingers, the key flew from 𝗧𝗏's bag into Ida's hand. She pressed the eye, and the portal door unfolded in front of the fireplace. 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku approached the door, turning back to look at Ida and King. King, visibly sad, looked down at the ground as 𝗧𝗏 reached into her bag. She held out the 𝐎𝑗ura doll, explaining that while it wasn't the same, a king shouldn't be without a crown. King accepted the crown and placed it on his head, declaring himself in command. Ida handed 𝗧𝗏 the 𝐎𝑗ura book, reminding her not to forget it. 𝗧𝗏 took the book and the pamphlet for reality summer camp that was on top of it, moving toward the portal. She paused to look at the pamphlet, then crumpled it in her hand. Standing before the door, she glanced at her book, then up at a mirror above the fireplace. Upon seeing the reflection, she gasped, holding up the book that featured 𝗎𝗏ura on the cover, alongside an older witch and a creature in the background. Lowering the book revealed a similar image with King, Ida, and Izuku in the same positions as the characters in the illustration. Her face lit up as she turned around, expressing her joy about the adventure they had shared, despite the chaos. Ida blinked in surprise at 𝗧𝗏's enthusiasm, who then expressed her longing to stay and become a witch, just like Ida and 𝗎𝗏ura. Ida laughed, dismissing the idea that humans could become witches, except for Izuku with his peculiar sword. 𝗧𝗏 countered that perhaps that was because no one had truly tried before. If you teach me to become a witch, I'll do anything you want. Izuku thought that maybe magic wouldn't be hard to learn and that Ida could teach him some impressive sword spells. He took out the demon dweller sword and swung it around. King tugged on Ida's dress, insisting that they should stay because they could make snacks. Ida smiled and picked King up, saying that she could use help keeping him out of the cupboards. She agreed to teach Izuku how to be a witch, but he would have to work for her before learning any spells. She held out her hand, and 𝗧𝗏 grinned, crushing the trio in a hug. Ida exclaimed in surprise, while King squeaked that it was too tight. Izuku marveled at their strength. The scene shifted to Luz opening the creaking door to a storage room. She unrolled a sleeping bag and threw herself onto it, turning over to take a picture of herself, Izuku, and their mom out of her bag. She ran her thumb over the glass before placing the frame next to her pillow. Her phone vibrated, and she turned it on to see a message from her mom asking how summer camp was going. Luz's expression faltered, and she moved her phone away from her face. King, clearing his throat, stepped into view while holding Francois, commenting on how fluffy her sleep cocoon looked. Luz sat up and patted the sleeping bag, while King curled up at her feet and fell asleep. She smiled at him before replying to her mom that she thought she would like it there. With a smile, she put her phone down, turned to the side, and fell asleep. The scene zoomed out to show the exterior of the owl house, where the giant stained glass eye above the door blinked. It then shifted to Izuku and Ida in the living room, where Izuku had his black book floating beside him. Ida took a deep breath and said it was time to tell him everything. She revealed that he was cursed with a demon, causing Izuku's eyes to widen as the screen went black. The story opened on the owl house, with the wind howling as it moved Izuku's open and creaking window. He rolled over and exhaled heavily. A flashback showed Albert hopping through the portal door in Ida's tent with a sack in his beak, followed by Luz and Izuku running behind him. Luz called out to Albert to stop adorably hopping away. The scene cut to the living room after Luz had gone to sleep, where Ida prepared to reveal the truth to Izuku. Izuku gasped awake, startled by a large menacing figure that appeared before him, chuckling ominously. He shot out of bed, wondering what had just happened. The scene shifted to him opening the bathroom door, where several owls flew out, hooting as they left. Hooty greeted him cheerfully, and Izuku patted Hooty's head while yawning. Meanwhile, Luz was in another bathroom, flipping open her book to a headshot of Azura, holding it up to the mirror. She declared it was her first day on the Boiling Isles as a witch apprentice and punched the air in excitement. She opened a closet door while covering her eyes, hoping for witchy clothes. When she uncovered her eyes, she found a closet full of stereotypical witch attire and screamed in delight. The scene cut to Luz writing witch apprentice, Luz on a name tag and sticking it to her chest. Now wearing a robe and what looked like a witch's hat, she stood at the bottom of the staircase, where Izuku appeared in his school uniform with a mug full of a red liquid. Luz questioned why he was dressed that way and what was in the mug. Izuku shrugged, admitting he didn't know what it was but thought it tasted better than it looked. Luz was eager for her apprenticeship with the one and only owl lady. Ida's shadow appeared on the wall before she stepped into view, wearing pajamas and bunny slippers. Luz greeted her enthusiastically, ready for her first day. Izuku also expressed his readiness for training, but when Luz asked what he was training for, he mentioned controlling the demon inside him, leaving her confused. Ida, slightly disheveled, asked who Luz was, and Luz's name tag fell to the floor in horror. Izuku choked on his drink as Luz reminded Ida of their previous day's adventures. Ida, still groggy, mentioned needing her cup of apple BLD before Izuku offered his drink for her to see. Ida confirmed it looked like apple BLD, but reassured them it wasn't actual BLD, just a brand name. Luz clarified it was apple juice, while Izuku noted it tasted better than apple juice. Ida sat at the kitchen table, sipping from her mug. King, sitting in a high chair, was playfully stabbing a fork into a yellow blob with eyes on his plate, while Izuku inspected his food before swallowing a small cooked lizard. Luz eagerly asked to learn spells, inquiring about her magic staff and any dangerous magical quests. Ida cautioned her to slow down, explaining that becoming a witch took time and that she was still in her bathrobe, wearing a dusty traffic cone for a hat. Luz pulled off her hat, revealing the traffic cone and blowing off the dust, prompting laughter from Izuku and King. Ida asked if Luz really wanted a magic staff, to which she replied that she wanted one more than anything. Izuku, however, felt fine without a staff since he had not one but two swords, which he swung around playfully. Luz ducked to avoid getting hit, and Izuku apologized as he put the swords back into the black book. Ida then called for a magic staff, and after a moment of silence, several things crashed distantly. The group turned to the sound just in time for Ida's staff to appear and smack her in the face before clattering to the ground. Ida grunted, picked up the staff, and spun it before tapping it on the ground, stating that it was early and that witches received their items from school. With her as their teacher, they would take a different approach to their training. A bag of potions was dropped onto the floor, and Ida informed 𝗧𝗏 that she would have to earn her keep. As they walked through the living room, Ida explained that she ran several businesses, including one where she sold rare human treasures that Albert brought from 𝗧𝗏's realm. Ida tossed a toy sword over 𝗧𝗏's head, declaring that most days, she sold only the finest homemade elixirs and potions. 𝗧𝗏 reached into the bag of potions and pulled out a bottle labeled snake oil, to which Ida replied that no one wanted a new oiled snake. As they stepped onto the balcony, Ida assigned 𝗧𝗏 the task of delivering packages and selling potions in 𝗏𝗏𝗺, cautioning her to be careful of rivals who would love to take her down. Ida emphasized that this was the dangerous magical quest 𝗧𝗏 had asked for. 𝗧𝗏 promised she wouldn't let Ida down, but in her eagerness to salute, she accidentally dropped the sack of potions off the balcony. They both winced as it crashed loudly on the ground. Ida, pushing 𝗧𝗏 out the door with a new bag of potions, reminded her to never befriend a man in sandals and to always measure twice and cut once. After a brief exchange about needing to train Izuku with his inner demon, Ida insisted that King accompany 𝗧𝗏, as she feared 𝗧𝗏 would get lost or worse. King protested, wanting to stay in his perfect spot, but Ida was firm. 𝗧𝗏 squished her face against the window, determined not to go, while Izuku shouted that she would. Ida closed the blinds with a spell and reminded them both to return by nightfall or risk danger. As 𝗧𝗏 and King left, Izuku sat next to Ida on the couch, asking how to control his inner demon. Ida explained that he needed potions to weaken the demon in case it became uncontrollable. After a brief discussion, Ida handed Izuku a green potion, insisting he drink it. He complied and quickly fell asleep. In Izuku's dream, he found himself in darkness, unable to speak. A shadowy figure introduced itself as 𝗧𝗏, a demon who began to shrink and reveal its true form. 𝗧𝗏 was pleased to meet Izuku and noted that he was different from previous hosts. Izuku, excited by the demon's appearance, asked what they would do next. 𝗧𝗏 offered to train him in swordsmanship, summoning several swords to demonstrate. Izuku, nervous yet eager, watched as 𝗧𝗏 began to swing the swords around, calling for him to dance. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku woke up with a gasp, realizing he had been asleep for 26 hours. In the kitchen, 𝗧𝗏 was heating up chicken noodle soup, feeling worried about how long the potion was supposed to last. As she walked back to the living room with the soup, she was startled to see Izuku, who had transformed. Confused and frightened, she threatened to throw the soup at him if he didn't leave. Izuku reassured her of his identity, but 𝗧𝗏 was taken aback by his new appearance. After some back and forth, Izuku learned that Ida had eaten someone while he was asleep. 𝗧𝗏 wondered how long Izuku would look like this, and as she blushed, Izuku noticed her reaction and asked if she was okay. Flustered, 𝗧𝗏 slapped him and ran to her room, leaving Izuku bewildered. Ida entered the living room, surprised to see Izuku awake and alive after such a long sleep. She suggested he go back to sleep if he was still tired. As Ida left, Izuku settled back onto the couch, contemplating the fun times ahead with 𝗧𝗏. The scene shifted to a beach where 𝗧𝗏, Izuku, Ida, and King stood together. Ida elbowed 𝗧𝗏, asking if she ever thought she would see something as breathtaking as the view before them, which was a towering trash slug surrounded by debris. Flies buzzed around the remains of a creature. Izuku remarked on the unpleasant smell, while 𝗧𝗏 shook her head in disapproval, pinching her nose. Ida approached the trash slug, commenting on how it thrived on what others discarded, creating a life from refuse. She pulled a RBB chicken from the slug's mouth, explaining that it would eventually meet its end due to the harsh environment, leaving behind treasures for them to find. As she retrieved a pickaxe, Izuku expressed his reluctance, and 𝗧𝗏 echoed his sentiments. King, walking away, encouraged them to embrace the unique experience of exploring the dump. Ida dismissed their concerns, swinging her pick at the trash slug. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they try new lessons for their apprenticeship, like reading ancient scrolls or mixing potions. Ida, while rummaging through the slug's mouth, scoffed at the idea, dismissing it as typical magic school material. 𝗧𝗏 inquired if there was a magic school nearby, envisioning winding towers and thrilling plots. Izuku pondered the possibility of attending, but Ida warned him against it, claiming that traditional magic training stifled creativity. She proudly declared her own unconventional path, highlighting her success despite not finishing school. As flies buzzed around, Ida dropped her pick and offered a lesson on resourcefulness, demonstrating by dragging 𝗧𝗧's hand through a puddle of the slug's bile. 𝗧𝗧 pulled out a greasy slime ball, and Izuku cautioned her about the potential dangers. Ida encouraged her to use it wisely, but 𝗧𝗧 decided to leave with Izuku, preferring to look at pictures of living animals instead. She affectionately patted King, who giggled at the attention. Ida shrugged, claiming the leftovers were hers, and climbed into the trash slug, causing a clatter of discarded items. In the woods, a butterfly-like creature flitted through the trees as 𝗧𝗧 and Izuku walked along the path. 𝗧𝗧 glared at the slime ball, expressing her doubts about the magic involved. A mysterious voice encouraged her from off-screen, prompting her to search for its source. She gasped upon discovering a little witch girl, who was pacing and reassuring herself about her studies. The girl expressed her worries about grades and opportunities, but her confidence faltered when she accidentally stepped on a flower. Kneeling down, she traced a spell circle, reviving the flower, which amazed 𝗧𝗧. Suddenly, a magically moved wagon rolled to a stop nearby, carrying a pot and a girl reading a book. The girl, Willow, hopped off and almost collided with the other witch. Izuku noted the girl's unkindness but found her somewhat charming. 𝗧𝗧 noticed Izuku's blush and wondered if he was smitten with the green-haired girl. The flower that Willow had healed wilted, prompting a conversation about Willow's struggles in school. 𝗵𝗲, the other girl, teased Willow about her lack of accomplishments, leading to an awkward moment when an abomination emerged from the pot, poking Willow's forehead and leaving a muddy star shape. 𝗵𝗲, with a star-shaped badge indicating her status as a top student, encouraged Willow to keep trying, though her words felt condescending. As 𝗵𝗲 walked away, 𝗧𝗧 stuck her tongue out at her, while Willow expressed her frustration about making abominations and receiving poor grades. Suddenly, the ground shook, and thorny roots erupted around Willow, glowing ominously. One of the roots snaked out and grabbed 𝗧𝗧 by the ankle, causing her to scream as she was dropped behind Willow, who glared at her with glowing eyes. Meanwhile, on the beach, Ida tied a sack to her staff while King observed. Ida noted her successful haul, while King joked about the trade-off of losing an apprentice for garbage. Ida insisted she hadn't lost anything, but King warned her that if she didn't teach 𝗧𝗧 and Izuku properly, he would step in and take them as his own apprentices. Ida laughed at the idea, teasing King about his past mishaps, while he boasted about his knowledge of demons and how to command them. As King hopped off the trash he had been sitting on and approached Ida, he proposed a little wager to demonstrate that he could be a better teacher. Ida, reaching into her hair, reminded him that she only used their bets to humiliate him and pulled out a book titled Ida plus King One-Sided Wagers. She opened it and pointed out that he had never won. King found the odds appealing. Ida then presented a challenge. He had to teach a trash slug to be his loyal soldier within a day. If he succeeded, the kids would be his, but if he failed, she would change his name from King to Mr. Wiggles. King, confident in his abilities, declared that when she lost, she would have to wear a shame hat, sleep in a shack, and never return to the owl house. Ida agreed to the terms. With a swift motion, Ida tossed an egg at King's head, which broke and revealed a baby trash slug nestled between his horns. The slug slipped down his skull, but King managed to catch it as it cooed at him. Ida walked away, laughing. Meanwhile, in the forest, 𝗧𝗧 watched in amazement as the roots writhed around Willow. Finally snapping out of her trance, 𝗧𝗧 leaned forward, allowing the roots to fall away. Willow, distressed, apologized and made the roots retreat from 𝗧𝗧's legs. 𝗧𝗧 reassured her that it was all right, as the thorns had only grazed her skin. Suddenly, Izuku burst from the bushes, wielding the demon slayer sword above his head, shouting for Ra. 𝗧𝗧 called out to him to wait, and he halted, lowering the sword. He introduced himself and asked for Willow's name. Willow, intrigued by 𝗧𝗧's ears, leaned in closer, prompting 𝗧𝗧 to lean back slightly. Willow marveled at the fact that 𝗧𝗧 was human, expressing her astonishment at meeting a human on the Boiling Isles and inquiring how 𝗧𝗧 had arrived. As bells rang in the distance, Willow flinched and lowered 𝗧𝗧's arm, apologizing that she had to leave to face her teachers. She waved goodbye as she walked away. Luz, eager to connect, rushed after her, introducing herself and complimenting Willow's magical abilities with plants. Izuku chimed in, agreeing that Willow's magic was impressive. Willow explained that she wasn't supposed to be practicing plant magic, as her parents had placed her in the abomination track at school. Luz squealed with excitement, asking if that meant she was in magic school. Willow confirmed, and Luz expressed her jealousy, wishing she could attend. Izuku suggested he might ask to enroll as well, but Luz was unsure if that would be possible. Willow lamented her struggles to earn a passing grade, wishing people would stop calling her half-a-witch Willow. She kicked at her spilled abomination, which groaned in response. Luz then proposed a clever plan. She would become Willow's abomination, helping her earn a good grade in exchange for entry into magic school. Willow was taken aback but intrigued, and after some playful banter, they agreed on the deal. However, they needed to figure out what to do about Izuku. He quickly had an idea to ask Ida for enrollment in the magic school. Willow informed him that the school was called 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Izuku bid them farewell and set off. Luz and Willow shook hands to solidify their agreement, but the abomination goo on Luz's hands caused them to stick together. After a brief struggle, Luz freed them, only to end up splashing into the goo. Cutting to Izuku in the owl house, he approached Ida with a request to enroll in 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Ida was shocked, demanding to know where he had heard about the school. Izuku casually mentioned he had been exploring town. Ida flatly refused, stating it was not an option. Izuku proposed a deal: he would do every chore for 3 months. Ida countered, suggesting 6 months in exchange for her settling things with the principal, 𝗵𝗃. Izuku accepted the handshake, curious about King's whereabouts, but Ida dismissed his concern. Izuku exited the owl house and made his way to 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Upon arrival, Willow welcomed him to the school, reminding him to stay hidden. Inside, Luz squealed with delight from within Willow's abomination pot. Willow stopped at a locker, tickling it to open its mouth and retrieve her books. A shorter witch reading a magazine bumped into her, introducing himself as Augustus. He excitedly shared bizarre facts about humans, while Luz, still in the pot, chimed in with a humorous remark. Willow decided to reveal Luz's presence, instructing her abomination to rise. Luz emerged from the pot, proudly announcing herself. However, Willow corrected her, explaining that Luz's behavior was not typical for an abomination. Augustus, astonished, dropped his magazine and expressed disbelief, realizing Luz was human. Willow explained that Augustus was the president of the Human Appreciation Society, and most witches wouldn't recognize a human immediately, but Augustus was an expert. As Augustus bombarded Luz with questions about her gills, she mentioned knowing someone named Gus back in the human world. Augustus was thrilled by the nickname and declared it the best day of his life before rushing off to class. Willow waved goodbye as Luz sank back down into the pot. Outside 𝗧𝗧𝗏, Ida handed Izuku a grey uniform, explaining that the color indicated his undecided status. Izuku was curious about the different tracks and asked which class he should join. Ida shrugged, uncertain of the answer. Ida walked through the hallways of 𝗧𝗧𝗏, leaving Izuku behind. As she strolled, memories flooded her mind. She paused in front of Principal 𝗵𝗃's office and knocked on the door, calling out to him. The door glowed and opened on its own, revealing 𝗵𝗃 inside. He greeted her, reminding her of her status as a criminal. Ida acknowledged this but explained that she was there to enroll one of her apprentices. 𝗵𝗃 expressed disbelief at the idea of her teaching someone but eventually agreed, with the condition that she would need to clean every piece of graffiti she had created around the school. Ida sighed, feeling the weight of the task ahead. In front of her graffiti, Ida apologized to her creation before attempting to clean it with a mop. The graffiti playfully dodged her efforts, teasing her as she tried again and again. Ida realized it would be a long day. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered into the cafeteria, searching for Luz and Willow. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. 𝗵𝗃, determined to find Luz, reached into a pot and pulled her out, shaking her to get a response. Izuku stepped forward, insisting that 𝗵𝗃 let Luz go. 𝗵𝗃 introduced herself as the abomination teacher, and Izuku felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly introduced himself as a new student and claimed he was in the abomination track. Amitie questioned why his uniform was still grey, to which Izuku nervously explained that the principal had forgotten to change it. Amitie's teacher, noticing the oversight, decided to help him by casting a spell that transformed his uniform to a vibrant orchid color. Izuku thanked him gratefully. Outside the owl house, King tossed treats to Prince Jr., who was more focused on the snacks than following commands. King realized that 𝗏𝗏 had likely found a place to learn and mentioned that Izuku had enrolled at 𝐒𝐽𝐽, feeling victorious. 𝗧𝗏, feeling overshadowed by King's excitement, expressed her frustration at not having anything to show for herself. King, ever the jokester, pulled out a cone-shaped hat, which 𝗧𝗏 reluctantly took before heading into the shack. Inside a classroom, 𝗏𝗏 emerged from the pot, feeling triumphant about avoiding Amitie. She suggested a high five, but her friends looked confused. Demonstrating the gesture, Gus eventually joined in, excited by the new experience. Just then, Principal Bump entered the room, greeting the students. 𝗏𝗏, still pretending to be an abomination, was called upon by Bump, who knelt to examine her closely. He expressed interest in her ingredients, but instead of a list, he revealed a dagger, asking 𝗏𝗏 to make the first cut. Izuku panicked at the thought of what was about to happen. 𝗏𝗏 hesitated, questioning the morality of cutting open a human. Just as Bump insisted she proceed, Gus shouted out, creating a distraction that caused chaos in the classroom. As the abomination pots toppled over, a new abomination formed, prompting 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 to flee. Izuku decided to play along, pretending to assist Bump while secretly helping his friends escape. As they dashed through the halls, 𝗏𝗏 felt guilty for the trouble they were in, but 𝗏𝗏 reassured her. They shared a laugh, but their escape was interrupted as red light patterns began sealing off the exits. They realized they needed to act quickly before Bump trapped them inside. Back in the owl house, 𝗧𝗏 sat in the shame hat, feeling down. King's frantic voice broke through her thoughts as he rushed in, seeking refuge in her arms. The door trembled under the force of Prince Jr.'s relentless attempts to break through. 𝗧𝗏 smirked, amused by the chaos. King, feeling the pressure, called out for help, expressing his desperation as he was dragged from 𝗧𝗏's arms. 𝗧𝗏, determined to intervene, stood tall, removed her hat, and brandished her staff. With a swift motion, she struck Prince Jr. on the snout, causing him to release King, who quickly clung to 𝗧𝗏's leg, trembling. 𝗧𝗏 reassured King, now affectionately dubbed Mr. Wiggles, that they had a plan. Meanwhile, at 𝗒𝐽𝐽, 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 arrived at the central atrium, only to find doorways still sealed. Shadows loomed over them, and they gasped as Bump appeared, flanked by Izuku and Amitie, directing abominations toward them. Izuku stared in disbelief at the sheer number of creatures Bump commanded, realizing that 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 were in serious trouble. Amitie, intrigued yet confused by Izuku's resemblance to her own green hair, pondered his identity, questioning if he was a blight. As thoughts raced through her mind, she blushed unexpectedly, causing 𝗏𝗏 to notice her reaction with curiosity. 𝗏𝗏, feeling overwhelmed, sank to the ground, voicing her uncertainty about their situation. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged her, reminding 𝗏𝗏 of her potential as a full witch and recalling a lesson about resourcefulness. Suddenly, an idea sparked in 𝗏𝗏's mind as she took out a slime ball from her pocket, realizing its significance. With renewed determination, 𝗏𝗏 traced a spell circle over the seed, urging it to grow. Thorny vines erupted from the seed, ensnaring the abominations and ultimately targeting Principal Bump, lifting him off the ground. As the red light sealing the hallways faded, 𝗏𝗏 spotted their exit and urged 𝗏𝗏 to follow. However, Amitie blocked their path, and an abomination emerged from behind them. 𝗏𝗏 bravely confronted it, delivering a powerful blow before grabbing 𝗏𝗏's wrist and fleeing. Amitie reformed the abomination, sending it after them once more. Just when it seemed they had a clear escape, another abomination materialized in front of them, causing 𝗏𝗏 to scream in alarm. 𝗏𝗏, undeterred, watched as 𝗏𝗏 quickly traced another spell circle, commanding the nearby vines to bind the abomination. 𝗏𝗏 insisted that 𝗏𝗏's escape while she held off the creature, summoning vines to carry 𝗏𝗏 to safety. As the door slammed shut behind 𝗏𝗏, she felt a pang of regret for leaving 𝗏𝗏 behind but resolved to find help. While 𝗏𝗏 was occupied, Izuku climbed the vines to assist Principal Bump. After freeing him, Bump expressed his preference for being helped down rather than left suspended. Izuku complied, cutting through the remaining vines. Once on solid ground, Bump acknowledged the situation and summoned Willow, who stood before him, apologetic. Bump expressed his confusion over Willow's actions but recognized her talent for plant magic. He decided to SWCH her to the plant track, urging her to leave before he changed his mind. He also handed her a wanted poster depicting 𝗧𝗏 covered in abomination goo, instructing her to deliver it to the intruder. Grateful, Willow accepted the poster and called for Gus, who had been observing the events unfold while remaining invisible. Together, they rushed toward the owl house, following the trail of goo left by 𝗧𝗏. Meanwhile, Principal Bump sighed, contemplating the mess left behind. Just then, 𝗵𝗲 entered as Izuku climbed down the vines but lost his footing, landing awkwardly on top of her. Both blushed in surprise, realizing their position before Izuku quickly scrambled to his feet, apologizing profusely as he fled the scene, his face still flushed. 𝗵𝗲, left bewildered, pondered the strange feelings stirring in her heart, questioning if it was love. Principal Bump, concerned, asked if she needed assistance, but 𝗵𝗲 dismissed the idea, instead requesting if the day could count as extra credit. Back at the owl house, 𝗧𝗏 burst in, excited to see Iida and King. She hugged them tightly, expressing her relief and gratitude for their lessons. However, her joy was short-lived as she remembered her friends and Izuku were still in danger. Willow and Gus quickly joined her, sharing in the moment of reunion. Iida, curious about the commotion, listened as Willow revealed the good news about her SWCH to the plant magic track, showcasing her new green attire. 𝗧𝗏 celebrated her friend's achievement, but then questioned the whereabouts of 𝗵𝗲. Before they could ponder further, Izuku dashed out from the bushes, still flustered, and bolted into the owl house, locking himself in his room. 𝗧𝗏 found the whole situation puzzling, but she was eager to see what would unfold next. Gus chimed in, revealing that 𝗧𝗏 was technically banned from the school, presenting the poster with her face covered in goo. Iida proudly declared her approval of 𝗧𝗏's adventurous spirit, while Willow suggested they could still come to teach her what they had learned. That would be nice, but 𝗧𝗏 already had a fantastic teacher. Iida proudly acknowledged that 𝗧𝗏 was her student, taking the poster and reminiscing about her first wanted poster. She playfully warned the academy students to back off, prompting laughter from everyone. Iida congratulated 𝗧𝗏, patting her head and expressing satisfaction at having taught her something valuable. Gus pointed out that high fives were meant to be done with hands, not heads. As the sun set, the scene transitioned to a video recording featuring King's eye. 𝗧𝗏 narrated, introducing the most fearsome creature in the world, the King of Demons. The video zoomed out to reveal King struggling to remove a duck-themed sock from his nose. Izuku, with a deep voice, commented on King facing off against his greatest enemy, the ducky sock. King grunted as he tore the sock into pieces, expressing his frustration. King then addressed 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku, noting their obsession with witchcraft and their lack of knowledge about demons. He dramatically revealed a corkboard filled with photos of various demons and proclaimed a lesson on demons. He described demons like himself as grim tricksters of twilight, creatures of sulfur and bones. 𝗧𝗏 zoomed in with her camera, adding that they also had cute little paws, to which Izuku agreed. King sighed, acknowledging the truth in 𝗧𝗏's statement while emphasizing that demons thrived on chaos and misery, with their only weaknesses being purified water and passive-aggressive comments. Izuku teased that demons were sensitive, and 𝗧𝗏 expressed sympathy. King revealed the most powerful demon of all, the Snaggleback, but 𝗧𝗏 interrupted with excitement, calling it a bad boy. A colorful filter and stickers appeared on the screen as 𝗧𝗏 focused on her phone. King reminded her to pay attention, insisting that the information could be crucial for her safety. 𝗧𝗏 feigned attention, nodding along. Suddenly, lightning struck, followed by thunder, prompting King to predict rain. 𝗧𝗏 gasped with delight, eager for the rain's first drops. She opened the door, savoring the feeling of the initial drops on her hair and kneeling to speak to a flower. Izuku stepped outside, pondering why King seemed concerned about the rain, which he thought was harmless. However, a drop touched the flower, causing it to wither instantly, leaving 𝗧𝗏 confused. Izuku looked up to see the sky was not its usual blue but a light green. As a drop hit Izuku's eye, he reacted with surprise. Ida rushed toward the owl house, warning everyone about the boiling rain and urging them inside. She tackled 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku into the house, causing a commotion. Once inside, Ida sighed in relief, emphasizing the importance of their safety. 𝗏𝗏, lying on the floor, groaned about her pain, while Izuku held his eye. The scene shifted to 𝗏𝗏, where residents were fleeing from the boiling rain, and buildings were collapsing from the deluge. Willow was seen struggling with her plants, while 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 ran into an alley, hissing at a rat. Outside the owl house, King was tending to 𝗏𝗏's burn and Izuku's injured eye, cheerfully declaring them boo-boo buddies. 𝗏𝗏 expressed her affection for King, while Ida worked on a spell under a protective force field, commenting on the chaotic weather of the boiling isles. Izuku, still in pain, remarked that the situation was not fun, but 𝗏𝗏 reassured him that it didn't diminish his handsomeness. Ida explained that the boiling isles had plagues and other bizarre weather phenomena, while King added that the snaggleback would be a threat if the rain didn't get them first. Ida assured them that her force field spell would protect the house from the boiling rain and imaginary demons. Hooty urged Ida to hurry with the force field as the rain approached. Ida used her staff to create a round orange force field around the house, which then shrank to fit closely. 𝗏𝗏 admired Ida's magical prowess and asked why she was called the Owl Lady. Ida humorously claimed it was due to her wisdom, while Hooty added that it was because she coughed up rat bones. Izuku joked about her ability to turn her head 360 degrees, and King suggested it was her fascination with shiny objects. Ida was momentarily distracted by a sparkling pen that King had, leading to a comical chase as she lunged for it. 𝗏𝗏, excited about the idea of a nest party, helped Ida up after her fall. Ida admitted that the force field had drained her energy, while King teased her about her age. 𝗏𝗏 saw this as the perfect opportunity to ask Ida for a spell, determined to learn magic during their time indoors. King, feeling left out, reminded 𝗏𝗏 of their lesson, but she was too focused on magic to pay attention. Izuku expressed his longing to learn more about demons once the rain settled, which excited King. The scene concluded with Izuku getting up to follow 𝗏𝗏, while Ida walked behind a privacy screen, preparing for the night ahead. She snapped her fingers, creating a glow of light as she dropped her staff. When she emerged from the other side, she was in her pajamas. With a sigh, she lay down on the couch, but 𝗏𝗏's shadow fell over her. Ida reacted with surprise, and 𝗏𝗏 complimented her fang look, expressing how cool it was. Ida dismissed the comment, stating she was too sleepy to teach magic that night, wrapping herself in a blanket and calling herself a sleepy little owl. 𝗏𝗏 pleaded for Ida to teach her a spell, insisting that she needed to earn her witch's staff. Ida firmly told her to sleep, covering her head with the blanket. Suddenly, something clicked, and Ida gasped at the sight of 𝗏𝗏 clicking a pen repeatedly. 𝗏𝗏 teased her with the pen, prompting Ida to swipe for it excitedly. Ida tossed aside the blanket, perching on the arm of the couch, while 𝗏𝗏 continued to dangle the pen just out of reach. Ida fell off the arm of the couch, and 𝗏𝗏 offered a deal. If Ida taught her one spell, she would return the sparkle pen. Ida acknowledged 𝗏𝗏's cleverness but expressed her frustration at the same time. A flash of lightning accompanied a clap of thunder as Ida stood in front of 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku. She explained that to earn a witch's staff like hers, they needed to understand that witches' staffs held power. 𝗏𝗏 eagerly demanded to learn, and Ida informed them that every witch must first learn to cast spells on their own. With a dramatic gesture, she threw her staff aside and announced that she would teach them how to create light. Izuku asked if creating light was easy or hard, and Ida assured them that even a baby could cast light. She demonstrated by drawing a glowing orange circle in the air, which sparked white light in the center, forming a large ball of light that descended before disappearing. 𝗏𝗏 gasped in amazement, while King yawned and suggested that learning about the fun ways a demon could attack would be more exciting than another boring spell lesson. Ida explained that magic did not come from thin air, asking where they thought magic originated. 𝗏𝗏 guessed it came from the heart, and Ida confirmed her answer, pulling out a diagram from her hair that depicted a magical organ. Izuku gagged at the sight, while 𝗏𝗏 expressed her interest in keeping the diagram, which Ida quickly denied. She then explained that everything depended on the spell circle, demonstrating that a larger circle resulted in a more powerful spell. As Ida drew a larger circle, it burst forth with light, but it faded quickly. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her concern about not having a magical organ, and Ida admitted she wasn't sure how that worked. She laughed, revealing that witches had used different methods in the past but never bothered to learn the specifics. Ida reassured 𝗧𝗏 that she would figure it out, but then decided she needed to rest. 𝗧𝗏 insisted on seeing the circle demonstration again and prepared to record it on her phone. Ida reluctantly agreed, but as she began to draw the circle, she yawned and fell over, prompting King to comment that it seemed one more spell had taken her out. 𝗧𝗏 panicked, feeling guilty for knocking Ida out with her obsession for spells, while King playfully slapped Ida's face to check if she was okay. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they get help, but King reminded her of the dangerous weather outside. 𝗬𝗏, another character, encouraged them to let 𝗧𝗏 try to help Ida, but Izuku warned against it. Despite the concerns, 𝗧𝗏 was worried about Ida's well-being. Ida sleep-talked about shiny things and nests, and King reminded them of Ida's resilience, recalling a past incident where she had survived a serious mishap. 𝗧𝗏 insisted they couldn't leave Ida on the floor, and they decided to drag her into her room. They cleared a small skull from Ida's nest before settling her in, and 𝗧𝗏 apologized for pushing her. King playfully suggested slapping Ida again, but 𝗧𝗏 gently told him to let her rest. In the living room, King began drawing a demon with multiple mouths while Izuku watched. 𝗧𝗏 struggled to draw a spell circle and expressed her frustration with Ida's cryptic teachings. As she played back the video of Ida explaining the spell circle, King interrupted, eager to share his own ideas about a particularly menacing demon. 𝗧𝗏 dismissed King's distraction, focusing on her longing to learn magic. She expressed her feelings of being overlooked back home and how becoming a witch was her chance to be someone. King, moved by her determination, offered to help her learn the spell if they could finish their lesson. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, and King shared his theory about Ida's magical elixir, suggesting that it was the source of her powers and that he knew where to find some. Izuku hesitated but realized they were already on their way. The scene shifted to Ida's room, where flashes of lightning illuminated the space as Ida continued to snore in her nest. King entered, searching for the potion he had spotted on Ida's side table. King stealthily approached the object, pausing at the sound of metal clanging. He gasped, realizing he had been detected. The trap was not as effective as it seemed, and he felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at the potion's tag, which read, "An elixir a day." It seemed mysterious, so he tore it off and tucked it under his collar before taking the potion and hopping down to the floor. He looked between Ida and the potion, feeling anxious. He decided against it and left the room. In the kitchen, 𝗧𝗏 was eagerly waiting, wearing an apron. King announced that he had the potion, while Izuku expressed his concern about the potential consequences. 𝗧𝗏 opened the potion, marveling at the prospect of learning real magic, but a sudden clap of thunder startled her, causing her to drop the potion, which shattered on the floor. She lamented the loss of the golden elixir, while Izuku reminded her that he had warned her not to attempt it. 𝗧𝗏 looked down, feeling defeated. King pointed out that they had plenty of lamps and didn't need a light spell, but the lamps flickered and went out. 𝗧𝗏 shot him a glare, and King groaned, explaining that 𝗬𝗏, who controlled the lights, had probably fallen asleep. Suddenly, a crash echoed through the house, and 𝗬𝗏 called out, startling 𝗧𝗏, who quickly removed her apron and rushed to investigate. When they reached the living room, they gasped at the sight of a shadowy beast that had broken through the door and damaged the wall. It left deep scratches in the wood and growled at them before fleeing. 𝗧𝗏 and King hurried to check on 𝗬𝗏, calling out to him and tapping his beak gently. They realized that whatever had caused the chaos had escaped into the rain, leaving them to wonder what kind of creature could survive such weather. King suddenly exclaimed that it was the 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏, a creature that fed during the rains and must have stumbled upon their house. Izuku pulled out his grimoire and retrieved both the Demon Dweller and Demon Slayer swords just as a howl echoed in the distance. They rushed outside just in time to see the shadowy creature leap through an upper floor window. 𝗧𝗏 found the situation terrifying, while King squealed with excitement, seeing it as a chance to observe a wild demon up close. Izuku was eager to fight with his swords, but 𝗧𝗏 was hesitant about approaching the eerie sounds. King reminded her that Ida was upstairs and defenseless, which prompted 𝗧𝗏 to groan in frustration. The trio prepared for battle, with 𝐬𝐵 donning RBB gloves and King taping a pillow to his chest. 𝐬𝐵 applied bandages under her eyes like war paint and grinned as she grabbed a hockey stick, while King opted for his trusty companion, François. Izuku donned his costume, ready for action. As they approached the staircase, 𝐬𝐵 used her phone's flashlight to illuminate their path. The floorboards creaked beneath them as they ascended. They reached a hallway and paused when Ida's door creaked open. Sharing a nervous glance, 𝐬𝐵 pushed the door wide, revealing an empty room with a shattered window, through which a lightning strike illuminated the scene. Izuku called out for Ida, while 𝐬𝐵 rushed to check her nest. King joined her, and they discovered the nest was empty. Izuku expressed concern, and King gasped, realizing Ida had been taken by the snaggleback. 𝐬𝐵 held up a damaged pillow, noting the slash marks, and turned to King for help. He promised to retrieve his demon book and dashed out of the room, only to be startled by a shadow that passed over him. Returning with 2 books, King was alarmed to find 𝐬𝐵 and Izuku missing. He dropped the books, realizing the snaggleback had taken them. As he chased after the shadow, he called out for his friends, holding 𝐬𝐵's shoe and Izuku's book holder as makeshift weapons. He entered a closet, hearing a distinct clashing sound. As he searched, he spotted a shadow hiding behind some clothes. King confronted the snaggleback, who stammered an apology, explaining that it had only sought refuge from the rain. King questioned why it had broken in and taken his friends, to which the snaggleback insisted it hadn't done anything wrong. Just then, a loud crash interrupted their conversation, and a shadowy claw pulled the snaggleback through the ceiling. King backed away, hearing snarls and stomps as something banged against the door. When the door creaked open, a shadowy beast emerged, revealing itself with a few wounds. It roared, advancing toward King, who felt a surge of fear. He declared himself the king of demons and demanded the return of his friends. The beast screeched and raised a claw, forcing King to duck just in time to avoid a direct hit. He fled, using his agility to navigate the space as the beast crashed into the walls behind him. As he rounded a corner, 𝐬𝐵's arm reached out, pulling him into a room just as the door closed with a squeak. The beast entered the hallway slowly, exhaling heavily. Inside Ida's room, 𝐬𝐵 held King close, listening to the footsteps outside as a shadow passed by the door. King asked about Izuku, and 𝐬𝐵 reassured him that he was fine, expressing relief that King was safe. She explained that she had checked on Ida, only to find her missing, prompting her and Izuku to split up. 𝐬𝐵 also mentioned tripping and losing her shoe, which King had found. As she took the shoe from him, King noticed a piece of paper stuck to the bottom of her foot. He read it aloud, discovering it said, "Keeps the curse at bay." A realization struck him as he pulled out the tag from his collar, connecting it to the potion's message. 𝐬𝐵 was confused about the mention of a curse, and King revealed that he had been mistaken. The creature was not a snaggleback at all. Just then, both of them screamed as a clawed hand burst through the door, followed by a familiar figure. Ida, transformed and snarling, advanced toward them, raising a claw to strike. 𝐬𝐵 braced herself, and in the chaos, her phone fell from her pocket, hitting the floor and causing the camera to flash. The sudden light blinded Ida, making her scream in surprise. 𝐬𝐵 seized the opportunity to grab King and hide on a balcony, where they found Izuku seriously injured. Ida's scream echoed through the room as she prowled, sniffing the air. 𝐬𝐵 covered her mouth in fear while King hid his head. Ida seemed to catch their scent, growling as she moved closer. Izuku, in a moment of desperation, threw a can to distract her. Ida growled at the noise and chased after it. 𝐬𝐵 remarked on Ida's eyes, noting how unsettling they appeared. King explained that the elixir he had given 𝐬𝐵 didn't grant Ida her powers but instead prevented her from transforming into that monstrous form. He expressed his regret, admitting that he had only wanted 𝐬𝐵 to appreciate demons as much as she did magic. He felt lonely and hoped that by teaching her and Izuku, they would care about creatures like him. 𝐬𝐵, determined, held out her pen and suggested they finish their lesson. Izuku, breathing, agreed, eager to learn about demons. King brightened at the mention of demons, excited to be involved. 𝐬𝐵 explained that Ida had transformed into a demon, and they needed to save her. King, filled with enthusiasm, began to draw on some leaves, describing Ida's larger, feathered form with giant black eyes, which were sensitive to light. He then had an idea about using light to help them. 𝗧𝗏, however, was frustrated that her camera was damaged. King reminded her of the light spell, but 𝗧𝗏 lamented her inability to draw circles in the air like Iida could. As she played a video, it glitched, revealing a pattern in the spell circle. 𝗧𝗏 quickly grabbed a leaf and her pen, drawing over the pattern. The drawing began to glow, transforming into a small floating ball of light that she cupped in her hands, marveling at its beauty. Izuku, impressed, commented on her achievement as thunder rumbled outside. 𝗧𝗏 celebrated her success in performing magic, but King cautioned that they needed something more substantial. A distant screeching sound made them all flinch, and King wondered what their next move should be. Izuku then proposed a plan to help Iida, and 𝗧𝗏 excitedly offered a fist bump, which Izuku accepted. They moved to the living room, where Iida was sniffing around, distracted by a clicking sound. Izuku called out to her, trying to draw her attention, while King held the pen, pretending to be fascinated by its shine. Iida, entranced by the pen's light, lunged for it, prompting Izuku to scoop up King and flee. Iida crashed into a wall, and 𝗧𝗏, feeling guilty, threw a blanket over her to help. 𝗧𝗏 then drew a giant light glyph on the wall and activated it, producing a blinding light that made Iida scream. Moments later, Iida returned to her witch form, sitting up in her nest, confused and with a headache. She expressed her discomfort, and a giant owl pellet broke open, revealing 𝗧𝗏𝗏, who decided to rest for a moment. Izuku apologized to Iida, explaining that King had stolen her potion, thinking it would grant them magic powers, but it was meant to contain her curse. He felt guilty for not stopping King. Iida reassured him, asking where King and 𝗧𝗏 were. Izuku pointed to the corner, where they were busy drawing the light glyph. 𝗧𝗏 activated one of the glyphs, and several light balls floated around them, leaving Iida in awe of her abilities. Iida then revealed her past, explaining that she had been cursed when she was younger. She shared that managing her curse required taking her elixir regularly, which is why she was known as the Owl Lady. 𝗧𝗏 expressed concern for her, but Iida assured her that she was fine as long as no one interfered with her elixir. She praised 𝗧𝗏 for her magical achievement, while 𝗧𝗏 credited her success to a great teacher. Suddenly, Hooty called out from the floor, feeling cold. King reacted dramatically to Hooty's voice, but 𝗧𝗏 assured him they would handle it. She picked up 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏, who complained about his tail, and they left the room. Iida sighed and closed her eyes, drifting into a memory-filled void where she confronted a shadowy figure that had cursed her. Back in reality, Iida gasped awake in her nest, looking around in relief. In the living room, the door and Hooty had returned to their rightful places, and 𝗧𝗏 had bandaged the door's claw marks. She welcomed Hooty to their group, and he expressed his happiness to finally belong. The camera shifted to the couch, where 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 and King were sitting, with King drawing and 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 recounting a wild tale about teeth in a stomach, both enjoying the moment together. He showed his drawing, declaring it would be a fantastic addition to his demon book. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏, intrigued, grabbed the book and noted how it contained many fascinating things, pointing out that he was one of the strongest demons on the Boiling Isles. King responded that he would need to make some edits to that claim. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 seemed surprised by this. Izuku chuckled at King's antics. King then turned around, revealing he had found something that belonged to Izuku, holding up the book holder. Izuku expressed his gratitude as he took it from King. The scene transitioned, panning out of the owl house before the screen went black. The story opened at Iida's human collectibles stand, where she was dusting the table, looking bored. Izuku was also dusting some shelves, equally uninterested, while 𝗧𝗏 read the first 𝗓𝗏 book to King. The pages depicted 𝗓𝗏 facing off against 𝐒̱kh𝑡. 𝗧𝗏, animated by the story, described how 𝗓𝗏, fueled by the dishonor shown by 𝐒̱kh𝑡, lifted her staff to the cotton candy skies and challenged her to a duel. She excitedly flipped through the pages, showcasing a flip book she had drawn, making sound effects as she did so. King, curious, asked to see the picture, and upon viewing it, declared he could draw better, claiming he had once been called the king of artists. Izuku raised an eyebrow, reminding King that he was usually referred to as the king of demons. 𝗧𝗏 questioned if King was just making that up. King insisted it didn't matter, emphasizing that his followers would leave him offerings out of fear. Ida interrupted, expressing her disdain for the flowery language of the book, stating it was an insult to witches and was driving away their serious customers. Luz pointed out the lack of customers, noting the empty street around them, and Ida ominously suggested that something terrible must be happening that day. Gus and Willow then rushed up to the stand, excitedly announcing that something amazing was occurring. Luz greeted them, and Izuku followed suit. Willow held up a flyer, revealing it was the annual convention where student witches could see all the covens in one place, and this year included a mystery quest. Luz eagerly asked Ida if they could go, but Ida firmly refused. Luz groaned and dropped to the ground, while Izuku comforted her with a pat on the head. Ida explained her reasons for not joining a coven, emphasizing the loss of independence and the crooked nature of the system. Willow dropped the flyer, and Ida added that she hadn't attended one since her youth. Luz and Izuku were puzzled by Ida's use of we, and Luz excitedly speculated about Ida's mysterious past, insisting they had to go. Ida remained resolute, saying no. Luz, undeterred, decided to take matters into her own hands and handed King the Azura book. King cleared his throat and began reading dramatically, but Ida found it overly flowery and awful. She walked away, opening a portal and stepping through it. King continued reading, but Izuku playfully picked him up and tossed him through the portal. It opened again moments later, with Ida returning, King perched on her head. Ida, exasperated, demanded they stop, declaring she would do anything to end the reading. Izuku and Luz exchanged a fist bump in agreement. The scene shifted to a long building with a sign reading "Convention today, Alchemists Anonymous tomorrow." Luz bounced on her feet with excitement, while Willow clapped, and Izuku read the brochure for the convention. Ida groaned, struggling to keep a low profile with King hanging off her. Izuku questioned the necessity of her cowl, and Luz agreed it seemed excessive. Ida explained that her wanted posters were not just for petty thefts. She had defied the law by refusing to join a coven, and if she was seen, she could face jail time. Izuku confirmed this was not the first time. Willow suggested that the information event might inspire Ida to join a coven, but Ida pulled Willow's cowl over her face, insisting they just get it over with. As they entered the building, they were greeted by multiple banners displaying various logos and emblems. Luz marveled at the atmosphere, while Izuku assured her she had been alive before now. Inside, several booths showcased different covens, with 9 large colorful banners hanging from the ceiling. Gus pointed out that those were the main 9 covens, but there were hundreds more to join. As they walked, Willow listed some of the covens, including the Flower Coven and the Artist Coven, but Ida groaned at the mention of the Grumpy Coven. Suddenly, a random guy approached Ida, claiming she looked familiar. Ida quickly denied it and attempted a distraction spell by throwing a bag of Hex Mix on the ground, but it had no effect. She ran away, only to return when the man bent down to pick up the bag. Ida dragged his hood over his face, snatched the Hex Mix bag, and fled again. The scene cut back to the kids as Ida rejoined them. Luz spotted something intriguing and pointed it out. Willow explained it was the construction coven, showcasing a witch in a hard hat who effortlessly tossed pallets of wood and bricks into the air, constructing a small house with ease. Izuku expressed his surprise that construction was part of the main covens, questioning why it wasn't elemental magic instead. The witch removed his hard hat to peel off a power glyph, applying it to 𝗀𝗏𝗄𝗧's nose, causing her to scream and throw the witch into the air, declaring herself the destroyer of worlds. Izuku wondered how strong he could become using that glyph alongside his swords. Meanwhile, 2 witches rushed in to stop 𝗀𝗏𝗄𝗧 as she grabbed a giant hammer. The scene shifted back to Luz and Izuku, who were both taken aback by the chaos unfolding around them. The allure of the illusionist coven captivated many. They enjoyed using magic with a flair for showmanship, often disappearing in clouds of blue smoke and reappearing with a flourish. As Luz, Ida, and Izuku wandered through the bustling convention, Luz marveled at the number of covens present. Izuku expressed curiosity about which coven held the most popularity, to which Ida explained that it was the Emperor's coven, serving directly under Emperor Baluz. Luz's excitement grew as she imagined the acceptance and camaraderie that came with belonging to a coven, prompting her to ask Ida why she had never joined one. Ida cautioned them to observe closely, revealing that joining a coven meant sealing away all other magic. A seal resembling a mirror appeared on her wrist, with light blue lines tracing up her arms and face before fading. Izuku reconsidered his longing to join a coven, while Ida proudly declared her status as the most powerful witch on the Boiling Isles, showcasing her ability to wield various types of magic. As Izuku decided to explore on his own, Ida warned him to be careful. He waved goodbye to 𝗧𝗏 and ventured deeper into the crowd. Along the way, he passed various booths, where vendors encouraged passers-by to join their covens. One booth, run by a blue lizard, offered scale cookies, but Izuku politely declined. Suddenly, a hooded man with white hair approached him, invading his personal space. The man, with an unsettling enthusiasm, insisted that Izuku join his coven, sensing something unique about him. Despite Izuku's protests, the man affixed a glowing grey sticker to his wrist, which burned away to reveal a small symbol. Confused, Izuku wondered what had just happened and resolved to ask 𝗧𝗏 about it later. As he continued through the convention, he spotted 𝗵𝗲 at the Abomination Coven booth. Recognizing her, he felt a rush of embarrassment as he introduced himself. 𝗵𝗲 blushed upon realizing who he was and assured him that the earlier incident was no big deal. Their interaction was filled with awkward tension, as Izuku noticed her flushed cheeks and steam rising from her head. Concerned, he reached out to check if she was unwell, but quickly withdrew, feeling embarrassed. 𝗵𝗲 reassured him that he didn't need to apologize, but their moment was interrupted by her teacher calling for her. She hurried away, leaving Izuku standing there, puzzled by the rapid beating of his heart. Just then, 𝗧𝗏 appeared, excitedly dragging Izuku toward a popular panel. They arrived at a doorway guarded by stern-looking enforcers. Gus expressed his hope of getting an autograph from the Emperor's coven, while Willow encouraged them to find out for themselves. 𝗧𝗏, determined to make her own decisions, pulled up her hood to disguise her human features, and Izuku followed suit, promising to keep her safe. Ida, however, chose to remain outside, expressing her disdain for the Emperor's coven. She understood their reputation and preferred to wait. As 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku entered, Ida felt a sense of foreboding when a passerby recognized her from a wanted poster. Inside the stadium, Ida joined 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku, ready to witness the spectacle. The lights dimmed, and Principal Bump rose from the floor, greeted by applause. He began to address the audience, humorously reflecting on the nature of magical achievement. A mishap occurred when a student accidentally enlarged his head, causing a commotion. Principal Bump then introduced the Emperor's coven, showcasing their elite members who wielded various forms of magic. The audience gasped in awe as the coven members demonstrated their powers, culminating in a dazzling display of fireworks that transformed into confetti. Amidst the excitement, Ida made a quip about the so-called elite force, eliciting a chuckle from those nearby. As the presentation continued, Principal Bump highlighted the potential for greatness within the audience, pointing out 𝗵𝗲, who beamed with pride at the recognition. Ida laughed as 𝗧𝗏 looked puzzled. The three guards grabbed their capes and vanished in flashes of white light. Principal Bump announced the esteemed leader of the coven and this year's mystery guest, Lilith, who was met with cheers from the audience. Ida stopped laughing, surprised by the sudden appearance of a bright cyan flash of light that transformed into a blue raven perched on a branch. The raven flew to the stage, revealing Lilith, who lifted her arms and sent her mask soaring into the air. The audience applauded, while Ida stared at her in disbelief. 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku exchanged glances, with Izuku asking if Ida knew Lilith. Ida simply replied that one could say that. 𝗧𝗏 gasped, intrigued by the mysterious past, while Izuku wondered if they were on friendly terms. Lilith thanked everyone and magically returned her cape and mask to Principal Bump, sharing that her rise to the top had not been easy, as she had started from humble beginnings. 𝗵𝗲 asked if that was like him, and Izuku thought about how being accepted into the Emperor's coven was certainly not humble. Lilith declared that she now had the highest honor of enforcing the Emperor's will, encouraging everyone to aspire for more as the Emperor's coven awaited them. She spun around, creating the raven illusion again, which spread its wings before bursting into shimmering lights. Lilith posed confidently while Ida glared at her. Outside the auditorium, Ida, Izuku, and 𝗧𝗏 were leaving. 𝗧𝗏 called out to Ida, asking where she was going. Ida replied that she was heading home to wash off the convention funk. Izuku inquired about what that was, while 𝐬𝐵 lamented that they hadn't even taken the quiz to determine their coven type. She pulled out a thick magazine titled What Coven Are You and held it above her head. Ida, without a glance, cast a laser beam through the magazine and walked away. 𝐬𝐵 continued to read it as she walked, not paying attention to her surroundings. Izuku cautioned her to be careful, but 𝐬𝐵 insisted she would be fine. She then noticed a quiz result indicating she could be a punky potionist. As she walked backward, she bumped into someone, revealing it to be 𝗵𝗲𝗄. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 scolded 𝐬𝐵 for not watching where she was going, but upon recognizing her, she expressed her disdain, referring to 𝐬𝐵 as Willow's abomination. 𝐬𝐵 quickly clarified that she was not an abomination and introduced herself as 𝐬𝐵, the human. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 dismissed her hand when 𝐬𝐵 offered it, expressing frustration over being in trouble with Principal Bump, something she never experienced. 𝐬𝐵 followed 𝗵𝗲𝗄, pointing out that 𝗵𝗲𝗄 had been okay with Principal Bump trying to dissect her. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 turned around, asserting that 𝐬𝐵 couldn't be there since the convention was for witches. Izuku rushed in between them, apologizing and greeting 𝗵𝗲𝗄, who blushed and waved back. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 explained to Izuku that she had been talking to 𝐬𝐵, whom she still considered an abomination. Izuku defended 𝐬𝐵, stating she was his sister, which surprised 𝗵𝗲𝗄. 𝐬𝐵 then mentioned that she was learning to be a witch and receiving magic lessons from a powerful witch and a fierce demon. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 looked over 𝐬𝐵's shoulder and asked if King was the fierce demon. 𝐬𝐵 and Izuku turned to see King, adorned in merchandise, approaching them with two bakers trailing behind. King sang about cupcakes, and one of the bakers asked if he would join the baker's coven. King, after tasting a cupcake, declined and playfully snatched another before tripping on his scarf. 𝐬𝐵 rushed to help him, while Izuku reached for the cupcake King dropped, only for 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to step on it. King gasped in shock. Izuku chastised 𝗵𝗲𝗄 for her actions, but she claimed it was an accident. 𝐬𝐵 questioned 𝗵𝗲𝗄's meanness, to which 𝗵𝗲𝗄 replied that 𝐬𝐵 and King were giving witches in training a bad name. King, scratching his face with his hind leg, protested that he was not a pet. 𝗬𝐵 hugged King and defended him, asserting he was a good boy and the king of demons. She then addressed 𝗵𝗲𝗄, stating it was one thing to say she wasn't a witch, but another to bully her friend. She quoted the good witch 𝐎𝑗ura, who faced her rival 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝑡. Izuku suddenly challenged 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to a witch's duel, causing everyone around them to gasp, especially 𝗬𝐵, who was shocked that Izuku had stolen her moment. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 approached Izuku, accepting the challenge and suggesting they set the terms. Izuku stated that if he won, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 would apologize to King for ruining his cupcake and admit that humans could be witches too. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 agreed but added that if she won, 𝗬𝐵 would have to announce to the convention that she was not a witch, and Izuku would have to go on a date with her. Izuku accepted the terms, while 𝗬𝐵 was taken aback by the implications of a date. King encouraged Izuku to accept the challenge for his honor. They shook on it, with 𝗵𝗲𝗄 casting a spell circle around their hands as they sealed the deal. 𝗬𝐵 remained stunned by the turn of events. As Izuku pondered the challenge, Ida was trying to exit the convention when Lilith called out to her. Ida turned to see Lilith surrounded by several 𝗧𝗪𝗏 students. Lilith expressed surprise at seeing Ida after so long and commented on her appearance, likening her to a trash collector. Ida laughed, saying she had come to see Lilith, the leader of the Emperor's coven, in action. She leaned down to the students, sharing an embarrassing childhood story about Lilith's excitement for the Emperor's coven, which made the kids laugh and caused Lilith to blush. Lilith quickly ushered the students away and confronted Ida, reminding her that she was a wanted criminal. Ida chuckled, dismissing the idea that she would join the Emperor's coven. Lilith insisted that while Ida ran from the law, she was mentoring the next generation of powerful witches. Ida countered that she had 2 students, one of whom could easily outshine Lilith's witches. Lilith stepped closer, asking if that was a challenge, to which Ida confidently replied it was a promise. 𝗬𝐵 then appeared between them, urgently seeking Ida's help, explaining that Izuku had accidentally challenged 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to a witch's duel and might have agreed to a date if he lost. Izuku slumped to the ground, breathing as he arrived right behind 𝗬𝗵. He marveled at her speed. Lilith looked at Izuku and noted that his students had met her strongest protégé. She knelt down to 𝗬𝗵, admiring her ears, which made 𝗬𝗵 blush in embarrassment. Ida, observing the interaction, expressed her concern about the chaos the two would bring. She announced that it was time for some action. Luz hesitated, questioning the nature of the conflict, while Izuku wondered whose BLD would be involved. Ida chuckled, leaving the answer open-ended, and they all shared nervous smiles. The scene shifted to a hallway where Ida donned a sweatband, ready to begin Izuku's training. She warned him that she would attack with a blast of fire and asked how he would respond. Izuku summoned his black book and drew the Demon Slayer sword, declaring that he would cut through the flames. Ida acknowledged that while it might seem reckless with a normal sword, his weapon could eliminate magic, so it was acceptable. Izuku felt confident and pointed his sword upward. Ida, skeptical of his chances, hoped he hadn't sworn off learning magic, as that would leave him vulnerable. 𝗵𝗲, standing nearby, called forth an abomination from her spell circle. The creature, towering over them, twisted its head off and hurled it at a nearby witch, causing chaos. Ida reacted with a mix of concern and amusement, while Luz lamented the prospect of halting her magic studies. Izuku, feeling determined, believed he could defeat 𝗵𝗲. Ida rallied them, insisting they wouldn't let their rivals win easily. The scene transitioned to a stadium filled with an excited crowd. Lilith introduced 𝗵𝗲, who received a warm welcome, while Izuku was presented as an unknown contender. The audience was skeptical, questioning his presence and abilities. Ida pointed out the mounds in the arena, explaining that if 𝗵𝗲 landed on one, it would trigger her magic traps. Izuku was hesitant, feeling that it was unfair, but Ida reassured him that no one would notice. Despite his reservations, he was encouraged to embrace the challenge. As the bell rang, the crowd erupted in cheers. Luz, anxious about Izuku's chances, watched as he prepared to summon his black book. 𝗵𝗲 confidently approached, cracking her knuckles and casting a spell to summon a massive abomination. Izuku gazed up in awe as the creature emerged, and 𝗵𝗲 challenged him to show his skills. Izuku, ready for the fight, charged at the abomination. As it threw its head at him, he swiftly cut it in half, leaving the crowd in shock. He felt exhilarated by his own strength. 𝗵𝗲, a voice only Izuku could hear, encouraged him to continue fighting. Izuku taunted the now headless abomination, only for it to regrow its head and retaliate. The giant creature swung its arm down, but Izuku dodged just in time. Meanwhile, King entered the theater, excited by the offerings he received. He learned about Izuku's duel and cheered for him. The abomination, however, continued to pursue Izuku, who was determined to keep fighting. 𝗵𝗲, frustrated, questioned how Izuku was managing to defeat her creatures without using conventional methods. As she attempted to reform the abomination, Izuku prepared for his next move, summoning a different sword. He swiftly dispatched several smaller abominations, feeling confident in his abilities. However, the abominations merged back into a larger form, and the battle intensified. 𝗵𝗲 struggled to regain control over her magic, while Izuku remained focused on the fight. As the giant creature advanced, it triggered one of Ida's traps, sending spikes erupting from the ground and forcing both fighters to retreat. Ida, watching the chaos unfold, felt a mix of pride and frustration. 𝗵𝗲 accused Izuku of cheating, but he defended himself, explaining that he had tried to stop Ida's tricks. As tensions rose, Ida noticed a power glyph on the back of 𝗵𝗲's neck and approached her, determined to uncover the truth behind her abilities. Ida proudly displayed the glyph to the audience, eliciting gasps from everyone present. Willow leaned closer to Gus, whispering that Ida had cheated. Ida gleefully acknowledged the accusation, reveling in the excitement of the convention. Lilith, feeling cornered, defended her actions by claiming she only cheated because she anticipated Ida would do the same. Ida, undeterred, welcomed Lilith to her level of competition. 𝗵𝗲, rubbing the back of her neck, expressed her confusion about the situation, but as she spotted Izuku approaching, she hurried away. Izuku called out to her, but King urgently requested his help. Izuku grunted as he freed King, accidentally tearing through some shirts in the process. King lamented the loss of his offerings, but Izuku reassured him that more would come. He then dashed after 𝗵𝗲, with King trailing behind. Ida was caught up in her own antics, dancing and making a scene, prompting Lilith to chastise her. Ida continued to tease Lilith about her defeat with playful rhymes, which only fueled Lilith's frustration. The tension escalated into a playful scuffle between the two. The scene shifted to the theater entrance, where Izuku emerged, scanning the area until he found 𝗵𝗲 sulking in a shadowy corner. He approached her, apologizing for the embarrassment he had caused. 𝗵𝗲, however, was not in the mood to engage and expressed her frustration about looking foolish in front of the Emperor's coven. She stepped closer to Izuku, demanding he admit to cheating. Izuku, looking down, finally confessed to his mistake. Kneeling beside her, he pulled out a notepad and pencil, drawing a light glyph. As he tapped it, a gentle ball of light appeared, which he held up with a smile. 𝗵𝗲 gazed at the light in awe but quickly dismissed it, claiming anyone could perform a simple light spell. Izuku, feeling disheartened, extinguished the light and began to gather his things. 𝗵𝗲 then surprised him by admitting she had never seen the spell cast in such a way. Izuku explained that while he and 𝗧𝗓 struggled with spellcasting, they had learned to adapt. 𝗵𝗲 sighed and traced a spell circle, pulling Izuku's hand into it. Their hands glowed briefly before the circle vanished. She declared the oath unbound and released his hand, standing up. Izuku asked if it meant they could still learn magic, to which 𝗵𝗲 replied that humans lacked magical ability, but that wouldn't stop him. Izuku, filled with determination, proclaimed that not giving up was his magic, raising his fist in the air. 𝗵𝗲 chuckled before teasing him about technically losing when Lilith exposed him. Izuku defended himself, insisting Ida was the one who cheated. 𝗵𝗲 reminded him of their earlier deal, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in realization. A flashback revealed that if he lost, he would have to go on a date with her. Izuku stammered in disbelief, and 𝗵𝗲, leaning closer, confirmed her seriousness with a smile. Flustered, he asked when the date would be, and she promised to tell him later before walking away. Izuku, still blushing, waved goodbye as 𝗵𝗲 leaned against the wall, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wondered why she had said that, feeling her heart race as she sank to the floor, hiding her face. The scene transitioned to Izuku walking with Ida and 𝗧𝗓, who was carrying King in a tote bag. 𝗧𝗓 asked Ida if she thought she would ever become a true witch. Ida responded that the definition of a true witch was subjective, emphasizing the importance of being one's own witch. 𝗧𝗓 smiled at the encouragement, and Izuku joined in, playfully nudging her shoulder and declaring that she needed to be her own witch, just like him. He dramatically pulled out the demon dweller sword, raising it to the sky. 𝗧𝗓 was taken aback, admitting she wasn't sure she could get used to that, while Izuku laughed, confident in his abilities. The group shared a light-hearted moment as they exited the convention center together, their laughter echoing in the air. In her adorable owl form, Ida reveled in the sensation of victory, feeling oddly fluffy as feathers sprouted from her arms. 𝗧𝗓 noticed the change and called out to Ida, expressing concern about the curse returning. King chimed in, confirming 𝗧𝗓's fears. Ida yelped in surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation. Inside a chest, Ida opened it to find it empty of the potions she needed to manage her curse. She lamented her lack of elixirs, while 𝗧𝗓 reminded her of the last time this happened, showing a picture of the owl beast on her phone. Izuku recalled having to confront Ida during that incident. Ida, despite the situation, found the transformation fierce and acknowledged the need to head to the market. 𝗧𝗓 eagerly stood up, ready to leave, while King declared his intent to take everything not secured. Izuku quickly countered King's enthusiasm. Before they departed, Ida suggested one last game of Hex's Hold'em, only to discover her cards were missing. Izuku produced the cards from his pocket and instructed 𝗓𝗪𝗺 to fly ahead with them, ensuring Ida would follow. As Ida chased after 𝗓𝗪𝗺, the scene shifted to the skyline, where a winged demon soared past. In the market, Ida knocked on a metal grate, calling for Morton to open up. Morton, slightly flustered, took a moment before responding. Meanwhile, King and Izuku joined 𝗧𝗓 on a nearby bench, where they observed the bustling demon realm. 𝗧𝗓 commented on the entertainment of watching the crowds, noting a group of witches at a bus stop. A giant egg rolled up, cracking open to reveal a featherless bird that screeched and took flight. The witches entered the egg, which rolled away just as 𝗓𝗓 rushed in, lamenting her missed opportunity. 𝗧𝗓 remarked on the curse of having tiny legs, and King empathized, while Izuku smugly claimed he couldn't relate. As thundering footsteps approached, 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗔𝗂𝐁 screamed and fled. A witch conjured a spell, incapacitating a nearby demon. 𝗳𝗂, still knocking on the grate, threatened Morton with becoming the next target if he didn't hurry. Finally, Morton opened the grate, apologizing for his delay due to a night spent poison tasting. Izuku whispered to 𝗧𝗓, questioning why Morton felt unwell, which made 𝗧𝗓 stifle her laughter. 𝗳𝗂 expressed her frustration at being out of her elixirs, prompting Morton to offer assistance. As he rummaged through his supplies, the demon hunters continued their pursuit, revealing Willow and Gus, who looked dejected behind her. 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku rushed to greet them, but Willow pointed out that 𝗵𝗲 had excluded them from a moonlight conjuring event. Gus added that 𝗵𝗲 was flaunting her gathering on social media, showcasing a post that declared it a night for friends only, leaving no room for others. 𝗧𝗓, feeling protective, inquired about the situation, while Willow explained the nature of a moonlight conjuring. 𝗧𝗓 excitedly recognized it as a slumber party, and Willow elaborated on the magical aspect of bringing something to life with moon magic. 𝗧𝗓 proposed that she and Izuku could join them, believing they would be more fun than 𝗵𝗲's group. 𝗏𝗧𝗏, overhearing, mocked Willow for not receiving an invitation, while 𝗵𝗲 defended her friend, suggesting it was not Willow's fault for lacking talent. As they departed, Willow's frustration manifested in the form of rising vines. Izuku expressed surprise at the display, while 𝗧𝗓 comforted Willow, assuring her they would have their own moonlight conjuring. Gus eagerly noted it was on his bucket list, and 𝗧𝗓 promised to ask 𝗳𝗓 for permission, despite Izuku's skepticism about her agreeing. Back with 𝗳𝗓 and Morton, the latter revealed he had both bad and good news. He was out of elixirs but complimented 𝗳𝗓's new feathered look. 𝗳𝗓, annoyed, confronted Morton about his timing, while King teased her obsession with Hex's Hold'em. 𝗳𝗓 denied it, questioning if she was winning as cards lay scattered before her. Morton suggested a risky opportunity at the night market, mentioning a stand called 𝗵𝗄 that might have what she needed. 𝗧𝗓 rushed in to share her plan for a moonlight conjuring, but 𝗳𝗓 quickly dismissed the idea, asserting she was going out and needed Izuku and 𝗧𝗓 to watch the house. King, eager to join, was picked up by 𝗳𝗓, who explained that she needed an extra pair of eyes for potential pickpockets. 𝗧𝗓 suggested inviting their friends over, but 𝗳𝗓 firmly rejected the idea. Izuku attempted to persuade her, emphasizing the fun they could have, but 𝗳𝗓 remained resolute, reiterating that a no meant no. Conjuring was silly, sitting in a circle, holding hands. It felt like magic for children. 𝗧𝗓 walked away while carrying King. She turned to Izuku and said that 𝗳𝗓 had agreed to their plan. Izuku, surprised, looked at her with a serious expression. 𝗧𝗓 insisted that 𝗳𝗓 had said yes, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku relented. They needed to hurry because the full moon was rising, an event that only happened once a year. Willow expressed her excitement about finally having enough friends for a moonlight conjuring, thanking 𝗧𝗓 for her support. 𝗧𝗓 reminded them that they could do it at the Owl House, as long as they didn't make a mess or mention it afterward, laughing nervously. Gus and Willow started dancing, chanting about their upcoming conjuring. 𝗧𝗓, feeling embarrassed, whispered to Izuku, asking him not to tell 𝗳𝗓 about their plans. Izuku sighed in defeat, agreeing to keep it a secret. 𝗧𝗓 smiled at him, grateful for his understanding. She decided to talk to Gus and Willow for a while Izuku contemplated the potential power of the swords he had. As 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku walked back to the Owl House, she smiled at him, but then looked nervously at the moon. Inside the Owl House, crickets chirped as 𝗧𝗓 sat on the couch, watching 𝗳𝗓 while Izuku read a scroll. He thanked 𝗬𝗧 for a gift, and in his mind, he expressed gratitude to 𝗬𝗓 for helping him understand the demon language. 𝗳𝗓 announced that Izuku would be in charge while she and King were out, instructing him to keep an eye on 𝗧𝗓 and 𝗬𝗧. 𝗧𝗓 questioned why Izuku was in charge, and 𝗳𝗓 reminded her of past incidents that had caused trouble. Izuku playfully commented on how cute 𝗧𝗓 looked, causing her to hide her face in her hoodie, flustered. 𝗳𝗓 noted that they were perfect for each other, while 𝗬𝗧 chimed in about needing a babysitter. 𝗳𝗓 warned them not to mess up the house, adding a lighter tone before leaving. Once 𝗳𝗓 flew away, Izuku offered to cook for 𝗧𝗓, who happily accepted, realizing she hadn't had his food in a while. As he prepared in the kitchen, 𝗧𝗵 felt a pang of doubt but reassured herself that Willow was counting on her. Suddenly, Gus and Willow appeared from the bushes, revealing their casual outfits. 𝗧𝗵 welcomed them inside the owl house, where 𝗬𝗧 excitedly proclaimed the arrival of guests. Inside, 𝗧𝗵 proudly introduced the living room, pointing out the breathing walls. Willow found it enchanting, while Gus complimented the place. Izuku entered wearing a white apron and bandana, ready to serve food. Gus snapped a photo, impressed by Izuku's appearance. He uploaded the picture to his 𝗵𝗃𝗲 account, and Izuku didn't mind. Meanwhile, at Blight's manor, 𝗧𝗏 showed her friends the photo of Izuku. Bosca dismissed it, but Kat found Izuku cute. Amity recognized him as the one who had challenged her to a witch's duel and was surprised to see him in an apron. 𝗧𝗏 noted that a cute guy who could cook was the perfect boyfriend, and they all reacted to another photo of Izuku holding a bowl of fried rice, confirming his culinary skills. 𝗧𝗏's phone chimed again, displaying another picture on the screen. Amity read the caption, which stated that Izuku had cooked something delicious. Kat commented on how appetizing it looked, and 𝗧𝗏 agreed. Amity expressed her excitement, while Bosca urged everyone to ignore Izuku and focus on their conjuring task. Back at the owl house, Izuku asked how they were supposed to proceed. He, 𝗧𝗵, Gus, and Willow sat in a circle. Willow explained that they needed to find an object to animate, suggesting it should be something meaningful for their first rune. She stood up and walked over to some flowers, admiring their beauty. Gus then pushed the flowers aside to reveal a figurine he was holding. He squeezed it and introduced it as Beefy Bob, who humorously claimed to be half beef, half Bob. Gus proposed using the figurine, and 𝗧𝗏 enthusiastically agreed, though Willow pointed out it wasn't exactly what she had in mind by appealing. They settled on Beefy Bob and placed the figurine in the center of their circle. Izuku announced that their first moonlight conjuring was about to begin, and 𝗧𝗏 hugged him in excitement. Gus declared that tonight, Beefy Bob would rise. As the moon rose in the sky, the figurine sat surrounded by lit candles. Willow recited the incantation from the conjuring books she had read, and the group joined hands. They closed their eyes and chanted, calling upon the moonlight to aid them. Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 looked at each other in confusion as they stumbled over the words. Suddenly, the moon paused in its ascent, and a burst of blue light erupted from it. A similar burst of blue light shot out from the group, spreading throughout the living room and extinguishing the candles. For a brief moment, the light glowed bright red and black before fading. They opened one eye to look at Beefy Bob, and Gus encouraged the figurine to respond. The house trembled, and 𝗬𝗧 blinked, his eyes glowing blue and crackling with black and red energy. 𝗬𝗧 made ghostly sounds, causing birds to flee the area. The foundation of the owl house cracked and lifted, startling the four friends as they lost their balance. The house settled on giant bird legs, leaving the living room in disarray. Izuku checked if everyone was okay, while 𝗧𝗏 rubbed her head after a book fell on her. Willow realized they might have accidentally animated the house. As Izuku processed this, bolts of black and red energy surged around the room, and 𝗬𝗧 continued his ghostly noises. 𝗧𝗏 dashed outside, nearly losing her footing, but Izuku managed to pull her back just in time. Gus and Willow joined them as the house began to walk, prompting them to scream and retreat inside as the door slammed shut. 𝗧𝗏 ran to the door, calling for 𝗬𝗧 to stop. 𝗬𝗧 proclaimed that he had risen by the power of moonlight. Izuku noted that 𝗬𝗧 seemed to be in a trance. The owl house stepped through two trees, causing Gus to yell as he struggled to maintain his balance. Izuku caught him just before he fell. Willow theorized that their magic had spread through the house instead of the doll. As they panicked, a bright blue light returned. 𝗧𝗏 urged 𝗬𝗧 to stop, and the house halted just before it would have walked off a cliff. 𝗧𝗏 and Willow helped Izuku pull Gus back to safety, and they stared at their hands in disbelief. 𝗧𝗏 wondered how they had managed that. She then noticed Izuku gazing up at the moon and realized they needed to hold hands again. They joined hands, glowing once more as the owl house took several steps away from the cliff. Willow exclaimed that they were controlling it with the power of friendship, and possibly the moon. Gus found the situation incredible, though 𝗧𝗏 suggested they should probably stay put. Gus countered that they had a giant walking house and should take it for a joyride. Izuku reminded Luz that they needed to return before Ida got back, whispering that she would be furious. Luz considered their options and then directed the group to guide the owl house forward, cheering in excitement. Unbeknownst to them, a demon hunter observed the house from a distance, growling in response. Meanwhile, Ida wandered through the night market, sighing as she covered her newly sprouted feathers. She needed elixirs quickly and approached a demon sitting beside a crate, asking if he knew where to find a 𝗵𝗲. The demon nodded, and a smaller lizard-like creature emerged from its eye socket, pointing towards a stand radiating a menacing aura. Ida approached it, and the demon consumed the lizard. Back with the owl house, 𝗏𝗧𝗏 walked by, holding a crow with some injuries and a duffel bag. Willow recognized her as the girl who had made fun of them. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 spoke to the crow, expressing her annoyance at her mother for asking about her moonlight conjuring. She released the crow, which cawed as it flew away, and then turned to see the owl house. Willow panicked, wondering what to do, but Luz had an idea. She whispered to Gus, who agreed to help. He traced a spell circle, and a magical megaphone appeared. Luz spoke through it, her voice taking on a ghostly tone as she told 𝗏𝗧𝗏 to stop being mean, calling her a 𝐎𝐻. They all laughed as Luz ducked and covered the megaphone. Izuku sighed, thinking he should have warned Ida about their antics. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 dismissed the talking house, claiming she would just toilet paper it like she had done with the rest of the neighborhood. Luz suppressed her laughter and declared that she was no ordinary house. As they held hands, the owl house stood tall while Luz let out a powerful roar. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 screamed and ran away, and Luz, Gus, and Willow erupted in laughter, celebrating their unexpected victory. Willow suggested they follow 𝗵𝗲𝗄 to her house to showcase their conjuring skills, hoping to demonstrate their talent. Luz gazed at the moon, nearly touching the treetops, and Izuku reminded her that they should return home since the moon was setting, which would affect their magic. Luz agreed, acknowledging it was time to head back. Gus mentioned that 𝗵𝗲𝗄 was updating her Pentagram, and Luz read the caption, which excited her. They decided to go for it. Izuku, feeling uneasy, banged his head against the wall, while the rest of the group cheered. Shadowy figures pursued them as they continued on their way. Meanwhile, Ida approached a stand and peeked through the curtain, seeking someone known as 𝗵𝗲𝗄. A voice ominously revealed itself as 𝗵𝗲𝗄, and the curtain lifted to show a pair of bright yellow eyes belonging to a pig-like demon named 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. He welcomed Ida, showcasing his wares, including weaponry, curses, and jelly beans, which he playfully tossed into the air. King eagerly reached for the jelly beans, but Ida knocked them from his grasp, questioning 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 about his identity. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 introduced himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 𝗵𝗲𝗄 III and asked to be called 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Ida requested some elixirs, handing him an empty bottle. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 claimed he had just stocked up on a wicked brew and quoted a price that left Ida incredulous. She suggested a game of Hex's Hold'em to make things interesting, and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 accepted the challenge with enthusiasm. As the owl house made its way through Bonesborough, people screamed and fled at the sight of the giant moving structure. They arrived at a gate labeled Blight Manor, and Willow expressed her eagerness to show 𝗵𝗲𝗄 a real conjuring. However, a giant rope suddenly appeared overhead, halting their progress. Izuku warned everyone to take cover as a demon hunter signaled for an attack. An arrow shot from a crossbow wrapped around the owl house, trapping it and causing it to tumble onto a cart, while more ropes secured it further. The demon hunter taunted them, and the group gasped in shock as they woke up to find themselves in a precarious situation. The owl house was being pushed through the woods by the demon hunters, and one of them blew a horn from a cliff. Inside the owl house, they were tied together, and Izuku desperately called for 𝗬𝗄𝗏. 𝗬𝗄𝗏 responded with ghostly noises, stating they needed to hold hands to escape. Izuku pleaded for Willow's help, but she hesitated, leaving them all frustrated. Suddenly, the house came to a stop, and as the door creaked open, they braced themselves for what was to come. The demon hunters pushed them out, and Izuku protested against their treatment. One of the hunters plotted to sell the house and its demon, while 𝗬𝗏𝗏 defended himself, claiming he had refined tastes. The demon hunter ordered them to be thrown off the cliff, except for Izuku, whom they intended to capture. As they prepared to execute their plan, Izuku felt a surge of darkness envelop him, transforming his appearance. He warned the demon hunters to leave his friends alone. One of the hunters attempted to subdue him, but Izuku resisted fiercely. Another hunter expressed his twisted dream of tossing kids off cliffs, which left the group in disbelief. Just as they were about to be thrown, Izuku's scream echoed through the forest, revealing his anguish. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏, Gus, and Willow found themselves dangling from a branch on the cliffside. 𝗏𝗏 expressed concern about their fate, while Willow apologized for her longing to impress 𝗵𝗲. She revealed that they had been friends in childhood until 𝗵𝗲's magical powers had distanced them. Gus pointed out that this was not the ideal moment for reminiscing, but Willow felt compelled to explain her motivations. You helped bring a house to life, but 𝗵𝗲 seemed confused about it. Willow smiled as 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged that next to Ida, Willow was the most powerful which she knew, though she wasn't sure how strong Izuku was. Gus confidently stated that he knew his worth. Suddenly, a branch cracked, causing them all to yelp. Gus warned that the tree couldn't hold them much longer. Willow grunted as she freed a hand, reaching for a root. She managed to grab it, her hand glowing green, but then they all felt a wave of dark magic wash over them. The demon hunters screamed in terror as Izuku let out a powerful roar that echoed through the forest, startling the wildlife. 𝗏𝗏 wondered if that was really Izuku. Meanwhile, at the night market, Ida was holding a few 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 cards, with a pile of flaming cards on the counter. King winced at the sight, while Ida accused 𝗵𝗏s of hustling her. 𝗵𝗏s chuckled, revealing that he had a wild card, which leaped onto the counter and growled. He then demanded his prize, choosing King, whom he intended to use as a model for his baby clothes. King protested, insisting he preferred being natural. Ida attempted to cast a spell, but nothing happened, and feathers erupted from her arm. She grunted in frustration, claiming that she could still bite 𝗵𝗏's ankles. 𝗵𝗏s, aware of her identity as the Owl Lady, pulled out her wanted poster and contemplated the reward for turning her in. Ida glared at him, while the scene shifted to the cliff where the owl house stood amidst the wreckage of trees. A terrified demon hunter backed away, questioning what kind of child Izuku was, but before he could finish, a dark wave sent him flying off the cliff. As 𝗏𝗏, Willow, and Gus climbed back up, they encountered an enraged Izuku, half of his body enveloped in black energy, with a wing sprouting from his back and a sword in hand. He charged at the next demon hunter, who tried to defend himself but was swiftly defeated. 𝗏𝗏 felt a surge of dread as Izuku exhaled and looked at her, his black aura slowly dissipating. He was relieved to see her and began to cry, fearing for her safety. 𝗏𝗏 reassured him with a smile, embracing him and calming his fears. They all held hands, and the owl house knelt before them as they entered. Back at the night market, Ida remained chained to the ground while King sulked in a sailor's outfit. Ida apologized, but King insisted he was now called Little Bone Boy. Ida acknowledged her obsession with 𝗏𝗏's hold'em and promised to quit. She even ate one of the cards to prove her commitment. King chuckled and decided to help her escape, but 𝗵𝗏s interrupted, revealing that the Emperor's coven was on its way to take Ida to the conformatorium. He held up an outfit, claiming he had more clothes for King to try on. As loud footsteps approached, 𝗵𝗏s climbed onto the counter, boasting about his power over King. Just then, one of the owl house's feet stepped through 𝗵𝗏s' stand, causing a bottle of Ida's elixir to fall, miraculously intact. 𝗏𝗏s waved from the window, apologizing as the owl house continued down the street. Ida laughed as she sat up, while King backed away from 𝗵𝗏s. Ida realized that the owl house had just walked by. King tossed Ida an elixir, which she caught and drank, using her magic to break the chains around her feet. 𝗵𝗏s panicked as his stand fell apart, cursing Ida and King as they made their escape. The scene shifted back to the owl house, which settled into the crater it had left. In the living room, 𝗏𝗏s opened her eyes, wondering if they had succeeded. 𝗏𝗏 opened the door, joking about the room spinning. 𝗏𝗏s apologized for the chaos, and 𝗏𝗏 expressed his happiness at being included. 𝗏𝗏s then turned her attention to Izuku, who was asleep on the couch. She covered him with a blanket just as Ida and King entered. Ida confronted 𝗏𝗏s, accusing her of holding a moonlight conjuring and animating her house. 𝗏𝗏s admitted to it, and Ida was furious to see Izuku injured. Willow stepped in to defend 𝗏𝗏s, insisting they were all responsible for pushing her to perform the conjuring. Gus supported her, but Ida declared that they would all be punished by cleaning her house. She summoned cleaning supplies that landed in their arms, and despite their apprehension, Ida smiled, praising their efforts and expressing her excitement to join the next year's conjuring. As the kids began to clean, Ida approached Izuku, noting that his injuries were not ordinary and that he had been in a fight. Ida lifted the blanket, revealing Izuku's body marked with cuts, burns, and bruises. She traced a spell circle, a blue light emanating from it, and noted that these wounds were quite severe. As she began to heal Izuku, he stirred awake and looked around, confused. Ida urged him to stay down, insisting that he needed rest while she worked on his injuries. Izuku expressed his concern for her well-being, worried about the curse she bore. Ida reassured him that her curse was manageable and that she had prepared elixirs for such occasions. She handed him one, suggesting that his demon companion was likely responsible for his condition. Izuku gulped down the elixir and recounted a troubling vision he had experienced, where he saw his friends being pushed off a cliff. Ida's eyes widened in shock as Izuku's tears began to flow. He described the feeling of his world crumbling around him, only to awaken later with Luz holding him tightly. Ida comforted him, assuring him that his friends were safe and busy cleaning the house. When Izuku attempted to stand, he winced in pain, prompting Ida to gently push him back down, insisting he needed to rest. After some hesitation, he agreed and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, King approached Ida, expressing disbelief that they had animated an entire house. Ida acknowledged the power of such magic. Gus, speaking to Willow, lamented that they missed the chance to show up 𝗵𝗲. Willow agreed, noting that no one would know about their daring adventures. In 𝗵𝗲's bedroom, a stuffed rabbit sat on the floor as 𝗏𝗃𝗲, 𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗏, and Cat glared at it. 𝗏𝗃𝗲 dismissed their inability to move a doll, claiming they now had time for what truly mattered, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. She summoned her scroll phone, and the others followed suit. 𝗵𝗲, brooding by the window, was drawn to 𝗧𝗏's gasp. 𝗧𝗏 showed her the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 feed, which featured posts of Izuku, Luz, Gus, Willow, and the animated owl house. The group reacted in surprise, leaving the scene open-ended. The scene shifted to the owl house living room, where Luz stood on the couch, reading the 𝗧𝗪 to King. Izuku, seated beside her, noticed Luz's dreamy sighs as she read about 𝗎𝗪 seeking an ally. King teased her about getting swoony, while Izuku reminded her that rivals were meant to challenge one another. Luz wondered about love rivals, prompting Izuku to suggest that was a different matter entirely. King urged Luz to continue reading, and she complied, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly, causing Hooty to announce his arrival. King panicked, insisting they should burn the book, while Izuku jokingly reached for it. Luz playfully slapped his hand away, and as she approached the door, she discovered a basket on the kitchen table. Ida noted that it looked like a gift basket, possibly an offering, and King eagerly revealed a baby inside. Izuku reacted with disgust, while Luz distanced herself, refusing to eat it. Ida dismissed the idea of caring for a baby, but King read a note that promised a handsome reward from the Bat Queen for taking care of the child until morning. Ida recognized the Bat Queen as the wealthiest demon on the Boiling Isles, and they discussed the potential reward for keeping the baby safe. As Luz mused about their adventure in learning about love and life through a child's eyes, Izuku found himself lost in thought. Ida interrupted, reminding him to return the books he had checked out from the library. She summoned the books, which fell into his hands, and Luz urged him to hurry. Ida whispered to King about not wanting to miss out on the reward, and King agreed. Izuku, curious about their conversation, pressed for answers, but King deflected, insisting he return the books. Ida then uncovered the basket fully, revealing that the baby was actually a bat with wings and fangs. The bat let out a loud cry, shaking the house. Ida reconsidered her stance, realizing they might need help. Luz quickly covered Izuku's mouth, apologizing to Ida as she pushed him outside, slamming the door behind them. Ida, left alone, wondered if they could handle the situation, just as the bat jumped at her face. The scene transitioned to Luz and Izuku walking through the streets of Bonesborough. Izuku carried the book, and they spotted Tinella Nosa struggling with a book much larger than herself. They soon arrived at the library, where the books in Izuku's hands began to glow and float toward a spell circle. The librarians noted the books were late as they flew through the circle, beeping in acknowledgement. One librarian remarked on the contents of a book, hinting at a mysterious and intriguing story yet to unfold. "These belong to Ida, don't they?" Louise scoffed lightly and shrugged her shoulder, recalling the wild night they had. The librarian sighed and mentioned that he would add it to her tab, noting that they were closing early for the Wailing Star meteor shower. Louise expressed her curiosity about the event. Izuku, with a deadpan expression, wondered if she truly needed to ask, considering they were in a library. The librarian reminded them that they were indeed in a library and suggested they read a book. Louise turned around, affirming that she would read a book as she walked away, with Izuku following her. The librarian shushed them. As they moved through the library, they encountered a banner that read Demon Decimal System, Do Not Feed. Louise and Izuku rounded a corner and approached the growling card catalogs. Izuku warned Louise not to do anything reckless. However, Louise pulled out a wrapped gumball, giggling mischievously, and declared that he couldn't stop her. She unfurled the candy and fed one of the card catalogs, which eagerly chewed on it for a few moments before spitting out note cards. In the study area, several 𝐒𝐻𝐳𝐬𝐿 students were reading. Louise, standing on a balcony above them, reached for one of the many flying books. Izuku shouted at her not to do that, but Louise screamed as the book she grabbed began to fly away with her still holding on. Izuku urged her not to let go, while the 𝗒𝐻𝐳𝐬𝐿 students shushed them. Louise apologized, and Izuku did the same. In the reference section, witches were watching various things on Crystal Ball. One was learning to fly, another was enjoying a piano cat parody, and a third was stuck on a loading screen, with dial-up internet noises filling the air. Louise and Izuku observed them from behind a bookshelf. Louise marveled at the amazing place, while Izuku noted that it even had the outdated computers reminiscent of home. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗲𝗄's voice interrupted them, asking where they thought they were going. Louise gasped, realizing they had been caught, and suggested they pretend to be books. Izuku pointed out that the comment wasn't directed at them. Louise, curious, moved forward with Izuku right behind her, discovering 𝗵𝗲𝗄 reading to a group of children. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 read a story about friendship, and Louise was surprised to see her so kind and cheerful. She thought about befriending 𝗵𝗲𝗄, inspired by a story she knew. As the children applauded 𝗵𝗲𝗄, Louise peeked over the shelf she was hiding behind. She commented on how nice and smiley 𝗵𝗲𝗄 seemed, and then gasped at the idea of befriending her like 𝐎𝐸𝐲𝐴 did with her rival. Izuku, noticing Louise's hiding, asked why she was doing so. Two kids thanked 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and said goodbye, bumping into Izuku as they left. He reassured them that it was all right and complimented their politeness, which made them laugh and hug him before departing. Izuku stood back up, smiling at the interaction. He noticed Braxas running past him and turned to see 𝗵𝗲𝗄, who blushed and waved shyly at him. He greeted her back with a smile. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, trying to hide her face, spotted Louise peeking out from behind a book. Her usual demeanor returned as she expressed her frustration with Louise. Louise greeted 𝗵𝗲𝗄 cheerfully, but when she accidentally knocked over a book, she commented on 𝗵𝗲𝗄's hidden sweetness beneath her sour exterior. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 clarified that her reading was for extra credit. Izuku, having anticipated the situation, agreed with her. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 picked up the dropped book and told Louise not to cause trouble. Louise suggested that she and Izuku could help with the kids by taking turns reading and doing voices, claiming she had the best monster voice. Izuku pointed out that it was more of a robot voice. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 slammed the book down and confronted Louise, asking if she would appreciate it if 𝗵𝗲𝗄 interrupted her at the owl shack. She expressed her frustration, saying that every time Louise was near, she ended up in trouble. Louise backed away apologetically, feeling saddened by 𝗵𝗲𝗄's words, while Izuku remained behind to speak with her. He gently told 𝗵𝗲𝗄 that Louise deserved a second chance, noting her energy and excitement were part of her charm. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 blushed and brushed off his hand, reluctantly agreeing to try. Suddenly, 𝐻𝗪𝗓 appeared, teasing 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and reminding her not to forget her lunch. He gestured toward Louise, insisting that she was not his friend. Louise looked down, feeling dejected. 𝗵𝗓𝗄 then put an arm around her, commenting that 𝗵𝗲𝗄 seemed too cool for her. 𝐻𝐪𝐿 noticed Izuku and asked who he was. Amity quickly denied any connection, hiding Izuku's face with her lunch bag. Izuku introduced himself, and 𝗵𝗲 recognized him as the one Amity had been talking about at dinner. Amity protested, insisting she hadn't said anything, while 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 exchanged amused glances. 𝗧𝗏, curious, asked what Amity had been saying about Izuku, prompting Amity to scowl at her. 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 exchanged mischievous smiles, and 𝗵𝗲 began to recount a story, but Amity interrupted, insisting they leave. She hurried back to the children's corner, while 𝗵𝗲 chuckled. Izuku glanced back at Amity before turning to the Blight twins, who were still teasing him. As 𝗧𝗏, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗵𝗲 walked away, 𝗬𝗏 asked Izuku if he was coming along. Izuku hesitated, saying he would catch up. 𝗧𝗏 appeared beside him, teasing him about trying to win over Amity. Embarrassed, Izuku told her to be quiet. 𝗧𝗏 laughed, wiping away a tear, and joked that if he kept this up, he would end up with 𝗬𝗏. Confused, Izuku wondered what 𝗬𝗏 was, and 𝗧𝗏 patted his head, telling him not to worry about it as she returned to sleep. Izuku sighed and whispered to himself, pondering the concept of 𝗬𝗏. He, along with 𝗧𝗏, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗵𝗲, wandered through the library. 𝗬𝗏 remarked that they were the humans he had heard so much about, to which Izuku responded affirmatively. 𝗵𝗲 introduced herself and 𝗬𝗏 as Amity's older siblings, mentioning how they had heard about the embarrassing incidents involving Amity at school and the convention center the previous week. This explained why she held a grudge against them. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged the situation, expressing that she hadn't intended for any of it to happen. She thought they were as cool as cucumbers, but it turned out they were more like sour pickles. 𝗵𝗲 dismissed the idea of wasting time with 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku, claiming that she and 𝗬𝗏 were far more entertaining and invited them to follow. 𝗬𝗏 suggested they create some chaos. Izuku felt uneasy about them, sensing mischief in their expressions. He glanced at 𝗧𝗏, realizing she was likely to follow them, and decided he needed to keep an eye on her. The four of them continued on their way. Assign reading fiction. Non-fiction came into view as 𝗬𝗏 traced a spell circle, erasing the word and hiding just as another librarian approached, guiding patrons. The second librarian gestured toward the sign, gasping in shock at the alteration. He questioned whether their world was merely fiction, wondering if his life was real anymore, and sank to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. Izuku felt sympathy for him. Meanwhile, the first librarian was shelving books when one glowed blue and flew back onto the reshelving cart, a phenomenon that occurred repeatedly until 𝗵𝗲 revealed her involvement, prompting laughter from her, 𝗬𝗏, and 𝗧𝗏. 𝗬𝗏 then traced another spell circle, suching the positions of the two librarians. The second librarian, bewildered, lamented the situation as the first librarian fell from a ladder. Izuku scowled at 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲, clearly displeased. 𝗬𝗏 held up a dusty book and blew the dust toward the demon decimal system, causing everyone to sneeze and scatter note cards everywhere. Amity, standing off-screen, called out in frustration, standing next to the first librarian, both with crossed arms. The first librarian looked around, confused, and asked about Gary, the second librarian, who rushed in, horrified at the mess. Izuku seized the opportunity to sneak away unnoticed. Outside the library, 𝗧𝗏 and the twins were unexpectedly pushed out. The first librarian scolded them for making reading too enjoyable and ordered them to stay out. The door slammed shut, but moments later, Izuku emerged, prompting laughter from the three. 𝗵𝗲 playfully punched 𝗧𝗏's shoulder. Izuku, baffled by their amusement, thought about how they had just been kicked out of a library. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her concern that Amity was even angrier with her now, which 𝗬𝗏 found amusing, mimicking how Amity looked when upset. 𝗵𝗲 agreed that they were fun, and they planned to return that night for a book they had forgotten to check out. 𝗬𝗏 mentioned a rumor about the Wailing Star unlocking a rare event, inviting Izuku to join them, but he declined, scowling. 𝗧𝗏, however, was eager to participate. 𝗵𝗲 suggested they meet back at midnight, and the twins departed, leaving 𝗧𝗏 to wave goodbye. Izuku pleaded with 𝗧𝗏 not to join them, expressing his concerns about the twins being pranksters who could bring trouble. 𝗧𝗏, frustrated, pointed out that she was finally making friends in the Boiling Isles, something she hadn't done back home. Izuku questioned her longing to be friends with them, but 𝗓𝗏 insisted she did. He raised his hand to argue but sighed in defeat and walked away. 𝗓𝗏 called out to him, reaching her hand out, but he continued on, hands in his pockets. She sighed, regretting raising her voice at him, and walked away from the library as well. Unbeknownst to them, Amity stood around the corner, having witnessed the entire exchange, her expression filled with concern. In the owl house living room, a baby bat continued to cry, while King, with pillows tied to his head, and Ida, with her hands detached and plugging her ears, struggled to cope with the noise. King lamented the hours of incessant crying, while Ida, despite her annoyance, reminded him to think about the money they could earn. The crying persisted, and as glass bottles shattered, King fell to the floor, pleading for it to stop. Ida sighed, realizing she had to intervene. She picked up the bat, which immediately ceased its cries, leaving both King and Ida in disbelief. Ida remarked on the maternal gesture she had just performed. Izuku entered the house, walking silently to his room with a solemn expression. Ida noticed his demeanor and questioned what was wrong. King shrugged, equally puzzled. Moments later, 𝗓𝗏 entered the owl house, looking sad as she sat beside Ida on the couch. Ida, still rocking the bat, asked why they both seemed down, wondering if something serious had happened. 𝗓𝗏 explained that she and Izuku had a small argument. Ida, intrigued, pressed for details, while King expressed his curiosity as well. Meanwhile, Izuku vented his frustration by punching a door, questioning why 𝗓𝗏 couldn't see his concern for her. 𝗓𝗏 appeared beside him, suggesting he cut her some slack since she didn't have many friends besides him, Gus, and Willow. Izuku acknowledged this but expressed his worry about the twins potentially causing harm to her. 𝗓𝗏 reassured him that the twins wouldn't hurt her, and even if they did, he would likely handle it. Izuku laughed nervously, realizing the truth in 𝗓𝗏's words. After a brief silence, Izuku asked 𝗓𝗏 to explain what had happened during the incident when they brought the house to life. 𝗓𝗏 began to explain that her powers were anti-magic, which leaked from her body, and that she stored much of it in Izuku's swords. Izuku pulled out the Demon Slayer sword, confirming it was the one she meant. 𝗓𝗏 continued, explaining that after the incident involving the twins, Izuku had allowed the anti-magic to leak too much, leading to his transformation. Izuku inquired if he could use that form at will, and 𝗓𝗏 encouraged him to try entering that form again. Izuku focused on the sword, gripping it tightly with his eyes closed, while 𝗓𝗏 urged him to concentrate on channeling the antimana within it. Izuku focused intently on mastering the anti-magic within the sword. He grunted with effort, urging himself to concentrate. As he did, the anti-magic began to seep from the blade, winding its way up his arms and creeping towards his face. He wondered if it was finally working as the energy enveloped him completely before dispersing. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He exhaled in relief, questioning whether he had succeeded. 𝗓𝗏, with a smug smile, suggested he check his reflection. Izuku turned to the mirror in his room, astonished to see the results of his efforts. He celebrated, raising his arms in triumph, but the anti-magic soon faded, returning him to his normal state. He felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. 𝗓𝗏 reminded him that practice makes perfect, and Izuku agreed, grateful for the support he had received. He expressed his appreciation for the incredible power 𝗓𝗏 had given him, acknowledging that without it, he might not have made it this far. 𝗓𝗏 smiled softly in response, and after a moment, she announced her fatigue and vanished back into Izuku's mind. As Izuku exited his room and made his way downstairs, he was met with an unexpected sight. 3 bat babies were crying, while Ida and King struggled to block out the noise. Confused, Izuku covered his ears and questioned how 2 more babies had appeared. Ida explained that 𝗓𝗏 had tickled one of the babies, resulting in the unexpected chaos. Disgusted, Izuku decided to leave them to handle it and wished them luck before closing the door behind him. The bats began to fly around, causing a ruckus and knocking items off the shelves. Ida, holding King, tried to manage the situation while King nervously suggested they were doing it for the money. Ida agreed, dodging a splash of green liquid that hit the wall. Later that night, in the library, 𝗓𝗏 paced anxiously beside a pillar, worried about Izuku's whereabouts. She questioned whether he had been kidnapped or if he had returned to the human realm. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself, but her nerves got the better of her. 𝗵𝗲 encouraged her to keep going, and 𝗧𝗏 fell into a moment of frustration. As they approached the library's front door, 𝗧𝗏 pointed out the no trespassing sign but declared his disregard for rules. He handed 𝗵𝗲 a glowing piece of paper, which she used to unlock the door. To their amazement, the lock expanded, allowing them to enter. Once inside, they found themselves in a dimly lit lobby, where 𝗧𝗏 excitedly pointed out a stained glass window depicting the wailing star, which seemed to weep as it passed. 𝗧𝗏 noticed the books around them starting to glow. She grabbed a book titled Extinct Birds of the Boiling Isles, and as she opened it, the birds within sprang to life, fluttering around the lobby. 𝗧𝗏 realized that the wailing star had magically animated the books. 𝗧𝗏 closed the book, and the birds vanished, leaving them in awe. 𝗧𝗏 then opened a book titled Regal Couture, which magically dressed him and 𝗵𝗲 in elegant clothing, while a peacock flew out. 𝗧𝗏 grabbed a magazine called Which Wears Weekly, which produced a giant sword among other items. They moved to the graphic novel section, where 𝗧𝗏 opened a book, only to be surprised when her words appeared in a dialogue bubble, causing the twins to step back in shock. 𝗧𝗏 continued to explore, picking up another book titled Snowballs, a History. She spotted 𝗧𝗏 with the same book and playfully fired snowballs at him. The playful exchange escalated as 𝗵𝗲 joined in, launching snowballs at 𝗧𝗏, who squealed in surprise. The laughter echoed through the library as they enjoyed their newfound magical chaos. Meanwhile, in the owl house, one of the baby bats was amusingly wielding a mace while another spilled a green potion on the floor. The last bat jumped on the overturned couch, where 𝐻𝐸 and King were hiding. 𝐻𝐸, feeling overwhelmed, decided to take charge by pulling out a knife to slice an apple, declaring it was time for story time. The baby bats gathered around as she began to read from 𝗳𝗏𝗵𝗲 the bookmaker, setting the stage for an enchanting tale. As 𝗻𝗸 read, 𝗧𝗏 took over, continuing the story with enthusiasm. 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 discovered more magical books, bringing characters to life and creating delightful chaos in the library. Together, they embraced the magic of the moment, their laughter ringing out as they enjoyed their adventures. 𝗧𝗏 attempted to grasp her hand, only to feel a sharp sword at his neck. 𝗵𝗲 expressed surprise at the situation. 𝗧𝗏 gulped nervously, feeling the tension rise. Izuku firmly stated that she had said no. 𝗧𝗏 slowly backed away, feeling shaky and muttering that Izuku was no fun. Izuku scowled in response. 𝗧𝗏, puzzled, looked up and noticed a broken window, realizing how it had happened. 𝗧𝗏, with an angry expression, drew claws on 𝗳𝗏𝗵𝗲's page, causing something to stir within the book, but Izuku quickly slammed it shut. He grunted and kicked the book away, declaring he didn't want to see it. 𝗧𝗏 hugged Izuku, apologizing for raising her voice and pleading with him not to be upset. Izuku hugged her back, assuring her he could never be mad at her. 𝗵𝗲 found the moment cute, while 𝗧𝗏 hesitantly agreed. 𝗵𝗲 questioned if he was still scared, to which 𝗧𝗏 snapped that of course he was. 𝗵𝗲 dismissed the moment, insisting they hadn't come to doodle, and led the way, with Izuku following. The book Izuku had kicked landed face down, and a clawed hand emerged from it, growling ominously. They soon found themselves in the romance section, where 𝗧𝗏 marveled at the Boiling Isles romance books. Izuku was surprised they had such titles and picked one up, reading the title Love on First Fight. 𝗧𝗏 smirked, claiming he was interested in it. He pulled another book titled The Lone Witch and Secret Room, causing the bookshelf to shift and reveal a hidden room. 𝗧𝗏 exclaimed in excitement, while Izuku felt a sense of foreboding. Unbeknownst to 𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗵𝗲, Izuku discreetly readied his demon dweller sword, preparing for any potential danger. As they entered the secret room, the twins leaned against the entrance. 𝗧𝗏 admired the clubhouse, calling it her ultimate secret hideaway. 𝗧𝗏 joked about their lack of library hangouts, while 𝗵𝗲 chimed in with playful remarks. Izuku, feeling frustrated, questioned why they were there. 𝗧𝗏, sensing tension, looked around nervously and noted that they didn't seem to have any diaries. 𝗧𝗏 mentioned that Mittens had become too self-assured, constantly reporting them for skipping class. 𝗵𝗲 agreed that Mittens needed to learn a lesson, and they planned to find her diary. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they could post the pages around school for everyone to see, and they both laughed. Izuku expressed his disapproval, arguing that it was cruel to humiliate 𝗵𝗲. The twins began searching the room, but Izuku stopped them, insisting they shouldn't make 𝗵𝗲's life miserable. 𝗧𝗏, trying to defuse the situation, pointed out that she didn't see any diaries. Just then, she spotted a series of books titled 𝗧𝗫 and was thrilled to discover they were available on the Boiling Isles. She grabbed one, noticing the cover featured 𝗵𝗲 dressed as 𝗎𝗎. As she opened it, a small holographic version of 𝗵𝗲 emerged from the pages, revealing her thoughts. 𝗧𝗏 was taken aback by what she heard, realizing 𝗵𝗲 had feelings for someone she had seen with a human girl. Izuku, unaware of the holographic 𝗵𝗲's words, asked what was wrong. 𝐒𝐻𝗧 inquired about 𝗧𝗏's discovery, but she quickly hid the diary behind her back, claiming it was nothing. The diary suddenly glowed blue and flew from her grasp, landing in 𝗵𝗲's hands. 𝗒𝗧 opened it, revealing more of 𝗵𝗲's private thoughts, which made Izuku even more upset. He took the diary from them, asserting that 𝗵𝗲 didn't deserve to be humiliated. Just then, 𝗵𝗲 appeared at the door, catching them in the act. 𝗧𝗏 nervously tried to explain, while 𝗵𝗲 teased 𝗵𝗲 about her protective boyfriend. 𝗵𝗲, flustered, denied the claim. Izuku threw the diary to her, revealing the twins' plan to post her private thoughts around school. 𝗵𝗲, angered, called out her siblings for their behavior but thanked Izuku for his intervention before leaving the secret hideaway in a hurry. 𝗧𝗏 chased after her but stopped, feeling defeated. 𝗵𝗲 lamented the loss of fun, while 𝗒𝗧 suggested they go goblin tipping instead. 𝗵𝗲 encouraged 𝗧𝗏 to join them, but 𝗧𝗏 insisted she needed to talk to 𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 winked at Izuku as she left, and 𝗒𝗧 followed her, teasing about her flirting. 𝗵𝗲 urged everyone to be quiet as she and 𝗒𝗧 departed. Izuku quickly followed after 𝗧𝗏, leading to a random aisle of books where 𝗵𝗲 was walking. 𝗧𝗏 turned the corner and called out to 𝗵𝗲, while Izuku also rounded the corner, pleading for 𝗵𝗲 to allow 𝗧𝗏 to explain herself. 𝗵𝗲 expressed her confusion about 𝗧𝗏's intentions, feeling embarrassed and frustrated. 𝗧𝗏 insisted that 𝗵𝗲 listen, but 𝗵𝗲 demanded she leave before the situation escalated. Suddenly, thundering footsteps echoed through the aisle. Both Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 looked around in surprise. The monstrous figure of 𝗳𝗏, brought to life by 𝗒𝗧's drawing, snarled as it entered the aisle, its heart beating loudly, causing the book it held to pulse ominously. 𝗵𝗲 recognized 𝗳𝗏, but before she could react, another monster appeared, staring at 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 before turning to Izuku with a creepy smile. 𝗵𝗲's eyes widened in fear as she questioned the identity of the new monster. 𝗧𝗏, equally confused, looked to Izuku for answers, but he was sweating and hyperventilating, clearly distressed. 𝗧𝗏 rushed to his side as he collapsed to one knee, urging him to explain what was wrong. In a hushed voice, he warned them to run. 𝗵𝗲 was taken aback, but Izuku insisted they needed to flee. He stood up just as the other monster swiped at him, sending him crashing outside the library. 𝗧𝗏 called out to Izuku in alarm, but the creature merely glanced at her before turning its attention back to him. 𝗧𝗏 was about to charge at the monster, but 𝗵𝗲 stopped her, insisting they needed to deal with 𝗳𝗏 first. 𝗧𝗏 argued that they had to help Izuku, but 𝗵𝗲 insisted it was too dangerous to confront the creature. Frustrated, 𝗧𝗏 reluctantly agreed to focus on 𝗳𝗏 first. The scene shifted to Izuku lying on his back outside the library, injured. He struggled to his feet as the monster approached him. Izuku recognized 𝗧𝗪𝗪 and transformed into his demon form, confronting the creature. 𝗧𝗪𝗪 greeted him with a mischievous smile, taunting Izuku about finding a new host. Izuku, furious, demanded to know why 𝗧𝗪𝗪 was there, recalling that he had defeated him before. 𝗧𝗪𝗪 laughed, claiming he was back to win this time. He charged at Izuku, slashing at him with sharp claws. Izuku blocked the attack and retaliated, declaring that he would not lose this time. He pulled out both the Demon Slayer sword and the Demon Dweller sword, dashing at 𝗧𝗪𝗪 and striking him down. Izuku laughed, mocking 𝗧𝗪𝗪's defeat. However, 𝗧𝗪𝗪 quickly used his magic to heal himself, causing Izuku to grow frustrated. As the battle continued, 𝗧𝗪𝗪 summoned a powerful sword, similar to Izuku's, and charged at him, cutting off Izuku's arm. Izuku screamed in pain, collapsing as he held his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. 𝐔𝐻𝐽 approached him, taunting him about his new host resembling the old one. Despite his injuries, Izuku reached for the Demon Destroyer sword that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had discarded. He managed to grab it and stood up, determined to confront 𝗧𝗪𝗏 once more. Izuku pointed the sword at 𝗧𝗪𝗏, challenging him for his earlier actions. As the anti-magic enveloped him, Izuku transformed back into his demon form, ready to fight. With a surge of power, he charged at 𝗧𝗪𝗏, vowing to surpass his limits and destroy him. The battle raged on, and Izuku, breathing heavily, realized he had become stronger. He admired his new anti-magic arm, feeling a surge of excitement. As he celebrated his newfound strength, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, reminding him of his injuries. Izuku sat down, leaning against a tree trunk, watching the sunrise. The peaceful moment was interrupted when 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 rushed to his side, embracing him tightly. 𝗏𝗏 cried, expressing her worry for him, while Izuku comforted her, assuring her he was fine. He turned to 𝗵𝗲, apologizing for causing her distress. 𝗵𝗲 wiped her tears and scolded him, urging him not to put himself in danger again. As they prepared to leave, 𝗏𝗏 noticed Izuku's new arm and continued to cry. Izuku encouraged her to go home, and as they stood up, 𝗏𝗏 clung to him. He laughed nervously, asking her to let go, and she reluctantly released him, wiping her tears away. 𝗏𝗏 apologized for her worry, and Izuku reassured her that it was okay, telling her not to dwell on it. 𝗵𝗲 glanced at the two of them with a hint of awkwardness. Izuku noticed her and suggested that she should head home, reminding her that her parents might be worried. 𝗵𝗲 agreed, but before leaving, she handed Izuku a piece of paper and quickly walked away. Izuku looked at the paper, realizing it had a number on it, and felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, surprised that she had given him her number. 𝗏𝗏 urged them to go home, and they entered the owl house together. Inside, they found Ida, King, and the bat babies peacefully asleep on the green couch, with Ida cradling the bat babies and King resting on her lap. 𝗏𝗏 smiled at the scene, while Izuku laughed and took a picture, planning to use it later as leverage. 𝗏𝗏 shook her head at him, then pointed out that they were ignoring Izuku's new arm. He explained that a monster had cut off his arm, but he reassured her that 𝗏𝗏 had healed him. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback but accepted his explanation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 𝗬𝗲 announced his presence. A large head with bat wings crawled into the living room, and Izuku marveled at the sight, realizing she must be the Bat Queen. She introduced herself with enthusiasm, and as she whistled, the bat babies woke up and flew to her, snuggling into her hair. The Bat Queen tossed a treasure chest that opened to reveal a multitude of snails, claiming they were for Ida. After squeezing back out of the doorway, she flew away, leaving 𝗏𝗏 to close the door. Ida, still half asleep, woke up in a panic, searching for the bat babies. 𝗏𝗏 mimed flying away, and Ida lamented that she had just taught Junior how to pick locks. Izuku smiled, crossing his arms as 𝗏𝗏 presented Ida with a book titled Coping with Empty Nest Syndrome. Ida chuckled and thanked 𝗏𝗏, then asked how their night had gone. 𝗏𝗏 described it as good, then bad, and maybe good again, while Izuku excitedly raised his new arm, drawing all from Ida and King. Ida inquired how it had happened, and Izuku explained that his arm had been cut off but had somehow grown back. Just then, 𝗬𝗏 popped in again, eager to share his night, but 𝗏𝗏, Izuku, and Ida all expressed their disinterest. King added that no one wanted to hear about it, leaving the scene on a humorous note. The scene shifted to a classroom labeled Human Appreciation Society, where various items from the human realm were displayed, albeit incorrectly labeled. Gus proudly presented a paperclip, claiming it was one of the most valued human objects, useful for compiling printed wisdom and even mimicking the sounds of the ocean. He walked over to the chalkboard, lamenting that the paperclip was a testament to human ingenuity, and asked if anyone had questions. Turning to the rest of the club, Gus noticed that most members were bored and falling asleep. 𝗵𝗲 raised his hand, questioning Gus's definition of human artifacts. Confused, Gus listened as 𝗵𝗲 dismissed his items, claiming they were not real treasures. He emptied his bag onto the desk, revealing a painted rock, an egg with a skull design, and a mud shoe, all labeled humorously. The other club members gasped in excitement and leaned in closer. 𝗵𝗲 encouraged them to touch his objects, boasting that his old club had no silly rules. Gus, alarmed, tried to maintain order, insisting that 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿's items were not genuine. The club erupted in chatter, with some supporting 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿's claim to the presidency of the club. Gus, feeling cornered, proposed bringing in an expert to settle the debate. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿 scoffed at the idea, doubting Gus could find anyone more knowledgeable than them, especially since humans were long gone. Gus, however, confidently declared that he knew 2 humans, leaving everyone in shock. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿 challenged him to bring them in the next day, and as Gus left the club, he felt a mix of pride and anxiety about what he had just promised. The scene transitioned back to the owl house, where 𝗧𝗓 and 𝗓𝗓 were rummaging through boxes while King lounged on the couch. 𝗧𝗓 expressed her longing to attend school with Gus but reminded him that she was banned from 𝐎𝐻𝐳𝐵. Izuku questioned why they needed both of them, and 𝗓𝗓 commented that 𝗧𝗓 had no future at 𝐎𝐻𝐳𝐵. Gus, embracing his identity as a dweebus, accepted the teasing. Izuku then asked 𝗓𝗓 why she had allowed him to join 𝐎𝐻𝐳𝐵, to which she replied that it was initially to have him help with chores before his transformation. Now that you have magic, it seems I can't manage training both you and 𝗧𝗓. Izuku responded with a simple acknowledgement. 𝗓𝗓 continued, expressing her longing for 𝗧𝗓 to take care of King and Hooty instead of herself. 𝗧𝗓 protested, while Izuku chuckled at the exchange. 𝗧𝗓 mentioned her eagerness to visit 𝗎𝐻𝐳𝐵, preferring it over unpacking boxes with 𝗓𝗓. 𝗓𝗓, standing up, teased 𝗧𝗓 about her cleverness. King excitedly encouraged a fight, but 𝗓𝗓 dismissed him, reminding him that it was the bad girl coven and that he likely didn't want it on the t-shirt order. 𝗓𝗓 then revealed a drawing of a t-shirt as rock music played in the background. 𝗧𝗓 insisted she didn't care about t-shirts, she wanted to learn magic, gesturing to Gus, who could teach her at 𝗎𝗄𝐳𝐵. 𝗓𝗓 begrudgingly replied that she didn't want to hear another word about 𝗎𝗄𝐳𝐵 unless it was something positive, then stormed into the owl house, slamming the door behind her. King, amused, declared he would go rub it in, laughing as he ran inside and closed the door. Gus then approached 𝗧𝗓, revealing that he had used his HAS presidential authority to lift her ban. Izuku was surprised, and Gus confirmed that 𝗧𝗓 had been granted a full pardon. 𝗧𝗓 was ecstatic, shaking Gus in excitement and declaring she would be there the next day. Gus agreed, and they both entered the owl house, celebrating Gus's success with a little dance. Hooty complimented Gus's moves, startling him as he often forgot Hooty was around. Hooty playfully booped Gus, who felt optimistic about the situation. Inside the owl house, 𝗧𝗓 excitedly shared the news with Izuku about both of them going to 𝗎𝗳𝐵. Izuku, however, appeared skeptical, expressing doubts about Gus's claim of lifting the ban. 𝗧𝗓 reassured him that Gus must have just forgotten to mention it. The next day, Gus stood outside 𝗎𝗳𝐵, feeling confident about handling any potential issues. Willow was less optimistic, pointing out that Gus had lied to 𝗧𝗓 about the ban. Gus insisted that the members were becoming unruly, and he had to act. Willow warned him about the ban posters around the school, and Gus dismissed them, pulling out the posters from his bag. He expressed concern about Izuku discovering that he had put 𝗧𝗓 in danger, recalling a past incident that left him shivering. Gus reassured Willow that Izuku would never find out, revealing a cowl to keep 𝗧𝗓 undercover. 𝗧𝗓 and Izuku were confused about what she needed to be undercover from, but Gus excitedly presented the cowl, which 𝗧𝗓 admired. Izuku greeted Willow, who responded positively. 𝗧𝗓 commented on the cowl's smell, which reminded her of the boiling aisles. Izuku noted it was a bit dirty, brushing off some dust. Gus encouraged 𝗧𝗓 to wear the cowl to hide her ears until the big reveal, and 𝗧𝗓 embraced the idea, throwing confetti and declaring they would bring the razzle and dazzle. Willow and Gus exchanged glances, unsure about 𝗧𝗓's confetti habit. Gus's watch suddenly made a loud noise, startling him, and he quickly announced it was time to go. He dragged 𝗧𝗓 away as Izuku followed, bidding farewell to Willow with wishes for safety and good choices. Back at the owl house, 𝗓𝗓 was outside, feeling down about protecting 𝗧𝗓. She lamented that 𝗎𝗳𝐵 often took unique individuals and turned them into something bland. Hooty chimed in with his own perspective, and 𝗓𝗓 expressed frustration at his unhelpfulness. Hooty reminded her that he had turned out fine under her guidance, which made 𝗓𝗓 determined to get 𝗧𝗓 into school. Meanwhile, in the hallways of 𝐎𝐽𝐽, a beast-keeping student lost his backpack to some mischievous classmates. As they laughed, a school guard sniffed the air, sensing trouble. The backpack fell to the ground as one of the students was caught by a hook. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted the guards had become more vigilant since their last visit, and 𝗧𝗪 nervously suggested they should run. 𝗧𝗪 accidentally bumped into 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿, causing 𝗧𝗪𝗧's wanted posters and his HAS president crown to spill out of his bag. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 scolded 𝗧𝗪 for not watching where he was going, and he commented on 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Izuku, suggesting they were just more witchlings. Izuku retorted with a smirk, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and 𝗧𝗪 looked shocked at his boldness. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 challenged Izuku, who confidently responded, making it clear he wasn't intimidated. 𝗧𝗪, worried about the confrontation, pulled on 𝗧𝗪𝗧's ears to distract her. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 revealed herself dramatically, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 was taken aback to see a human. 𝗧𝗪 excitedly pointed out that there were 2 humans, and they were here to authenticate 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿's treasures. He reclaimed his crown and walked past 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿, mentioning they would meet at the gathering. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Izuku followed him, but before they moved on, Izuku raised his middle finger in a playful gesture. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 scoffed, sinking to the floor in distress, fearing that his secret would be discovered. If they found out he had lied, he would never be elected president, and he shuddered at the thought of that other guy. He picked up one of 𝗧𝗪𝗧's wanted posters that 𝗧𝗪 had overlooked, laughing to himself as he realized he had the upper hand. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Izuku trailed behind 𝗧𝗪𝗧. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 inquired about a moment that had just passed, while Izuku, back to his usual self, expressed uncertainty about whether he had scared her. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 reassured him, insisting that he looked adorable, which made Izuku blush and shyly ask her not to say such things unexpectedly. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 chuckled at his reaction. Outside 𝗎𝐽𝐽, Ida gazed up at the school building, the wind howling around her. She recalled having a similar nightmare before and entered the building. Inside the hallways, 𝗧𝗪𝗧, in his role as president of the HAS, felt conflicted about teasing one of his fellow members but couldn't help himself as he danced with excitement, declaring he had been practicing. Izuku complimented 𝗧𝗪𝗧 on his moves, to which 𝗧𝗪 responded with gratitude. Suddenly, the school guard appeared around the corner, prompting 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to grab 𝗧𝗪𝗧's hands and dash away, with Izuku following closely behind. Izuku questioned the urgency, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 explained they needed to reach the clubroom quickly. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 playfully demanded a full tour next time, to which 𝗧𝗪𝗧 agreed with a laugh. They halted when they spotted the abomination track professor, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 decided to introduce herself and apologize for a previous incident. As 𝗧𝗪𝗧 approached the professor, she greeted him, hoping he remembered her. The professor raised an eyebrow, and 𝗧𝗪𝗧 seized the opportunity to suggest they had time for a full tour of 𝗎𝐽𝗽, pushing 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Izuku away. The scene shifted to Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿's office, where Ida retrieved a pencil from a mug, reminiscing about the last time she had sat there. She reclined in the chair, crossing her feet next to Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿's nameplate, and noted how strange it was without him reprimanding her for her past mischief. Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿, however, quickly reminded her that he could easily change that. He used magic to shift her position, and Ida grunted in surprise. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 inquired about her presence, and Ida, sitting up and fixing her hair, expressed her longing to enroll her children. Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 recalled that Izuku was already enrolled, prompting Ida to clarify that she meant 𝗧𝗪𝗧. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 surprisingly agreed, suggesting that the student body could benefit from having such an exchange student, praising Izuku's potential. Ida grinned, recalling a moment when Izuku demonstrated incredible strength while chopping firewood. She marveled at how effortlessly he split a large log in 2, realizing that if he harnessed his strength, he could accomplish remarkable feats. She hoped no one would provoke him at 𝗎𝐽𝗽, as even the owl beast might struggle to contain him. Returning to the present, Ida shook her head as Principal 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 reminded her that there were still matters to address. Ida leaned back on the desk, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 magically turned her upside down without breaking his focus. He retrieved a stack of files, and Ida realized he wasn't referring to her children but to her past misdeeds, including necrotic experiments and other troubles she had caused. Ida protested, claiming she had already cleaned up the graffiti when enrolling Izuku, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿 pointed out that she hadn't addressed her other messes. As he dropped the pile of papers on the desk, Ida glanced at the top page, which read Permanent Record, 𝗲𝗏𝗏 Clawthorne. She smirked, surprised there wasn't more. The scene shifted to the pitch, where basketball hoops stood on either side. 𝗧𝗏 was on the court while Gus, Izuku, and 𝗧𝗏 watched from the stands. Gus explained that this was where they played sports, just as 𝗧𝗏 ran for the ball, only to be intercepted by a griffin. She screamed, and the griffin screeched in response. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her frustration with the game, and the griffin dropped her into one of the hoops, prompting applause from Gus and 𝗧𝗏 while Izuku looked on in confusion. As a school guard approached, Gus quickly dragged 𝗧𝗏 away, with Izuku following. They passed a door, and 𝗧𝗏 curiously looked through the window, spotting a room filled with plants. Izuku identified it as the plant homeroom, and Gus confirmed it. Inside, students in plant track uniforms tended to the greenery, and a carnivorous plant unexpectedly consumed one of them. Willow rushed over, tickling the plant's stem, which laughed and released the student unharmed. 𝗧𝗏 greeted Willow, who waved back, but Gus's demeanor changed, prompting him to pull 𝗧𝗏 away again. They soon arrived at a room filled with mirrors, where Gus explained it was the illusion track homeroom. The professor evaluated several students, one of whom was struggling with their spell circle and accidentally removed their face. The professor quickly restored it, and 𝗧𝗏 questioned who the other Gus was across the hall. Gus revealed that it was one of his illusions, which took notes for him when he was absent, and the illusion humorously held up a paper that read, "I'm not paying attention." The illusion laughed as it pointed at Gus, who mentioned that he didn't always follow instructions. Izuku remarked that it was a bad habit and suggested that Gus should attend his classes. Gus replied that he had advanced a couple of grades. Suddenly, Gus's watch emitted a loud sound, prompting him to exclaim that it was time for the HAS meeting. Izuku decided to accompany them to see the HAS clubroom. Gus and 𝗧𝗏 raced ahead, while Izuku sighed and followed. The illusion watched them nervously, especially as the real Gus mimed a dramatic gesture before casually walking away. The illusion began to play along as they headed to class. Upon reaching the HAS clubroom, Gus, 𝗧𝗏, and Izuku stood outside. The members inside were banging on the table, chanting enthusiastically. Izuku whispered to 𝗧𝗏, expressing his concern that they seemed more interested in devouring them than anything else. 𝗧𝗏 encouraged him to lighten up, but Izuku pointed out the danger they were in, being just one bad day away from trouble. 𝗧𝗏 reassured him that it would be fine. Gus entered the clubroom first, introducing the Human Appreciation Society with a flourish. 𝗧𝗏 made a grand entrance, almost losing her balance before recovering and removing her hood. Izuku followed confidently, striking a pose that impressed the club members. Gus invited 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku to inspect the items on the table. 𝗧𝗏 eagerly accepted the challenge, wanting to determine if the items were from her realm. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡, feeling anxious, interrupted them, knocking some items off the table and warning them to stop. He confessed that he had been pretending to be someone he wasn't in order to make friends, but it had only caused trouble. 𝗧𝗏 and Gus exchanged glances while Izuku regarded 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 with suspicion. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 explained that he thought being important would earn him friends, but it had backfired. 𝗧𝗏 comforted him, stating that it was okay to be human, while Gus assured him that he had a place in the HAS. The other members echoed their support, expressing their admiration for his honesty. However, Izuku suddenly pointed out that 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 was still lying. The room fell silent as everyone turned to him in shock. Ida, meanwhile, was reluctantly cleaning up graffiti at the school, grumbling about the task. Principal Bump handed her a mop, reminding her of the mess she had made. Ida struggled with the graffiti, which seemed to evade her efforts, leading to more frustration. Back in the HAS clubroom, 𝗧𝗏 asked Izuku what was wrong. He reiterated his belief that 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 was still being dishonest. Gus questioned 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡's delay in confessing, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 stammered that he wasn't sure if they wanted to be friends. Izuku pressed him to explain why he hadn't asked sooner, accusing him of caring more about popularity than genuine friendship. Before 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 could respond, the door to the clubroom burst open, and two school guards entered. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 pointed at 𝗧𝗏, claiming she was the intruder, while the guards sniffed the air, sensing trouble. 𝗧𝗏 protested that the ban had been lifted, urging Gus to back her up. However, chaos ensued as 𝗧𝗏 was dragged away, calling for Gus, who was also caught by a guard. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 taunted Gus, questioning who the liar was now. Izuku shouted for 𝗧𝗓𝗧, directing his anger at 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡. Suddenly, dark markings appeared on Izuku's face, hinting at his inner turmoil. He vowed to hunt 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 down once he was free. Meanwhile, Willow was tending to the carnivorous plants in the homeroom, reflecting on whether she had been too hard on Gus. She was interrupted by the sounds of 𝗧𝗓𝗧 and Izuku's cries for help as they were taken away. In the hallway, 𝗧𝗓𝗧 asked where they were being taken, and the guards replied that it was for detention. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 tried to remain optimistic, but Izuku warned her not to underestimate the situation. They stopped in front of a large door with ominous eyes that opened to reveal a terrifying mouth. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 screamed, while Izuku seethed with anger, feeling trapped. Back in the HAS room, Gus confronted 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡, furious about his actions. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 mockingly expressed his lack of remorse, revealing his true longing for power and drama. Gus prepared to retaliate, but the situation escalated when a bell rang, causing water to spray everywhere. As they were dragged away by a guard, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 protested, claiming he was innocent. Willow peeked around a corner as they passed, and the detention door growled ominously as it closed behind them. Inside, 𝗧𝗓𝗧 clung to Izuku, expressing her disbelief that the ban had been lifted. Izuku, filled with rage, warned Gus about the consequences of his actions. Gus attempted to stand, but the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a terrifying abyss filled with teeth and tendrils. Inside the building, students were present. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 screamed as she clung tightly to Izuku, who felt a blush rise to his cheeks. Izuku, along with his inner voice 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡, felt overwhelmed by her closeness, while 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 urged him to calm down and focus on escaping. They transitioned to the cafeteria, where students noticed the doors opening, revealing a thick fog rolling in. Iida entered, with ghosts trailing behind her, and dropped a writing bag at Principal 𝗵𝗃's feet. Iida strained as she announced that the girls' changing room was now free of ghosts. Principal 𝗵𝗃 questioned if she was ready to give up, pulling a ghost from Iida's hair and indicating that she had barely made progress. Iida growled and turned to see a student assisting 𝗧𝗪 with a spell. A boy instructed 𝗧𝗪 on how to summon a fireball, which unexpectedly transformed into a snowball that splattered onto the table. 𝗧𝗪 gasped in surprise and attempted the same spell, exclaiming in delight as they embraced each other, celebrating their newfound friendship. Iida remarked that they were just as chaotic as 𝗧𝗓𝗧 and mused that 𝗧𝗓𝗧 would love it there. Turning back to Principal 𝗵𝗃, she asked what the next step was, to which he grinned and held up a plunger, prompting a groan from Iida. Back in detention, Izuku and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 expressed their frustration about the design of the place, while 𝗧𝗓𝗧 questioned how this could be considered detention, feeling it was more like a punishment. Gus admitted he had never been in detention before, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 welcomed them to his world, sharing that he had spent plenty of time in detention at his previous school. Izuku and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 found that hard to believe, while 𝗧𝗓𝗧 called 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 a JRK. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 declared himself king of detention and insisted they follow his orders to escape. Suddenly, a snake emerged from a hole, wrapping a blue tendril around 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡's ankle. He grunted in surprise and was pulled down, prompting 𝗧𝗓𝗧 to call out his name while Izuku and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 expressed relief at his departure. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 confronted Gus, accusing him of lying about the ban, to which Gus admitted he had acted out of fear. He shared how being younger made him feel overlooked and how he wanted to matter at 𝐻𝐻𝗧. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on Gus's shoulder, expressing understanding and wishing he had been honest. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 agreed, and Gus smiled at them both, determined to make amends. As snakes began to slither up from the hole, Gus proposed a plan to make it up to them. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 yelped as a snake rose, but she quickly kicked it and declared her readiness to start. Izuku insisted the plan better be good, throwing a snake against the wall. Gus emphasized the importance of leaving no one behind and jumped into the hole, with 𝗧𝗓𝗧 and Izuku following. They landed on an eye, bouncing off and hitting the ground. They quickly pulled down the pod that 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 was trapped in, where a mysterious voice declared he would be a good student. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗡 echoed the sentiment, and 𝗧𝗓𝗧, biting the pod, remarked that it tasted better than expected. She then reminded Izuku of his magical abilities, urging him to use them. As Izuku pulled out the demon dweller sword, he warned 𝗧𝗓𝗧 not to bite the pod and confirmed it was made of magic. After tapping the pods with the sword's hilt, They burst open, releasing 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴, who remained in a trance. Izuku hoisted him over his shoulder, telling him to be quiet, and declared he would deal with him later. Surrounding them, several snakes hissed, and 𝗏𝗏 questioned if this was part of the plan. 𝐎𝐩 suggested it was more of an illusion of a plan and began drawing a magic circle, creating several clones of themselves. One snake flicked its tongue at an illusion of 𝐎𝐻, causing it to vanish. 𝐎𝐻 picked up a giant bone, and the trio climbed out of the hole, pursued by the snakes. 𝐎𝐻 reached the top first, taking 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 from Izuku, while 𝗏𝗏 kicked a snake in the face and then spun to kick another. 𝐎𝐻 struck a third snake with the bone before they all ran. Izuku used the demon dweller sword to slice through multiple snakes as they made their way to the door. 𝐎𝐻 declared they needed to break it down, and Izuku agreed, picking up 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 again to follow him. As they approached the door, 𝗏𝗏 realized it wasn't budging, prompting 𝐎𝐻 to encourage them to push harder. Izuku assessed their situation, determined to take action. He handed 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 to 𝐎𝐻 and prepared himself for a transformation, feeling his teeth sharpen and horns grow as anti-magic enveloped him, a wing sprouting from his back. He declared they were going to break through, acknowledging he might be knocked out afterward and asking 𝗏𝗏 to take care of him. With a fierce cry, Izuku swung the demon dweller sword at the door. Outside, Willow was sneaking toward the door, straining to lift the crossbar. She froze upon hearing 𝗎𝗏, who had just finished cleaning up graffiti and apologizing for past misdeeds. Principal 𝗵𝗃 expressed excitement about having 2 human exchange students, while 𝗎𝗏 asked if he would keep the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 out of it. Principal 𝗵𝗃 assured her that 𝐒xide was a safe place for them. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted their conversation, and Willow ran from the door as something broke through, sending dust into the air. Principal 𝗵𝗃, 𝗎𝗏, and Willow rushed toward the source of the commotion, where 𝐎𝐻 and 𝗏𝗏 emerged from detention, with 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴 in tow. 𝗎𝗏 questioned what had happened, while Principal 𝗵𝗃 wondered who had broken the door. 𝗏𝗏, breathing, revealed that it was Izuku. As a shadowy figure emerged from the dust, it became clear that it was Izuku in his half-demon form, who gasped and collapsed to his knees, his transformation fading as he returned to normal. Looking up at them, he smiled tiredly, and 𝗏𝗏 rushed to help him to his feet. 𝗎𝗏 asked what he had done, curious about the extent of his actions. Izuku had much to say, but he paused, curious about 𝗎𝗏's presence. 𝗎𝗏, wearing a smug smile, revealed that she had successfully enrolled 𝗏𝗏 in 𝗧𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 was ecstatic, her excitement palpable. However, their moment was interrupted by Principal 𝗵𝗃, who snapped his fingers, causing the hissing snakes to freeze in place. Apologizing to the principal, the snakes retreated, leaving 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku bewildered. Principal 𝗵𝗃 confronted them, questioning their actions. 𝗎𝗏, exasperated, expressed disbelief at the chaos her students had caused. The principal, unimpressed, ordered 𝗎𝗏 to take her students and leave, declaring them banned from the campus. 𝗎𝗏 grunted in frustration and urged 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku to follow her. As they began to exit, 𝐎𝐻 interjected, defending 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku. He explained that he had informed them about 𝗏𝗏's ban being lifted and admitted that the conflict stemmed from their disagreement over the Human Appreciation Society. Taking responsibility, he offered to accept their punishment. Principal 𝗵𝗃 considered 𝗏𝗏's proposal and, after a moment, decided that, barring any further trouble, 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku would be officially enrolled in 𝗧𝗏 school the following semester. 𝗏𝗏 gasped in delight, hugging Izuku tightly. 𝗎𝗏, momentarily taken aback, placed her hands on their shoulders and glared at Principal 𝗵𝗃, signaling him to step back. He complied, taking a couple of steps back. Kneeling before 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku, 𝗎𝗏 expressed her faith in them, assuring them that they were too clever to fall for the one witch, one coven ideology. She encouraged them to learn from the witches at 𝗧𝗏 and perhaps share some of their own unique magic. Principal 𝗵𝗃, dismissing 𝗎𝗏's comment, turned his attention to 𝗏𝗏, who was facing consequences for his actions. He removed 𝗏𝗏 from the Human Appreciation Society, taking his crown and placing it on 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴's head, who was surprised but pleased to be named president. With that settled, Principal 𝗵𝗃 informed 𝗎𝗏 that they had paperwork to complete. 𝗎𝗏, feeling overwhelmed, complained about the additional tasks ahead. She advised 𝗏𝗏 to enjoy her time at 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏 smiled at her friends. Gus suggested they continue their tour, while Willow offered to show them which plants to avoid in the greenhouse. Luz was eager to explore, but Izuku had a moment of reckoning. He elbowed Gus in the stomach, reminding him of the danger they had faced. Gus acknowledged the lesson learned as he stood up, and the trio dashed off, leaving Izuku behind momentarily. 𝗵𝗲 called out, wanting to join them as president, but Izuku, remembering something, turned back. A surge of anti-magic appeared on his face, and he playfully retaliated against 𝗵𝗲, leaving him stunned. With a smile, Izuku walked away, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The scene shifted to Ida's permanent record, which revealed her chaotic history at school, including incidents involving feral ghosts, food fights, and magical mishaps. The narrative then moved to the Owl House, where Luz, Izuku, and Ida reviewed Ida's record. Izuku expressed his surprise at the extent of Ida's mischief, while Luz wondered how she had survived all of it. Later, in the middle of the night, Izuku sat on the floor of his room with 𝗵𝗃 floating nearby. 𝗵𝗃 pointed out Izuku's weaknesses and announced that she would teach him a new spell. Izuku was excited but quickly learned that the spell was powerful and dangerous. 𝗵𝗃 explained that it was an ancient technique developed by the Titans, revealing that the Boiling Isles were situated atop a decaying titan. Izuku was astonished to learn that they were standing on a giant corpse, and 𝗵𝗃 shared her past as a powerful witch who had fought the Titans. She was ready to teach him the spell called Mana Zone, which would lead to an even more advanced spell known as Mana Domain. Izuku was eager to learn, feeling pumped up for the challenge. The next day, Luz opened her window, greeting the appealing world outside. A distant monster waved at her, and she stepped out of the owl house, ready for a morning walk. However, she was startled to find an unconscious Izuku on the ground, his clothes torn and scratches covering his face and arms. Rushing to his side, she checked on him, and he assured her he was fine, albeit a bit shaky. As Izuku struggled to stand, Luz helped him inside the owl house, where he collapsed onto the couch. Concerned, she asked what had happened. Izuku explained that he had been practicing a new spell and lost track of time. Despite his exhaustion, he excitedly revealed that he had learned the spell, though he had yet to master it. Luz, intrigued, wanted to know the name of the spell as Izuku sat up beside her, ready to share his newfound knowledge. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, whispering the words Mana Zone. Luz thought the name was cool. When Izuku opened his eyes and pointed at a vase on a shelf, he activated the Mana Zone, unleashing anti-magic slashes. A black sphere enveloped the vase, and moments later, it vanished, revealing the vase had turned to dust. Luz was amazed, while Izuku admitted he felt a bit lightheaded and then dozed off on her shoulder. Luz blushed at the unexpected closeness. Suddenly, she heard a click and turned to see King and Ida, the latter holding a camera. Ida and King exchanged amused glances, and Ida declared they would definitely use the photo as leverage. Luz protested, but they dashed out of the owl house, laughter trailing behind them. It was just another normal day in the owl house until Ida burst in, incredulous at what she saw. Izuku knelt with a guilty expression, holding a peculiar outfit and a mask resembling that of a plague doctor. He stammered an explanation, but Ida was furious, insisting that joining the guard at the conformatorium was something even she wouldn't do. Izuku explained that it had been a spur-of-the-moment decision when he accidentally told the warden he would join while retrieving King's crown. Ida glared at him, and Izuku promised to quit, but he had his sights set on something in the contraband room. Ida reluctantly agreed, allowing him to take whatever he wanted as long as he left afterward. Meanwhile, Luz and King were hiding behind a wall, eavesdropping. Luz whispered to King, wondering what was happening, and King replied that they seemed to be planning something. As Izuku approached, Luz panicked, and King urged her to act normal. Izuku walked past them, chuckling and reassuring them that he would be fine. Luz, still worried, wanted to protest, but Izuku cut her off, insisting she trust him. Later that night, Izuku approached the conformatorium, wearing the same outfit and mask as Warden Roth. He hoped 𝗵𝗃 was right about what he was looking for. As he made his way to the contraband room, he pulled out the Demon Slayer sword, ready to break down the door. After smashing it open, he returned the sword to the black book and searched for the item he sought. 𝗵𝗃 instructed him to concentrate, and after a moment of silence, pointed in a direction. Izuku dashed that way and discovered another one of 𝐒𝐵's lost swords, slightly shorter than the demon dweller sword. Izuku picked it up, asking what it was. 𝐒𝐵 reminded him of their battle against 𝗧𝗪𝗏, the foe who had taken his arm. They recalled how they had used the same sword to defeat him, only for it to disintegrate afterward. Izuku was shocked to learn that the sword he had found was a fake. Holding up the demon destroyer sword, he confirmed it was the real deal and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Warden Roth appeared, flanked by over 50 guards. Izuku removed his mask and attempted to reason with the warden, but Roth refused to listen. He unleashed a blast of fire, which Izuku narrowly dodged as he drew both the demon dweller sword and the demon slayer sword. In that moment, Izuku transformed, enveloped in a black sphere, which dissipated to reveal him in his demon form at 15%. With determination, he declared it was time to fight. Izuku charged at the guards, ready to swing his sword. Meanwhile, back at the owl house, Luz gazed out of her window, worried about Izuku's safety. Ida, in her pajamas and holding a cup of apple BLD, reassured her that Izuku was strong and could take care of himself. Luz smiled, comforted by Ida's confidence. Back in the conformatorium, Izuku was exhausted after defeating the guards, realizing they were weak in comparison to their numbers. Warden Roth taunted him, vowing to capture both him and the owl lady. Izuku, undeterred, prepared to strike back. He brought his demon dweller sword close and unleashed an anti-magic move, not lethal but enough to knock the warden out. Feeling victorious, Izuku broke out of the conformatorium and flew away. He landed in front of the owl house, where Hooty was sleeping. Transforming back to his normal self, he attempted to sneak inside. As he slowly closed the door, he was suddenly tackled to the floor by a relieved and crying Luz. He reassured her that he was fine, and they shared a warm embrace, Izuku apologizing for worrying her. The next day, after practicing his new spell, Izuku left the owl house, bidding farewell to his friends. Ida wished him luck, reminding him not to let anyone pickpocket him, while King reminded him to buy the toy he wanted. Izuku chuckled, glancing at the shopping list Ida had given him, which included apple BLD and griffin eggs. He thought the errands wouldn't be too difficult as he walked through the streets of 𝗵𝗃𝗏, whistling to himself. Suddenly, he noticed several guards struggling to contain a creature resembling a triceratops. Confused, he wondered what was happening to the beast. But whatever was happening to it felt cruel. One guard insisted it was none of the child's business and urged him to return to school, while another echoed the sentiment. Izuku, unfazed, decided to take action, pulling out his demon slayer sword with a mischievous grin. The first guard realized they might have made a serious error in judgment, and the second guard silently agreed. Izuku, looking undeniably cool, brushed off his shoulder and clothes, declaring the encounter enjoyable as he surveyed the knocked-out guards around him. Turning his attention to the beast, he pondered what to do next, only to be tackled by it. Surprised, he exclaimed that he had just saved it. The beast paused, then began to lick his face joyfully, reminiscent of a dog greeting its owner after a brief absence. Izuku laughed, finding the situation amusing, and asked the creature to stop, as it tickled. The beast complied, getting off him, and Izuku stood up, noting that it was smaller than he had expected. The beast looked at him in confusion, prompting Izuku to decide to keep it. He asked if it wanted to join him, and the beast eagerly nodded. Now came the task of naming it. After a few attempts, including names like Reiku and Suikyun, Izuku finally suggested 𝗵𝗏, to which the beast responded with excitement. He welcomed 𝗵𝗏 to the family with a pat on the head, and the creature happily liked his face in return. Izuku chuckled, wiping away some saliva, and thought about how Luz would adore 𝗵𝗏. He also considered Ida's reaction, unsure how she would feel about the new addition. When he noticed 𝗵𝗏 looking downcast, he reassured the creature that it would still accompany him, regardless of Ida's opinion. With a smile, he declared that 𝗵𝗏 was coming with him. As they approached the owl house, Izuku hoped Ida would be accepting of the new pet. He slowly opened the door and called out to her, announcing his return. Ida emerged from the kitchen, mug in hand, and remarked on his lengthy absence. Izuku entered, instructing 𝗵𝗃 to stay put and promising to signal when it was safe. He placed a shopping bag down and nervously revealed that he had bought the items Ida requested. She squinted suspiciously, sensing he was hiding something. After some hesitation, he finally introduced 𝗵𝗃, who bounded into the house and tackled Ida to the ground. Izuku triumphantly announced their new pet, leaving Ida in shock. King and 𝗏𝗏 rushed downstairs, both bewildered by the scene. 𝗏𝗏 gasped at the sight of 𝗵𝗃, rushing over to hug the fluffy creature. Izuku felt a sense of relief, knowing she loved it. Ida, however, stood up and dusted herself off, firmly stating they could not keep the beast. Both Izuku and 𝗏𝗏 pleaded with her, and Izuku promised to take care of 𝗵𝗃, even offering to do chores for 7 months. Ida countered with a demand for 10 months, and he readily agreed. 𝗏𝗏 cheered for their new friend, while King celebrated alongside them. Ida sighed, realizing she was gradually becoming more maternal. Izuku insisted this was a good thing. The scene shifted to the front of the owl house, where 𝗏𝗏 and King were seen doing pull-ups on Ida's floating staff. After a brief workout, they decided to take showers, leaving Izuku to wonder about the day's possibilities. Albert, having detached from Ida's staff, landed on Izuku's shoulder, and he greeted the little creature with affection. As he looked around for 𝗵𝗃, he spotted the beast chasing a colorful bird. 𝗏𝗏 appeared beside him, prompting a conversation about his origins. Izuku assumed 𝗏𝗏 was from the Boiling Isles, but 𝗏𝗏 revealed he was actually from a place much darker. Izuku was taken aback, unsure if he was joking. 𝗏𝗏 confirmed his truth, explaining he had been cast out due to his power. Curiosity piqued, Izuku asked if 𝗏𝗏 could create a portal to his homeland. After confirming he could, 𝗏𝗏 warned it would require significant energy, limiting him to 1 portal every 3 years. Izuku, intrigued, agreed to go, and 𝗏𝗏 dragged him along, with Albert perched on his shoulder. They arrived in a forest where 𝗏𝗏 began drawing a pentagram on the ground. Izuku felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, silently praying for protection. A distant voice responded, surprising him. 𝗏𝗏 continued his work, and Izuku braced himself for whatever was to come. As a swirling red portal opened, 𝗏𝗏 remained calm while Izuku was filled with dread. Albert managed to escape the pull of the portal, but Izuku was sked in, screaming. They fell through another portal, and while 𝗏𝗏 landed gracefully, Izuku crashed down, rubbing his head in discomfort. As he stood up, he was astonished to see a vast city before them, realizing they had indeed arrived in hell. 𝗏𝗏 welcomed him to Pentagram City, and Izuku took in the surroundings, understanding the name's significance. Izuku noted that the city was shaped like a pentagram. 𝗏𝗏 agreed, suggesting they move on. Izuku hesitated, wondering if they were just going to pop in and out. 𝗏𝗏 dismissed his concerns, and they continued walking through the streets of Pentagram City. Izuku observed the surroundings, feeling a bit overwhelmed. 𝗏𝗏 noticed his reaction and teased him about it, insisting that his double take meant something. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, mentioned the numerous advertisements around them. 𝗏𝗏 casually asked if he had ever seen such ads before, to which Izuku replied that he hadn't, emphasizing that he had a life unlike some others. 𝗏𝗏 explained that they were there to meet an old friend, but Izuku was curious about the friend's identity. 𝗏𝗏 assured him he would know when he saw it. They approached a hotel with a giant neon sign that read 𝗏𝗗𝗄 Hotel. Izuku found the name peculiar, and 𝗏𝗏 explained that the hotel aimed to rehabilitate sinners, playing on the word has-been. As they arrived, 𝗏𝗏 knocked on the door, but it was abruptly slammed shut. A muffled voice from inside mentioned not letting the anti-demon in. 𝗏𝗏, unfazed, knocked again, and the door opened to reveal Charlie, who was initially shocked but then recognized 𝗏𝗏. They exchanged greetings, and Charlie welcomed them inside. As they entered, Izuku shyly waved at Charlie, who was taken aback by his presence. Suddenly, 𝗏𝗏 dropped from above, pointing a spear at 𝗏𝗏 and demanding to know why they were there. 𝗏𝗏 reassured her that they were just visiting an old friend. Just then, a distorted voice called out to 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 appeared, greeting her warmly. They seemed to have a history, and as they walked away to catch up, Izuku wondered about 𝗬𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 turned her attention to Izuku, asking who he was. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya no 𝗧𝗏. 𝗲𝗔, still wary, pointed her spear at him, questioning if he was working with the anti-demon. Izuku quickly raised his hands in defense, insisting he wasn't. 𝗤𝗓𝗓 intervened, taking the spear from 𝗲𝗔 and assuring her they didn't harm people, especially someone like Izuku. 𝗤𝗓𝗓 then noticed something unique about Izuku, commenting on his aura and how pure it seemed. She reached out to caress his cheek, which made Izuku uncomfortable. 𝗤𝗓𝗓 apologized, explaining that she had never encountered such a pure soul in hell. She then asked about his wings, horns, or tail, to which Izuku awkwardly explained that he was alive and well. Both 𝗤𝗓𝗓 and 𝗲𝗔 were astonished by this revelation. Izuku mentioned that 𝗏𝗵 had brought him there, prompting 𝗲𝗔 to express disbelief. After some introductions, they all spent hours chatting and laughing in the lounge. Izuku found it amusing that 𝗤𝗓𝗓's first interview about the hotel had gone awry, but he encouraged her, assuring her that she would be able to rehabilitate someone. 𝗤𝗓𝗓 thanked Izuku and hugged him, causing him to blush slightly. She then asked about 𝗏𝗵 and 𝗎𝗓𝗧, and just then, they entered the room, both smiling and holding a bottle. Izuku commented on their apparent good time, and 𝗏𝗵 reminisced about the past. As they prepared to leave, Izuku expressed that he had enjoyed his time there and hoped to see them again. 𝗲𝗔 playfully called him Greenie, a nickname he actually liked. 𝗤𝗓𝗓 hugged him again, saying they would miss him, and he reciprocated the sentiment. After saying their goodbyes, 𝗏𝗵 opened a portal back to Bonesborough. Izuku waved one last time to 𝗲𝗔 and 𝗤𝗓𝗓 before stepping through the swirling portal with 𝗏𝗵. As they exited, 𝗲𝗔 and 𝗤𝗓𝗓 shared a knowing look about their feelings for Izuku. Back in Bonesborough, Izuku and 𝗏𝗵 found themselves in front of the owl house. Izuku hoped they hadn't been missed, but 𝗏𝗵 playfully reminded him that he was the one who had been gone. She waved goodbye and disappeared, leaving Izuku to face the music. As he opened the door, he was immediately tackled by Luz, King, and Enti. They demanded to know where he had been, and Izuku gulped, realizing explaining would be a challenge. The scene shifted to the playground in Bonesborough, where several children were playing. Ida, Izuku, and Luz sat on a bench nearby. Luz expressed her worries about King getting hurt or being treated poorly by the other kids, revealing her parental instincts. Izuku, oblivious, simply smiled at her. Ida sighed, realizing Izuku was more clueless than she thought. Meanwhile, King attempted to climb the slide, declaring it a throne worthy of a tyrant. The other kids, confused, tried to engage with him, but King insisted he was the ruler. As chaos ensued, Izuku refused to take any drastic actions against the children, and Ida supported his decision. They watched as King navigated his new environment, realizing that the playground was just another adventure waiting to unfold. Ida explained how she had created 𝗓𝗏𝗏, her palisman, and how they were bonded for life. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 hopped onto her hand and hooted, nuzzling her cheek as Ida declared that she would protect him fiercely. King, feeling competitive, expressed that he preferred to seek revenge on his own, laughing as he prepared for a playful chase. Kyle approached and playfully tagged King, causing him to squeal in frustration as he charged after his rival. Ida laughed, wiping a tear from her eye at King's antics, comparing him to a little tea kettle. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 scratched his face with his foot, drawing Izuku's attention to a peculiar hole. Ida explained that it was an interlock, unique to each palisman, allowing them to fit onto their respective staffs. Izuku and 𝗏𝗵 exchanged thoughts, realizing that Enti, another creature, might also be a palisman, despite his larger size compared to 𝗓𝗏𝗏. They speculated about the Titans and their powers, discussing the possibility of Enti being brought to life by one of them. As Ida continued to share stories about her palisman, the surroundings began to fade until only she, her staff, and a bench remained. She called out for Luz and Izuku, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, the real world returned, and Luz and Izuku rushed to her side, concerned for her well-being. Ida, shaken, insisted they needed to return home immediately. King, atop a jungle gym, was reluctant to leave, but Izuku urged him to come along. After a brief playful exchange with Kyle, who attempted to hug King, they made their way back to the owl house. Ida tossed her staff onto the couch and flopped down, feeling exhausted. Luz offered to fetch a potion for her, while Izuku prepared to keep an eye on her in case she became unmanageable. Ida reassured them that she could take care of herself, having dealt with her curse for a long time. Luz and Izuku shared their plans to attend a 𝗔𝗫𝗊 game, with Luz excited about the competition. Ida expressed her surprise at their newfound interest in sports, but Luz insisted that they were ready to cheer for 𝗧𝗫𝐬𝐽. Izuku, while not as enthusiastic, agreed it was entertaining to watch. As they prepared to leave, Ida encouraged them to have fun, while King playfully declared his intent for revenge. Izuku expressed concern for Ida's well-being, but she dismissed it, urging him to enjoy his time with Luz. They headed out, with Luz enthusiastically rallying her friends for the game. At 𝗧𝗫𝐬𝐽, students lined up for the dragon bus, and Luz excitedly proclaimed their school's superiority. She spotted Willow and Gus, and they exchanged greetings. Izuku confronted Gus about a previous incident, but ultimately decided to let it go, encouraging him to stay positive for the upcoming game. Luz realized she was wearing 𝗓𝗪𝗓 colors and needed to change. Willow directed her to the Lost and Found, where Luz found a 𝗧𝗫𝗍𝗓 hat, excited to finally fit in with her friends. Izuku peeked inside the chest and marveled at the abundance of clothes. He noticed a chalice among the items. Meanwhile, Luz exited the front door of 𝗧𝗫𝗍𝗓, fully dressed in 𝗧𝗫𝗍 apparel and waving pom-poms enthusiastically. She expressed her excitement for her school, while Izuku questioned the necessity of the pom-poms. Luz insisted they were essential for showing her pride as a 𝗧𝗫𝗍𝗓, and Izuku acknowledged that it suited her. They decided it was time to head to the bus, but as they watched the dragon bus take off, a giant 𝗧𝗫𝗍𝗓 student shouted about 𝗧𝗫𝗍 supremacy. Luz called out in dismay, urging it to return, and turned to Willow and Gus, asking why they hadn't boarded. Willow explained they weren't going to leave anyone behind, while Gus humorously admitted he was ready to go. Willow elbowed him playfully, and Gus lamented that they would never make it to 𝗓𝗪𝗓 in time, given its location in the middle of the island. Luz scoffed, calling it typical of 𝗓𝗪𝗓. Willow mentioned her parents were working, or else they could have asked for a ride on their staff. Luz suddenly had an idea about getting a staff, and Izuku was taken aback, realizing what she meant. Luz was determined to make it happen and grabbed Willow's and Gus's hands, pulling them along as Izuku sighed and followed. Cutting to Ida's bedroom, King burst in with excitement, claiming he had the perfect plan for revenge against the usurper. He held up a piece of paper that read fire but quickly reassured Ida that he would explain it in simpler terms. Ida, mostly in her owl beast form, growled and approached King, who nervously backed away. He realized Ida was only partially transformed, making her suggestible, and he saw an opportunity. He decided to enlist her help in regaining his throne, provided she was okay with it. Ida growled in response, which King took as a yes. He grabbed a bottle of elixir for safety and prepared to head to the playground, which he humorously dubbed Destiny's battlefield. Luz called out to King, who reassured her that Ida was just resting. King handed Ida's staff to Luz, insisting it was fine to borrow it, despite Izuku's hesitation about taking it without Ida's permission. King dismissed their concerns, claiming they had Ida's approval. Luz felt they owed Gus and Willow for their support and decided it was just for the afternoon, confident Ida wouldn't mind. King chuckled about Ida's generous nature, and as they prepared to leave, he felt a sense of urgency to execute his plan. As Luz opened the door to the owl house, she declared their destination, 𝗓𝗪𝗓. She gestured with the staff, accidentally hitting it against the house, prompting Albert to hoot in surprise. Izuku cautioned Luz to be careful, but she reassured him they were just helping friends. Izuku realized they had 4 people but only 3 spaces, leading to a moment of realization. He flexed his shoulder, revealing 2 wings made of anti-magic that sprouted from his back, surprising Luz, Willow, and Gus. With newfound confidence, Luz rallied everyone, and they mounted the staff as Izuku slowly flapped his wings, lifting them into the air. As they soared, Luz excitedly announced their next stop, but suddenly, something flew out of the woods and struck Izuku, knocking him down. Luz gasped in alarm, and the staff became unstable, causing them to spin wildly before crashing into several trees. They all tumbled out, with Willow landing in a bush, Luz getting caught on a branch, and Albert landing awkwardly. Luz groaned as she stood up, calling out for her friends and searching for Izuku. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 hooted and flew off, prompting her to chase after him with Willow and Gus close behind. Meanwhile, Izuku lay on his stomach, feeling the sting of a cut on his cheek. He sat up, bewildered by what had hit him, and noticed a small rock nearby with a trace of blood. He sensed something was amiss as the bushes rustled around him. Cutting back to Luz, Willow, and Gus, they hurried through the forest, calling for 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 and expressing concern for Izuku. They reached a foreboding cave where they paused to catch their breath. Luz insisted they needed to follow 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, but Willow warned her to be cautious, as it was easy to get lost in this part of the forest. Luz was determined to retrieve Ida's talisman, knowing the consequences of failing. Inside the cave, they encountered bats, and Luz realized they were stepping on bones. Willow was apprehensive, but Luz pressed on, recalling the Bat Queen's offspring. As they ventured deeper, they spotted 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 hiding behind the bat babies. Luz was relieved to see him but was quickly confronted by the Bat Queen, who hissed at them. The tension in the air thickened as they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Loud footsteps echoed as King cleared his throat. Ida growled, perched on the roof of a playhouse with King on her back. King commanded the children to listen closely, presenting them with two choices: to grovel or face the consequences. Ida let out a fierce screech, causing the kids to flee in terror. King found their reaction satisfactory and urged them to run and despair, declaring that their time was over and his had begun. Kyle, frightened, began to cry and slid down the slide. King taunted the children, asserting that he would consume them. Ida growled, and King climbed the slide, boasting that all who opposed him were gone and that he was the despotic ruler of the land. Suddenly, a crunch interrupted him. Ida was munching on the slide, and King protested, pleading for her to stop eating his throne. Ida paused, gazing longingly at the slide, but continued munching, much to King's dismay. Meanwhile, at the Bat Queen's nest, Willow and Gus recognized the Bat Queen. Luz, recalling their past encounter with her, approached confidently, commenting on her appearance and the state of her children. Willow expressed concern about the Bat Queen's demeanor. The Bat Queen growled at Luz, who dismissed the tension and explained her need to retrieve 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. The Bat Queen placed a claw on Luz's chest, warning her about the seriousness of being careless with a staff, as she was the protector of 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. Luz acknowledged the Bat Queen's role but reminded her that 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 belonged to Ida, the Owl Lady, and that the Bat Queen owed Ida a favor. The Bat Queen criticized the Owl Lady for being careless, stating that her staff had been taken by a human who steals and frightens. Luz, kneeling, pleaded for 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏's trust, and the owl responded by flying to the Bat Queen's head, their eyes glowing in unison. The Bat Queen declared that trust must be earned through trials, and fire erupted from the ground as she made her proclamation. Gus warned Luz about the Bat Queen's notorious trials, noting that no one had ever succeeded against her. Determined to retrieve 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, Luz accepted the challenge, with Willow and Gus expressing their support. However, the Bat Queen ensnared them in webs, declaring that no assistance would be allowed as the trials commenced. The first trial involved milking a spider demon, which approached Luz with a bucket. The spider growled, and Luz, encouraged by 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, prepared to face the challenge. When the spider fled, Luz urged it to stay, knowing that running would only complicate matters. The next trial required Luz to remove a beehive from a tree. Armed with her staff, she struck the hive, only for it to transform into the head of a giant bee that screeched at her. Luz yelped and fell from the tree, running past Willow and Gus as the bee chased after her. The Bat Queen's next command was to give the baby bats a bath. Luz scrubbed one of the baby bats while another bit her shoulder, all covered in suds. Despite the chaos, Luz resolved to complete the task alone, wanting to show 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 that she cared. After pouring water over the baby bats, they transformed, their hair neat and faces shiny, only to revert back and screech, startling Luz. Meanwhile, Izuku, hearing rustling in the bushes, brandished his sword, ready to confront whatever was lurking. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏 leaped out and tackled him, liking his face in excitement. Izuku, surprised, asked how 𝗬𝗏 had found him. 𝗬𝗏 pointed to the Demon Slayer sword, revealing that a binding spell had connected the sword to him, allowing 𝗬𝗏 to sense Izuku's location. Realizing the convenience of this connection, Izuku mounted Enti, asking him to track down 𝗏𝗏. Enti sniffed the air and nodded, leading the way as they raced toward her. Back at the playground, King was in a panic as 𝗓𝗏 munched on a swing. He tried to assert his control over her, but 𝗓𝗏 growled in response. King, feeling foolish, grabbed a bottle and attempted to feed her, but she spat out the cork, leaving him frustrated. He urged her to transform back into her human form, but she remained stubborn. As King ducked from 𝗓𝗏's advances, a siren wailed in the distance. A van labeled Animal Control arrived, and the demon hunters stepped out, clad in reflective vests. One hunter expressed embarrassment about their job, while the other tried to maintain a positive attitude. King, realizing the danger, panicked as the hunters prepared to capture 𝗓𝗏. 𝗓𝗏 growled and attempted to escape as the hunters combined their spells to create a large net. Despite her efforts, the net ensnared her, and one of the hunters shocked her, causing her to fall to the ground. King called out for 𝗓𝗏 as she was taken away in the van, leaving him trapped in the net and helpless. The third flame extinguished. Gus freed himself once more, landing in a handstand. He felt a rush of triumph. However, webs ensnared him again, muffling his screams as he flailed his legs. 𝗏𝗏 declared that it was the last task for the Bat Queen. She had completed all the chores and demonstrated her commitment to 𝗓𝗏. She expressed her regret for the pain she had caused 𝗓𝗏 and promised to be more cautious. She asked if he would return home with her. 𝗓𝗏 nodded and hooted, flying down from the Bat Queen's perch to the ground. The Bat Queen raised her claw, ensnaring 𝗓𝗏 in webs, causing him to squawk in alarm. She proclaimed that there would be one final trial, and 𝗏𝗏 would have to face her. With a dramatic display, she spread her wings, flames erupting behind her. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback, bracing herself for the impending attack. Just as she prepared for impact, she found Izuku standing protectively in front of her, with Enti holding one of the Bat Queen's claws in his mouth. Izuku turned to 𝗏𝗏, asking if she was all right. She hugged him tightly, relieved that he was safe, fearing the worst when he had gone missing. He reassured her that he would fight any obstacle to return to her. 𝗏𝗏 smiled, appreciating his words. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging her determination to confront the Bat Queen. He decided to let her handle the fight, stepping back to support her from the sidelines. He and Enti settled next to Gus and Willow, freeing Gus from his cocoon, though he soon found himself trapped again. 𝗏𝗏 called out to the Bat Queen, ready for the challenge. The Bat Queen roared and charged at her, but 𝗏𝗏 skillfully dodged the attack. As the battle unfolded, Izuku watched with admiration, applauding 𝗏𝗏's bravery and skill. Once the fight concluded, Izuku praised 𝗏𝗏 for her impressive performance, expressing disbelief that she had taken on the Bat Queen. Enti nodded in agreement. 𝗏𝗏 thanked her friends for their support and apologized for missing the game. Gus enthusiastically declared that the battle had been more thrilling than any grudge-by match, even if it had left him slightly shaken. Izuku jokingly suggested they might need a therapist, to which 𝗏𝗏 laughed and proposed they head home. As they walked away, 𝗏𝗏 carried 𝗓𝗏 on her shoulder. Izuku called for Enti to join him, and as they prepared to leave, a staff fell from the sky, striking Izuku on the head. He picked it up, realizing it was a palisman staff. Looking up, he noticed a small cloud shaped like a smile. He examined the staff closely, discovering a hole at the top. He asked Enti to show him his foot, confirming his suspicions that Enti was indeed a palisman. He wondered if the staff belonged to Enti. Enti sniffed the staff and nodded in affirmation. Izuku took a deep breath, asking Enti if he would be his palisman. Enti nuzzled the staff, aligning his foot with the hole, and glowed with a bright light. As the light faded, Izuku saw a small statue of Enti atop the staff. He expressed his gratitude, hugging the palisman tightly and feeling a surge of pride. He anticipated 𝗏𝗏's reaction when she learned he had acquired his own staff. Suddenly, 𝗏𝗏 appeared, startling. Izuku. She informed him that he could store the staff in the book before disappearing. Izuku stored the staff away, feeling satisfied. Inside the owl house, 𝗏𝗏 tended to 𝗓𝗏's cracked head with a bandage, welcoming him to the Boo Boo Buddy Club. Izuku, lying on the couch with a patch on his face, playfully asked if he could join. 𝗏𝗏 blushed and walked over, kissing his forehead and asking if he felt better. He chuckled, genuinely feeling improved. Albert hooted as Ida and King entered the house. Ida questioned why Albert was off the staff, and Luz nervously explained that they had taken him for ice cream, which Ida dismissed as a terrible lie. Ida then announced her intention to take a nap, while King mentioned he would be at the playground. Albert returned to Luz's shoulder, and she suggested they keep their adventure a secret. In Ida's room, 4 empty elixir bottles sat on her side table. She coughed and picked up one of the bottles, realizing the elixir was no longer effective against the curse. She expressed concern about her condition, wondering when she had swallowed a swing. Meanwhile, the Bat Queen was seen chasing her young ones, urging them to go to bed. The bat babies landed on a branch, chirping softly. The Bat Queen decided it was time for a bedtime story, but instead of reading, she tore pages from the book and fed them to her children, encouraging them to consume and grow wise. The bat babies fell asleep, and the Bat Queen settled on a branch behind them, revealing that they were all upside down. In the bustling market, Ida's human collectibles stand attracted attention as King proudly displayed a tray filled with mostly inedible items. He urged everyone to partake in his free snack samples, declaring himself the ruler of demons. Izuku, observing the scene, couldn't help but tease King, suggesting he was more of a ruler of plushes. King demanded that Izuku take back his words, but Izuku stood firm, refusing to relent. Ida, noticing the commotion, intervened, warning the two to stop as they were scaring away her serious customers. Izuku pointed out that the market seemed empty, which puzzled Ida. She then grabbed a passerby student, sniffing their cowl and commenting on the lack of money in the air. Luz, appearing excitedly, announced that a book fair was happening, where books came to life. As if on cue, a book jumped off a nearby stand, greeting them, only for Luz to react with a startled kick. King expressed his disappointment at the fair lacking rides, while a nearby student enthusiastically explained they were waiting for the famous writer John de Plume, who was known for his Realm Warriors series. The student dreamily mentioned wanting John to read their story and even marry them, which made King envious of the writer's power over his fans. Inspired, King declared his intention to enter the writing competition alongside Luz, who was thrilled at the prospect of teaming up. Meanwhile, Ida rummaged through books, dismissing them as boring until she caught sight of her reflection and panicked over new wrinkle. Steve, her companion, reminded her of their mission to find the Owl Lady, but Lilith, Ida's sister, had other plans. She was after a map to the bloom of eternal youth, believing it would please the Emperor. Ida, overhearing their conversation, plotted to get the flower for herself, determined to outsmart Lilith. As Izuku wandered through town, contemplating his day, he was interrupted by a mysterious figure inviting him to witness the wild creatures of the Boiling Isles. The figure presented 3 covered containers, challenging Izuku to choose wisely. After some deliberation, Izuku picked the middle one, only to discover it contained a floating lizard, which the figure claimed was powerful despite its appearance. However, when the price of 10,000 snails was revealed, Izuku was taken aback, realizing he wouldn't be able to afford it. Frustrated, he lifted the other 2 covers, confirming they were empty, and left the scene, shaking his head at the trickery. Izuku was certain that if he chose incorrectly, he would be manipulated into paying a hefty sum. However, he had emerged victorious and now owed 10,000 snails. Frustrated, he kicked the criminal in the stomach, expressing his disdain for wrongdoers, especially those who were particularly unscrupulous. He approached the detained 𝗓𝗓𝗓 and released it, reassuring the small creature that it was now free. The 𝗓𝗓𝗓, confused, flew out of the container and hovered in front of Izuku, questioning him with a soft sound. Izuku wondered what was wrong, and the little 𝗓𝗓𝗓 circled him playfully before settling on his head. With a chuckle, Izuku acknowledged the creature's sleepiness and began to walk away with a smile, unaware that someone was watching him from the shadows. The figure opened a pendant, reporting to Baluz that he had found the 𝗓𝗓𝗓. Baluz, pleased, instructed him to retrieve the creature by any means necessary. However, the figure hesitated, revealing that the boy had the 𝗓𝗓𝗓. Baluz, visibly frustrated, closed the pendant, contemplating the disruption this boy had caused to his plans. Despite his anger, he dismissed the boy as insignificant. 𝗂𝐭𝐴𝑚𝗄𝑟, another figure in the room, groaned about the boy's repeated interference, noting that he had stolen a beast and now the 𝗵𝗃𝗍 silenced her, insisting they focus on their primary mission and suggesting she discuss the matter with Lilith if she wished to apprehend the boy. 𝗂𝐭𝐴𝐵 complied, leaving the throne room with a huff. Meanwhile, in 𝗧𝗏's room at the Owl House, she set down a large corkboard, eager to brainstorm ideas for a story. King, excited, asked if he could write anything, and 𝗧𝗏 encouraged him, handing him note cards and a crayon. King quickly scribbled down violence, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to tease him about his limited vision. He then added BLD, which made 𝗧𝗏 ponder. Later, the corkboard was filled with various ideas. 𝗧𝗏 pinned up cards labeled romance, magic, and heartbreak with shimmering tears, introducing her characters 𝗬𝗓𝗓 and 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝗓, illustrated with her in a pointed hat and Izuku in a cloak. She acknowledged the cliché nature of her ideas but defended their charm. King proudly displayed his character, the ruler of demons, claiming that with their unique cast, victory was assured. As 𝗧𝗏 set up a typewriter, she prepared to write, and a montage began. The corkboard now displayed ACT-1, ACT-2, and ACT-3, with a dramatic drawing of 𝗬𝗓𝗓, 𝐎𝗫𝗓𝗓, and the ruler in front of an explosion. They celebrated their progress with a high five. 𝗧𝗏 wrote a series of steps on a chalkboard, including finding and endangering a cat, with a playful note about shaving it. King gestured enthusiastically, and they both laughed at the absurdity. The floor was soon covered in crumpled papers, many marked with red scribbles. 𝗧𝗏 typed away while King paced, reading through their work. A banner above them proclaimed 𝗬𝗓𝗓 awakening. King read aloud a line about 𝗬𝗓𝗓's tears reviving 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝗓, but found it unrealistic. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged his point but argued that a touch of romantic tension could enhance the scene. King countered that there was more to life than romance, but 𝗧𝗏 firmly defended the importance of shipping. Ida's voice called from off-screen, summoning 𝗧𝗏 to the living room. 𝗧𝗏 promised to return to their writing session and left the room. In the living room, Ida was examining a map while Izuku lounged on the couch, the 𝗵𝗃𝗍 now awake and perched on his head. It yawned, and 𝗧𝗏, coming down the stairs, greeted Izuku, surprised he had returned without informing her. Izuku explained that he had intended to, but had seen her busy with King. 𝗧𝗏 noticed the 𝗵𝗃𝗍 and found it adorable. Izuku chuckled softly, and 𝗧𝗏 playfully grabbed the creature, commenting on its sleepiness. Ida interrupted, urging them to move on, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to release the 𝗵𝗃𝗍. Izuku, confused, pointed out that 𝗧𝗏 had dropped it, and the 𝗵𝗃𝗍 floated gracefully after her. Izuku noted the 𝗵𝗃𝗍's ability to fly, making a mental note to research it further. 𝗧𝗏 was curious about his newfound habit of writing observations since meeting Ida. Izuku shared his notes on King, describing him as loud and prideful, which 𝗧𝗏 found amusing. He then flipped to a page about 𝗬𝗃𝗍, revealing that 𝗬𝗃𝗍 was a house demon, which surprised 𝗧𝗏. Ida, growing impatient, asked if they were done. Izuku closed his book, apologizing to Ida and inviting her to continue. As he stored his notes away, the 𝗵𝗃𝗍 returned to rest on his head. Ida announced her departure for a few days, leaving Izuku in charge, which he accepted without question. Ida insisted on no questions, and after she left, Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 exchanged glances before he stood up, feeling a sense of unease about staying. He decided to take a walk around town, waving goodbye as he exited the house. 𝗧𝗏 opened the door to wave back, cautioning him not to get eaten. After he left, she returned to her room, only to gasp at the sight before her. In her absence, King had transformed the room, filling the corkboard with chaotic drawings and tossing 𝗬𝗓𝗓 and 𝐻𝗫𝗓 into the trash while he typed away contentedly. King excitedly greeted 𝗧𝗏 with news that he had made some edits, and the banner now read Ruler's Reach. 𝗧𝗏 picked up a drawing and expressed her shock at the fate of 𝗬𝗓𝗓, questioning what had happened to 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝗓. King eagerly shared that 𝐒𝐻𝗫𝗓 had gone mad with power, leading to 𝗬𝗓𝗓's demise and the loss of all his loved ones. 𝗧𝗏, concerned about the direction of the story, suggested that King might want to submit it on his own. She left the room, leaving King frustrated and dismissive of her opinion. The typewriter chimed in, urging King to learn to collaborate, but King was determined to prove the superiority of his story. He stormed into 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄's pub, challenging the patrons to read his literary masterpiece. The bar's patrons growled in response, and one threw him out, followed by his book hitting him on the head. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, intrigued, offered to read King's story and quickly skimmed through it, expressing surprise at King's talent. King proudly claimed the work as his own, and 𝗵𝗃𝗏, representing 𝗵𝗃𝗏 Publishing House, proposed to buy and publish it, promising to make King famous. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the streets of 𝗵𝗃𝗏, eventually entering a quiet forest. He sensed he was being watched and invited his unseen followers to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a swarm of royal guards from the Emperor's coven emerged, armed and ready for battle, with 𝗂𝗄𝐴𝑚𝗲 and Lilith among them. Lilith greeted Izuku, who smirked and acknowledged his previous victory over her protégé. 𝗂𝗄𝗏 commanded the guards to attack, and Izuku prepared for the confrontation. He summoned his palisman staff and attempted a spell, creating a fire blast that struck several guards. A guard reassured him that in their cartoon world, deaths were rare unless they involved main characters. Ignoring the comment, Izuku was ready to continue the fight. As the guards charged, Izuku cast another spell, creating a flaming barrier that blocked their attacks. He marveled at the effectiveness of his spells, even as 𝗂𝗄𝗏 expressed frustration at their lack of training. Despite being outnumbered, Izuku fought valiantly, taking down the guards one by one. After defeating the last guard, Izuku turned his attention to 𝗂𝗄𝗏 and Lilith, challenging them to continue the fight. Lilith retaliated with a spell, but Izuku's barrier held strong. As the dust settled, he realized the guards had retreated, leaving him puzzled by their escape. Izuku discovered 𝗲𝗏𝗄, who had slept through the chaos, and smiled at the creature's resilience. He walked away, content with his victory. Back with King, he was seen shaking hands with 𝗵𝗃𝗏, finalizing a contract that would lead to his fame. In a forge, creatures worked diligently, and a witch crafted King's book, which soon arrived at bookstores. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 praised the book as a perfect blend of heart and heartlessness, while a cardboard cutout of King attracted crowds at the library. As King strolled through 𝗵𝗃𝗏, dressed in a jacket and sunglasses, he was met with awe from the townsfolk, who celebrated his newfound fame. The crowd tossed him into the air, reveling in his success. More people arrived, waving their copies of rulers' reaches and pens. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 expressed her admiration for Mr. King's writing and eagerly asked him to read her story. King laughed, delighted to meet his fans, and signed 𝗬𝗏𝗏's story before tossing it back to her. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 declared that he was her inspiration. The scene shifted to a forest where Iida entered a clearing, studying her map. She tore vines off a statue, determined to reach the bloom of eternal youth before Lilith. With a laugh, she taunted her sister, questioning who was frail now. Suddenly, she heard branches crack and gasped, realizing someone was following her. Summoning a blue sword, she ducked behind the statue just as Lilith appeared, looking disheveled. Iida conjured a fireball and charged out from her hiding spot, ready to confront her sister. Lilith recognized Iida and sighed, expressing her annoyance at their unexpected meeting. She suggested Iida go home to avoid getting hurt. Iida, wondering if Lilith was referring to Izuku, insisted she was stronger than she appeared and declared her intention to save the bloom of eternal youth before Lilith could. The scene cut to Luz's room, where she was focused on her typewriter. King entered, excitedly announcing his success in a writing competition and boasting about his newfound fame. He offered Luz an invitation to a party celebrating his book, Ruler's Reaches, but she dismissed it, sweeping the invitation off the table. King, frustrated, left the room while Luz sighed, contemplating her feelings about him. The typewriter seemed to encourage her, suggesting she didn't need King. Luz picked up the invitation, revealing it was a golden paper announcing a special event at the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 library. The scene shifted to the library, where a long line of fans awaited. Inside, King and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 sat at a table, discussing the anticipation for Ruler's Reaches. King proudly revealed he had already finished the manuscript, but 𝗵𝗃𝗏 playfully critiqued it, leaving King confused about his writing. Luz entered the library, appearing uninterested. King spotted her and rushed over, expressing his need for her help with his next book. Luz, feeling hurt by his earlier comments, refused to assist him and congratulated him on his success before leaving the library. King felt lost without her support. The scene transitioned back to the forest, where Iida and Lilith were running, breathing heavily. Ida reminisced about their childhood races to the kitchen, but when she looked around for Lilith, she found her sister ensnared by a crab-like monster. Ida quickly summoned a large fireball, sending the creature flying and allowing Lilith to escape. Grateful, Lilith thanked Ida, who reminded her that, despite their differences, they were still sisters. Ida then spotted the bloom of eternal youth glowing through the trees and pushed Lilith aside, claiming it for herself. Lilith questioned Ida's competitive nature, but Ida was determined to prove her worth. As she attempted to use magic to cut the flower, it vanished from her grasp, and a shadowy figure appeared, laughing ominously. The scene shifted to Izuku arriving at the owl house, calling out for Luz, King, or Ida but receiving no response. After a brief search, he wondered if he was alone. 𝗓𝗵𝗃 emerged from his hair, playfully flying around him. Izuku chuckled and noted that 𝗓𝗵𝗃 had already rested enough. When a flyer announcing King's fan meetup flew in through the door, Izuku picked it up, realizing King had succeeded but wondering where Luz was. He crumpled the flyer and tossed it aside. 𝗓𝗵𝗃 then flew toward a window, and Izuku opened it, allowing 𝗓𝗵𝗃 to escape outside. Curious, he jumped out to follow. The scene cut to them arriving at a sealed cave, where Izuku wondered what lay inside as the cave door shook violently before settling again. The story continued to unfold, leaving many questions unanswered. Luz noticed one of the many posters of King adorning the building and sighed, acknowledging that they had captured his best angle. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and she found herself face to face with two large reptilian guards. She asked if they needed assistance, but the guard stepped aside to reveal 𝗵𝗃𝗏. He mentioned that he had heard she was an aspiring writer, prompting a nervous laugh from Luz. The scene shifted to the theater in the convention center, where the stands were filled with excited fans. A towering banner for rulers reaches 2 hung prominently in the center, and the crowd chanted King's name. Among the audience, one fan expressed eagerness for the sequel, while another declared that if it disappointed her, she would spend her days criticizing it. Meanwhile, King peered anxiously at the audience from behind a curtain, pacing back and forth. He confided in 𝗵𝗃𝗏 that he couldn't announce the second book because he struggled to write without his partner. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 smirked, suggesting that if King didn't want anything to happen to Luz, he would need to collaborate with her again. Inside a translucent purple box, Luz gasped upon seeing King rush toward her. She explained that the well-dressed lizard had trapped her in the shrinking box. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 tightened his fist, causing the box to shrink further and hit Luz on the head. She cried out for help, and King demanded that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 release her. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 insisted that since they had 𝗬𝗏𝗏 ruler's reaches, King needed to write with her again to save her. Both Luz and King gave 𝗵𝗃𝗏 pleading looks, but he dismissed their expressions, stating that some of the best books were created under pressure. As the box shrank again, Luz protested that such a mentality led to burnout and unrealistic expectations. King, frustrated, commanded 𝗵𝗃𝗏 to set her free, but 𝗵𝗃𝗏 reminded him of his contract, pulling out the glowing paper that caused King to float. A hole opened in the box, and Luz backed away in alarm as King was flung through it. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 dropped a contract and a pen into the box, threatening that if they didn't meet their deadline, King would never be able to hold a pen again, just like another author he had captured, who was now shrunk into a cube. King reacted in horror as he recognized the trapped authors, who cried out for help. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 placed the captured author into his briefcase and left, looking forward to their next volume. With the box shrinking again, King and Luz gasped in despair, realizing they needed to write a book to escape. Luz mentioned she had a story, but King was hesitant because it was filled with emotional moments. Luz reminded him that their inability to compromise was the reason they were in this predicament. King expressed his regret for letting fame get to his head and hurting her, while Luz reassured him that being with him was one of her favorite parts of her dream. As the box shrank once more, Luz revealed she had a plan, and they needed to work together this time. King agreed to follow her lead. The scene shifted to Lilith and Ida confronting a merchant who claimed to possess the bloom of eternal youth. Lilith expressed disbelief that they had been scammed, while Ida acknowledged the merchant's tenacity. They both found humor in his appearance, but the merchant warned them that they were in a lethal trap. Ida and Lilith exchanged glances before stepping forward, feigning fear. Lilith summoned her staff, while Ida cracked her knuckles, casting a shadow over the merchant that made him gulp in trepidation. The focus then shifted to Izuku and 𝗲𝗓𝗄, who stood in front of a sealed cave. Izuku pondered why 𝗲𝗓𝗄 had led him there, and 𝗲𝗓𝗄 nuzzled against the door, indicating it was significant. Izuku, determined, pulled out his demon slayer sword, believing it would help them. However, when he swung it at the cave, the sword bounced back, causing him pain. Izuku was startled by the sword's reaction and called out for his companion, 𝗲𝗓𝗄, who remained silent. After a moment of worry, 𝗲𝗓𝗄 appeared beside him, looking exhausted and injured. Izuku rushed to his side, concerned about what had happened. 𝗲𝗓𝗄 revealed that he had made a grave mistake that could cost him his life. Izuku was alarmed and pressed for details, recalling that 𝗲𝗓𝗄 had once mentioned being sent to the Boiling Isles for being too strong. 𝗲𝗓𝗄 explained that before becoming a demon, he had been like Izuku, wanting to help others. However, his anger and betrayal had led him down a dark path, resulting in him becoming an overlord and causing harm. Izuku struggled to understand why 𝗲𝗓𝗄 was dying, and 𝗲𝗓𝗄 admitted it was likely due to a deal he had made long ago. When Izuku pressed for the identity of the one responsible, 𝗲𝗓𝗄 whispered a name that filled Izuku with anger. 𝗲𝗓𝗄 expressed gratitude for their time together, saying that Izuku had made him feel loved even in his soulless state. Izuku, fighting back tears, insisted that 𝗲𝗓𝗄 shouldn't joke about dying. 𝗲𝗓𝗄 reassured him that there would always be time for humor, but as Izuku looked down, he realized 𝗲𝗓𝗄 had let go of his hand, leaving him filled with dread. 𝗲𝗓𝗄 looked at Izuku with sadness, aware of what had happened to his new MSTR and best friend. Izuku cried out 𝗲𝗓𝗄's name, desperation filling his voice, as animals began to gather around him, their eyes glistening with tears. Silence enveloped the scene. Not a single sound could be heard, not even the wind. Suddenly, 𝗲𝗓𝗄's body began to glow with a bright light before vanishing into the air, prompting Izuku to reach out in vain. He whispered a quiet farewell to his friend and clasped his hands together in prayer. Later, at midnight, Izuku entered the owl house with a solemn expression, 𝗲𝗓𝗄 flying closely behind him. Iida was sitting on the couch and noticed his arrival. Concern washed over her as she observed Izuku's sad demeanor. He scratched the back of his neck, mumbling that he had been busy and was heading to bed as he walked past 𝗧𝗓𝗏 and King. 𝗧𝗓𝗏, worried, exchanged glances with King, both unsure of what was troubling Izuku. In his room, Izuku sat on his bed, holding the black book that 𝗲𝗓𝗄 had entrusted to him. He pondered why it was still there, recalling 𝗲𝗓𝗄's words about the book being bound to his soul. As he ran his fingers along the spine, the book began to glow. Transforming from pure black to pure white, revealing its true design, a simple book adorned with a white four-leaf clover on the cover. The book floated from his hands, opening itself, and a handle emerged. Izuku grasped the handle, pulling out a sword that resembled the demon slayer sword, but it was pure white instead of its usual dark appearance. Realization dawned on him. The book had chosen him as its new wielder. He stored the sword away and hugged the book tightly, a tear rolling down his cheek as he expressed his gratitude to 𝗲𝗓𝗄 for trusting him. The scene shifted to the owl house, where Izuku was seen writing in his journal on the porch. He sensed that something significant would happen that day. 𝗬𝗓𝗄 approached him, curious about what he was doing. Izuku explained that he was writing down techniques he needed to develop on his own after 𝗲𝗓𝗄's departure. 𝗬𝗓𝗄, intrigued, asked about 𝗲𝗓𝗄, but Izuku chuckled and decided to let it go, patting 𝗬𝗓𝗄 on the head. He playfully tossed a beetle into the air, which 𝗬𝗓𝗄 caught, and Izuku applauded him. Suddenly, Izuku was startled by a bullet whizzing past him, leaving him bewildered. He quickly stood up, noticing a bullet hole nearby. Voices could be heard arguing, and Izuku realized he was in the middle of a chaotic situation. He pulled out the demon destroyer sword, ready to defend himself. As bullets flew, he deftly deflected one back, causing a commotion among the attackers. Two demon-like creatures emerged from the bushes, one of them, 𝗵𝗃𝗄, demanding to know if Izuku had any last words before they attempted to take him down. Izuku, confused, learned that they were sent by a client named 𝗓𝗨𝗧𝗓. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 introduced himself while 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐿, the other demon, hesitated. Izuku questioned how they knew his name, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄 dismissed him. In a swift move, Izuku vanished and reappeared next to 𝗵𝗃𝗄, his sword poised near the demon's neck. Blitz, taken aback, attempted to regain control of the situation, but Izuku quickly overpowered 𝗵𝗲𝗄, pinning him down with the Demon Dweller sword. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, frightened, pleaded for mercy, while Blitz expressed frustration at his partner's cowardice. Izuku, observing their dynamic, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Just then, another bullet whizzed past him, reminding him of the ongoing threat. Blitz, attempting to intimidate Izuku, missed his shot, which only fueled Izuku's confidence. The tension between them escalated, but Izuku remained unfazed, ready to confront whatever came next. The sword flew past him and embedded itself in a tree. Izuku glared at 𝗵𝗃𝗀, who blinked in surprise. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 realized he was in a precarious situation. Izuku confirmed that the situation was dire and summoned the Demon Destroyer back into his hand, pointing it at 𝗵𝗃𝗀. He offered a choice: they could handle things the easy way or the hard way, and he wore a smug smile. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, feeling defeated, decided it was best to retreat, admitting he couldn't kill without facing consequences himself. Izuku returned to his normal demeanor and asked if they were finished. He retrieved the Demon Dweller sword from 𝗵𝗲𝗄's collar, releasing him. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 quickly got to his feet and hid behind 𝗵𝗃𝗀, eager to leave. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 questioned what they would tell the ominous figure who had hired them. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 suggested sending a letter and insisted they should head home. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 reluctantly agreed, wanting to avoid further complaints. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 grabbed his phone and called out to Looney, instructing them to open the portal. A red portal materialized, prompting Izuku to question if it led to hell. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 was surprised by his knowledge of the symbols. Izuku proposed joining them, but 𝗵𝗃𝗀 firmly refused. The Demon Slayer sword flew past 𝗵𝗃𝗀, embedding itself in another tree as Izuku declared his command. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 reluctantly consented, warning Izuku to keep his throwing antics away from his daughter. Satisfied, Izuku, 𝗵𝗃𝗀, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 stepped through the portal as it closed behind them. The scene shifted to an office where 𝗵𝗃𝗀 announced his return. An off-screen voice told him to be quiet. The door opened, revealing another demon-like figure who greeted 𝗵𝗃𝗀 enthusiastically. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 introduced Izuku, explaining that he was the one they had failed to eliminate. Millie, the new arrival, inquired about the events that transpired. Izuku explained that he had defeated them but chose not to kill them. Millie was intrigued by his decision to come willingly. Izuku asked where they were, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 informed him they were in Imp City, located in the Ring of Pride. Curious about 𝐴𝐵𝐵 Hotel, Izuku learned from Millie that it was in Pentagram City, quite a distance away. He requested a map, determined to go there himself. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 hesitated, but 𝗵𝗃𝗀 encouraged him, handing over a map before shoving Izuku out of the building and closing the door behind him. Izuku studied the map and began his journey toward Pentagram City. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 dusted off his hands, dismissing any concerns about Izuku's safety. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 followed, sighing at 𝗵𝗃𝗀's carefree attitude. As Izuku walked, he eventually broke into a run, leaping into the air to reveal his wings and soaring at high speed. He felt exhilarated, comparing himself to Superman as he landed in an empty alleyway, relieved to see familiar sights. He wondered if anyone had forgotten him. Peeking out, he realized he needed to disguise himself to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Focusing his anti-magic around his body, he felt strange hearing his normal voice in this form. He missed his friend and shed a tear before stepping out into the streets of Pentagram City. Demons of various kinds regarded him with a mix of fear, shock, and admiration. A succubus approached him, draping her arm over his shoulder and inviting him to have some fun. Izuku blushed and firmly declined, but the succubus persisted. He reiterated his refusal, and when she threw a punch, he easily dodged it. He glared at her, causing her to sweat nervously. In a swift motion, he countered, delivering a gut punch that sent her to her knees. He advised her to seek medical attention as he walked past, noticing the onlookers still staring at him with intense interest. Feeling uncomfortable, he jumped onto the roof and began running away. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching with sinister amusement. As he landed in an empty street, he sensed an eerie silence. Suddenly, a bright yellow light appeared above him, and he shielded his eyes. A chorus of voices announced an impending attack, and Izuku opened his eyes to see hundreds of winged creatures emerging from a golden portal. Panic ensued as bystanders shouted for everyone to flee, warning that it was extermination day. Confused, Izuku confronted the winged figures, who identified themselves as exorcists there to eliminate unholy demons. He questioned their motives, bewildered that they would attack demons. One exorcist dismissed his inquiries and charged at him, slashing his chest. The pain was intense, igniting his anger. Transforming into his peak form, Izuku unleashed his power, demanding the exorcist take back her insult. As she charged again, he summoned the Demon Slayer sword and swiftly countered, defeating her. The remaining exorcists gasped in shock at the sight of their fallen comrade. Izuku, now floating above them with dual swords in hand, prepared for the next confrontation. The exorcists charged at him, but he easily evaded their attacks, dispatching them one by one. As he surveyed the chaos unfolding in Pentagram City, he was horrified by the devastation and bloodshed. Confusion and anger swirled within him as he witnessed the exorcists reveling in the destruction. The scene was grim, and Izuku couldn't comprehend the reasoning behind such brutality. This was the best idea anyone could have come up with. The first figure continued to laugh while the person beside him nodded in agreement. Izuku confronted them, demanding to know if the one in charge of the army was present. The first figure, Adam, questioned who Izuku was, while Lute, the second figure, admitted she had no idea. Izuku declared himself as the one who would defeat them, brandishing his sword. Adam and Lute erupted in laughter, with Adam boasting about his identity. Izuku, unfazed, expressed his indifference. Adam, frustrated, summoned a golden electric axe guitar, vowing to take Izuku down. He lunged at Izuku, who skillfully dodged the attack and retaliated with a kick to Adam's chest. Izuku insisted he wasn't there to fight, but before he could explain, Lute swooped in and struck him, causing him to gasp in pain. Lute checked on Adam, who angrily dismissed her concern, determined to eliminate Izuku. As Adam charged again, Izuku stored his swords and summoned his magic staff, casting a fiery spell that transformed into a firebird, striking Adam. Adam recoiled in shock, feeling the heat of the attack. Izuku then swayed weapons, preparing for another strike. Lute, furious, clashed swords with Izuku, creating sparks as they fought. Izuku playfully remarked on Lute's appearance beneath her mask, catching her off guard. Seizing the moment, he kicked her, shattering her mask. Lute, surprised, looked up at him, and Izuku noted her unexpected cuteness, causing her to blush and stammer. Suddenly, Adam ordered a retreat, and as he and the other exorcists fled through a golden portal, he promised to return stronger. Izuku, now weaponless, questioned Lute's intentions as she approached him. To his astonishment, she kissed him before flying into the portal, leaving him bewildered. Izuku, in disbelief, wondered if an angel had just kissed him. The scene shifted to him free-falling, reminding him to regain control before it was too late. He landed in the streets of Pentagram City, horrified by the devastation around him. Despite the chaos, he spotted a towering structure labeled V Tower and hoped for assistance within. As he entered, surveillance cameras tracked his movements. Two figures observed him, discussing his potential usefulness for their plans. Izuku called out for help, revealing his injuries. An elevator opened, revealing a man with a television for a face, who introduced himself as Vox, the leader of the V's. Izuku, unfamiliar with them, expressed his confusion about the situation. Vox, intrigued by Izuku's survival, offered to show him around. As they stepped into the elevator, Izuku marveled at the view from the top floor, witnessing the aftermath of the extermination. Vox explained the grim reality of the city, and Izuku's anger began to simmer as he learned more about the ongoing violence. Vox introduced Izuku to Valentino, a tall figure with a pipe, who greeted him with a playful demeanor. Valentino's unexpected suggestion about a film shocked Izuku, prompting Vox to apologize and redirect the conversation. He urged Izuku to meet Velvet, another acquaintance, and pushed him into a room before confronting Valentino about his intentions. Vox, determined to keep Izuku focused on their plan, left the room as Izuku stood in confusion, unsure of what was to come next. Izuku felt a sense of unease as he approached the corner, where a short figure emerged. The figure, Velvet, confronted him with a fierce expression, questioning his presence. Izuku introduced himself, mentioning that Vox had told him her name. Velvet expressed her frustration about someone, her mood clearly not welcoming. Sensing the tension, Izuku offered to leave if it was a bad time. As Velvet paused, she took a moment to assess Izuku, her demeanor shifting slightly. Izuku felt a strange urge to escape, but before he could act, Velvet playfully grabbed him by his collar, dragging him along. The scene faded to black, leaving the audience to wonder what transpired next. The story continued with Izuku waking up in a bed, a silk blanket draped over him. He was in disbelief about the previous events, while Velvet complimented him on his performance, teasingly noting that he was surprisingly good for a first-timer. Izuku quickly gathered his clothes, eager to leave, and bid her farewell, feeling both flustered and amused. As he dashed out of the V Tower, he couldn't shake the thought of what had just happened. He took to the skies, his wings unfurling as he flew away, a deep blush on his face. He reflected on how his friend 𝗵𝗃 would have found the situation hilarious. In his haste, he crash-landed into 𝗏𝗧𝗄's office, where 𝗏𝗧𝗄 expressed his annoyance at Izuku's entrance. Izuku demanded to be taken back, but 𝗏𝗧𝗄 insisted he needed to pay. In a moment of frustration, Izuku threatened him, prompting 𝗏𝗏𝗄 to reluctantly open a portal. As Izuku jumped through, he landed back in his room, still processing the events with Velvet. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Adam and Lute were summoned by Sarah, who addressed the topic of Extermination Day. Adam was dismissive, already aware that only exorcists were privy to certain information. Sarah pressed him about his early return with his army and the injuries he sustained. Adam reluctantly admitted that he had been cut by an unknown assailant wielding a white sword. Sarah's expression changed as she recognized the significance of the sword, revealing its connection to a powerful fallen angel. Adam shrugged off her concerns, but Sarah emphasized the danger of the weapons being back in circulation. Adam, confused, asked Lute for help, but she had no answers, leaving Sarah frustrated as she concluded the meeting. Afterward, Adam confronted Lute about her actions, suspecting she was hiding something. Lute nervously assured him she was just making sure everyone was accounted for. Adam decided to trust her for now but warned her against lying in the future. As he left, Lute removed her mask, feeling conflicted about her feelings for him. The scene shifted to the owl house, where Izuku was doing push-ups outside. Luz arrived, momentarily distracted by his physique before informing him that Moxie had called about his forgotten phone. Izuku was puzzled about how Moxie had her number and felt embarrassed for losing his phone. Luz mentioned that Moxie would send someone to pick him up, and as she blushed, she hurried inside. Izuku waited in the forest, tapping his foot in impatience until a swirling red portal appeared. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 emerged, expressing his frustration at finding Izuku. Izuku demanded his phone back, but 𝗏𝗏𝗄 admitted he had forgotten it. With a sigh, Izuku decided to search for it himself, pushing past 𝗏𝗏𝗄 as he entered the portal, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Moxie entered the office, holding Izuku's phone. He casually mentioned that Izuku's password was easy to guess. As he handed over the phone, Izuku took it, surprised by the simplicity of the password. Just then, the phone rang, and it was Luz calling. She asked how long it would be until he got home, explaining that Hooty was rolling around in mud and looked particularly dirty. Izuku laughed and playfully refused to help, insisting that Luz, Ida, and King could handle it. He hung up, realizing he would be staying a bit longer. Moxie inquired why he was staying, and Izuku explained that when Hooty got dirty, it was quite the mess. He had experienced it before and didn't want to deal with it again. Shaking off the thought, he decided to head to Pentagram City and asked 𝗏𝗏𝗄 to prepare the portal. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 was reluctant to take orders from him, but before he could finish his sentence, the wall behind him exploded as Izuku pointed his staff at him, asserting his authority. Izuku left the building and sprouted his wings, flying toward Pentagram City, recalling the path he needed to take. He landed in front of the V Tower, wondering if Vox could provide him with a free upgrade. As he entered, a CCTV camera followed him, revealing that Vox was watching. Startled, Vox spilled his coffee upon seeing Izuku and transformed into electricity, appearing before him with a glitchy smile. He greeted Izuku enthusiastically and suggested they meet up with Valentino and Velvet. Before Izuku could respond, Vox led him into the elevator, taking them to the top floor. Suddenly, a door was destroyed as Valentino stormed in, visibly upset and expressing his frustration over someone leaving early. Vox asked who he was referring to, and Valentino vented about Angel Dust's ungratefulness. Izuku felt it was an awkward moment, but Valentino's demeanor shifted when he noticed Izuku, his anger replaced by a warm smile. He greeted Izuku affectionately and inquired about his well-being, only to return to his previous frustration about Angel Dust. Valentino then suggested bringing Izuku into one of his films, imagining the profits they could make. Just then, Velvet intervened, firmly asserting her claim over Izuku and pulling him away from Valentino. She took Izuku into her room, leaving Valentino and Vox to exchange knowing glances. In the privacy of her room, Velvet playfully pinned Izuku to the bed, teasing him about the fun they would have when he returned. She complimented his physique, making him blush. As she continued to tease him, the atmosphere grew more intense, with both of them caught in a moment of excitement and anticipation. Velvet encouraged Izuku to enjoy the moment, and they shared a playful connection, filled with laughter and flirtation. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that their chemistry was undeniable, and they were both eager to explore their feelings for each other. The playful banter continued, filled with teasing and excitement, as they navigated their budding relationship. The story concluded with Izuku feeling a mix of disbelief and contentment at the unexpected turn of events, while Velvet smiled, hinting at her longing to keep him close. The adventure was far from over, leaving the door open for future encounters and developments in their relationship. Izuku sat quietly on Velvet's bed, watching her as she slept. He gently called her name, but she merely tossed and turned, groaning softly in her dreams. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and wrote a note, leaving it near her phone. The note simply stated that he didn't want to wake her and included his phone number. He took a moment to smile at her sleeping form and kissed her gently on the forehead before leaving the room and exiting the V Tower. As he flew through the air, he suddenly crashed into 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's office. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, visibly frustrated, shouted about the importance of using the door. Izuku quickly apologized, explaining he was in a hurry. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, dismissing him, summoned a red portal and urged him to go through it. Izuku nodded and jumped into the portal. The scene shifted as the red portal appeared above Izuku's bed, and he landed with a soft thud. He sighed contentedly, feeling at home. However, his peace was short-lived as he heard Ida, King, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 calling out for Hooty. Startled, Izuku opened his eyes and looked out the window to see them chasing after a messy Hooty. He decided it was best to remain quiet and not draw attention to himself. Later, Izuku was on the phone with Moxie, inquiring about how Balus had hired them. Moxie explained that they typically took clients from Hell, which led Izuku to wonder how Balus had managed to contact them. Moxie began recounting the story of how they ended up in this situation, leading to a flashback. In the flashback, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 and Moxie exited a red portal, discussing their target, a person named Hunter. They learned that the target resided in a castle. Suddenly, they were confronted by a guard in a golden mask who had caught them trying to attack him while he was asleep. Balus, seated on his throne, observed them with interest and ordered the guard to leave them alone. Once alone, Balus suggested they talk. Returning to the present, Moxie concluded his story, and Izuku realized he was late for class. He quickly hung up, grabbed his bag, and rushed to Hexside. As the scene shifted, 𝗏𝗏 stood backstage, holding a piece of paper, expressing her anxiety about the upcoming performance. Izuku encouraged her to push through, reminding her they had come too far to turn back. Ida chimed in, recalling her own experiences as a witchling, attempting to reassure 𝗏𝗏. Izuku placed a comforting hand on 𝗏𝗏's shoulder, urging her to focus on the task ahead. The curtains opened to reveal a spotlight on the stage, where 𝗏𝗏, cloaked in darkness, began her performance. She introduced herself dramatically, revealing her journey from the human realm and her training with a powerful witch. Principal Bump, the only audience member, observed her skeptically. 𝗏𝗏 attempted to impress him with her magic, showcasing her glyphs and performing a few tricks, though her nervousness led to a series of mishaps. Despite her clumsiness, Principal Bump acknowledged her efforts and welcomed her to Hexside School of Magic and Demonics, dropping a pamphlet onto her head. Luz, though weakly, celebrated her acceptance. The scene transitioned to Ida and Luz flying on Ida's staff, with Izuku soaring alongside them. Luz expressed her fears about making a bad impression at school, recalling her past experiences. Izuku reassured her that her previous schoolmates had not defined her worth, while Ida encouraged her to assert herself confidently. Luz felt uplifted by their support as they landed, ready to face the challenges ahead. Luz dismounted from Albert, her bag in hand, as Izuku landed beside her, performing a kickflip with his Demon Slayer sword before desummoning it into his book. Ida offered a final chance to back out, showcasing a patch that read "Quitter Badge." She joked that quitting was like trying, but easier. Luz dismissed the idea, stating she would earn the patch when she stopped showering and dashed off. Izuku was left bewildered, his face turning red as Ida laughed and playfully reminded him to keep an eye on Luz. Izuku felt flustered by Ida's teasing, while Luz, slightly blushing, expressed her gratitude. She then revealed 2 sock puppets representing herself and Ida, claiming to have written a heartfelt sonnet for the occasion. Ida, suddenly caught by a gust of wind, flew away, leaving Izuku to worry about the potential fallout from her laughter. The sock puppet Ida encouraged Luz, while Izuku found the puppet unsettling. As students arrived at Hexside, Luz beamed with excitement, and Izuku followed suit. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 approached them, congratulating Luz on her admission and teasingly acknowledging Izuku. After a brief exchange, Luz wiped off some goo left by 𝗵𝗲𝗄's abomination, expressing her eagerness to explore her magical potential. Izuku chuckled, likening her enthusiasm to that of a character from a popular book series. King unexpectedly emerged from Luz's bag, perched atop a trash can. He playfully poked Izuku and Luz before revealing his intention to enjoy the buffet of discarded food. Izuku warned him against eating trash, but King remained cheeky. Luz insisted that they should keep their distance from King if anyone asked, sensing trouble ahead. As they continued, they encountered Willow and Gus, who greeted them warmly. Gus humorously summoned letters that read "Better luck next time," causing Willow and Izuku to glare at him. Willow inquired if Luz recognized the witches represented by the banners, explaining their significance. Luz expressed her determination to discover her path. Principal Bump was seen in his office, observing a crystal ball that revealed troubling news from 𝗓𝗓𝗓 High School. He relished the thought of their rival's misfortune. When Luz entered, she greeted him enthusiastically and asked if she and Izuku could call him a nickname. Principal Bump firmly declined and informed her of an upcoming inspection by the Emperor Coven, emphasizing the need for her to join a Coven track. Luz presented her own schedule, filled with various magical subjects, but Principal Bump insisted she could only choose one track. He recounted a past incident involving a magical hat that caused chaos, leaving Luz uncertain about her options. Principal Bump decided for her, pointing to the potions track and magically altering her uniform to match. In Potions 101, the teacher welcomed the students and introduced their first project, Fog Brews. As Luz began her potion making, a commotion outside caught her attention. She looked out the window to see Willow and Izuku engaged in a magical duel, with Izuku summoning abominations and Willow conjuring a carnivorous plant. Excitement filled Luz as she watched the spectacle unfold. Yellow smoke from Luz's cauldron filled the Potion 101 room. The potions teacher cleared his throat, prompting Luz to apologize as she stirred her cauldron. The teacher walked away, and Luz shuddered. When the school bell rang, everyone left the class. Luz rotated her shoulder, feeling the strain from stirring. She checked her schedule, which was filled with various potions classes. She expressed her regret for her elbow and noticed an Oracle student placing a crystal ball on a table before walking away. Luz thought about the crystal ball and its potential to guide her, but she reminded herself to focus on making a good impression on her first day. However, temptation got the better of her, and she grabbed the crystal ball. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from the ball, warning her of impending trouble. Luz was startled when Principal Bump appeared behind her, causing the ghost to retreat back into the crystal. Principal Bump then dragged Luz through the halls, and she protested that she hadn't been studying other subjects. In a moment of desperation, she tossed a potion on the ground, but it fizzled out. King, who had been hiding in a trash can, called out to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but she shot him a glare as Principal Bump continued to pull her away. They arrived at a classroom with bars on the door, where Principal Bump shoved 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inside. The detention teacher looked up from his scroll, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noticed her classmates 𝗵𝗃𝗍, 𝗔𝗂𝗏, and 𝐵𝗃𝗧 watching her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked about the place, and Principal Bump explained that it was where troublemakers were sent while repairs were made to actual detention. He mentioned that she could try for a new track next year, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 lamented that she would be back in the human world by then. Principal Bump suggested she might fare better in a regular human school before leaving and closing the door. Meanwhile, Izuku sat at a table in the library, surrounded by books, contemplating a combination of ingredients for his abominations. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 approached him, surprised to see him there, and asked what he was reading. Izuku admitted he was trying to learn more about making better abominations, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 offered to help him catch up on what he had missed. Izuku smiled at the offer, feeling grateful for her assistance, while also wondering about 𝗧𝗵𝗲's whereabouts. Back in the detention room, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 awkwardly greeted her fellow classmates and complimented their hairstyles. The detention teacher warned everyone to be quiet, or they would face consequences. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 defended her classmates, taking the blame for the noise, which earned her a sarcastic response from the teacher. A mop and bucket appeared in her hands, and she sighed in frustration as she walked away. King, meanwhile, was rummaging through a trash can when he found an empty donut box. He liked the frosting inside, only to be confronted by a teacher who was fed up with the missing donuts. In a comedic turn of events, a tie landed on King's head, and he accidentally knocked over the trash can, rolling into a classroom while wearing the tie. The students mistook him for a substitute teacher, and King embraced the role, declaring himself Mr. King and reveling in the attention. Back in the detention room, the detention teacher was asleep while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 polished the bars on the windows. Outside, a teacher led younger students on a field trip to the afterlife, which made 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wistful. Suddenly, Willow called out to her, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her excitement at seeing her friends. They were concerned about her being in the detention track, which they said would hinder her learning. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 insisted she was better than that and asked for their help in escaping. Gus vowed to help her, albeit with a humorous slip about being alive. Just then, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noticed the teacher stirring and quickly turned to see 𝗵𝗃𝗍 close by. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 shushed her and gestured for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to follow. She drew a square on the chalkboard with a keyhole and turned the chalk like a key. The square glowed and swung open, revealing a secret tunnel. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was amazed as 𝗵𝗃𝗍 climbed through and helped her follow. Once inside, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked about the place, and 𝗵𝗃𝗍 jokingly warned her it was the last room she would ever see, before introducing herself. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, still feeling nervous, thanked 𝗵𝗃𝗍 for standing up for them earlier and followed her to a door that led to a tower-like room filled with doors and windows. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was in awe as 𝗵𝗃𝗍 called out to 𝗔𝗪𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗧, who emerged from hiding, questioning 𝗧𝗵𝗲's loyalty. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 observed the situation and barked, indicating that 𝗧𝗵𝗲's aura was both strong and playful, reminiscent of a baby's laughter. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed her excitement about secret rooms and wondered where the doors led. She opened one, revealing a hallway where 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and Izuku were engaged in conversation while Izuku carried his books. 𝗵𝗄𝗄 suggested that Izuku come to her house later for a little tutoring. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes widened in surprise at 𝗵𝗄𝗄's invitation. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗍 closed the door to keep their secret. Izuku, curious about the commotion, asked what had happened. 𝗵𝗄𝗄 shrugged, glancing around. Izuku accepted 𝗵𝗄𝗄's offer and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before walking away with a smile. 𝗵𝗄𝗄 watched him leave, her cheeks flushed. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 urged everyone to be quiet, explaining that the place connected to various parts of the school and they needed to keep it a secret. They had discovered it after being sent to the detention track, and the witch responsible for it was known as Lord Calamity, as indicated by a defaced portrait and a wall covered in signatures. 𝗔𝗪𝗏 mentioned that they had added their names to honor the troublemakers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 marveled at the hidden space, imagining the trouble they could get into there. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 chuckled, acknowledging that while they could cause mischief, they were also capable of much more. She pointed out 𝗵𝗃𝗧, who was eavesdropping on an oracle class. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 joined him to listen as the oracle teacher explained that understanding the end of life was essential for reading fortunes, and they had to work backward to uncover the truth. Barkus folded a fortune teller alongside the teacher. 𝗵𝗍 revealed that although they weren't allowed to study magic openly, they practiced various forms of magic in secret. 𝗧𝗏 was surprised to learn that they actually enjoyed school. 𝗵𝗍 admitted they might have enjoyed it a little too much. The scene shifted to 𝗎𝗫 in a classroom with Principal 𝗵𝗃, where he reflected on his attempt to mix plant magic with abominations. An earthly abomination emerged from beneath a flower he had grown and playfully tossed a flower pot. 𝗎𝗫 recalled that Principal 𝗵𝗃 was not pleased with his experiment. Next, Barkus was seen mixing a potion and accidentally dumping a crystal ball into it. The potion's teacher peered into the cauldron and was startled to see himself rapidly aging, causing him to scream and topple backward, spilling a large cauldron over himself. Principal 𝗵𝗃 shook his head disapprovingly at Barkus. In a healing classroom, 𝗵𝗍, dressed in a healing track uniform, was tending to a scratch on a barred student's arm when Principal 𝗵𝗃 entered. 𝗵𝗍 mused that mixing healing with beast-keeping was unconventional, but her assistant, Puddles, was quite helpful. Puddles coughed up lollipops, which caught 𝗵𝗍's attention, but she noticed Principal 𝗵𝗃 glaring at her. Back in the secret room, 𝗵𝗍 expressed that they all wanted to be part of more than one coven track, but Principal 𝗵𝗃 insisted they needed to focus. 𝗧𝗏 commented that 𝗵𝗃's priorities seemed misplaced. 𝗵𝗍 expressed her gratitude for 𝗧𝗏's friendship, saying she had made a great first impression and offered her a marker to add her name to the wall. Suddenly, Willow's voice came through the wall, announcing that they were there to rescue 𝗧𝗏 from her unpleasant class. 𝗧𝗏, feeling a bit overwhelmed, suggested they might be looking for someone else. 𝗵𝗍 peeked through the entrance and saw Willow and Gus searching the detention classroom. Gus speculated that 𝗧𝗏 might have already escaped, while Willow called out for her. 𝗵𝗍 closed the door, feeling a bit hurt by 𝗧𝗏's earlier comment. 𝗧𝗏 tried to clarify that she didn't think she deserved to be there, but 𝗎𝗫 accused her of looking down on them, expressing disappointment that she seemed to think she was better than them. Barkus sneezed, humorously suggesting she had an aura of deceit. 𝗵𝗍, feeling let down, pointed to the door, indicating that perhaps 𝗧𝗏 should leave. 𝗧𝗏 insisted that she understood their feelings. The scene shifted back to the classroom, where Gus was amusing himself by testing whether the detention teacher could sleep through anything. He grabbed a mop, intending to test his theory. Willow reminded him they needed to find 𝗧𝗏, wishing the walls could talk. 𝗧𝗏 pushed the wall door open, greeting her friends before collapsing onto the floor. Willow thanked the walls for helping them find 𝗧𝗏 and assisted her in standing up. Gus excitedly presented a disguise made from a trash can, suggesting 𝗧𝗏 hop in, as it had holes for her legs. 𝗧𝗏 looked at the wall, feeling a sense of belonging, while Gus assured her that this way, the inspector wouldn't see her. 𝗧𝗏 climbed into the trash can, and Gus placed the lid on her head. As she stood and walked off, Willow and Gus followed. The camera panned to the still snoring detention teacher, and Gus playfully placed the mop on his face, marveling at his ability to sleep through everything. Outside, a swirl of blue energy appeared and dissipated, revealing the inspector as she approached the front steps. Principal 𝗵𝗃 welcomed her to Hexside. The inspector greeted him and bowed, assuring him that if everything was in order, the Emperor's coven would be pleased to cover their repairs. Principal 𝗵𝗃 led her inside, where they had prepared a showcase featuring some of their finest students. On stage, an abomination stomped forward, growling as it lifted 𝗵𝗍 like a figure skater. They posed together before the abomination gently set 𝗵𝗍 down. 𝗵𝗍 concluded the presentation, and Principal 𝗵𝗃 applauded politely, remarking on the impressive display of Hexside magic. The inspector, however, demanded to see if the students could put up more of a fight. As she slammed her hands down on the stage, her face transformed, revealing her true nature as a greater basilisk. Principal 𝗵𝗃, taken aback, questioned if this was part of the inspection. 𝗵𝗍 called for her abomination to fight, but the inspector fully transformed and effortlessly flung the abomination into the air, swallowing it whole. The basilisk slithered toward 𝗵𝗍, who backed away in fear. The inspector taunted her, recalling how delicious the magic at 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had been and expressing hope that Hexside's would be even more satisfying. Principal 𝗵𝗃 intervened, urging 𝗵𝗍 to stay back and warning her that the inspector was an imposter. He drew a spell circle, but the inspector inhaled deeply, consuming the spell circle and draining his magic. Principal Bump's skin turned grey as he collapsed. Amity attempted to cast a spell, but her magic was also drained, causing her to fall unconscious beside Principal Bump just as the basilisk prepared to finish them off. In a moment of heroism, Izuku intervened, striking the basilisk with a powerful attack. He declared his intent to make it quick, rolling up his sleeves as anti-magic energy enveloped his face, revealing 2 pairs of horns on his head. Izuku had been eager to try a new technique, creating a symbol with his hands as a domain enveloped both him and the inspector. Amity, confused, asked what was happening, while Principal Bump realized the significance of the sphere surrounding them, shocked that Izuku had mastered such a technique. Amity questioned Principal Bump about Izuku's actions, and he confirmed that he was indeed aware of what was happening. It was an ancient technique created by the Titans. Amity expressed her surprise at the mention of the ancient technique, questioning its origins. Principal Bump confirmed that it was indeed crafted by the Titans but warned that the magic was forbidden due to its overwhelming power, which could drain one's personal magic. The last known user of this technique had been a formidable mage named 𝗧𝗪𝗏, who had lived over 1,000 years ago. Amity recalled hearing about 𝗧𝗪𝗏, recognizing him as the king of mags. Principal Bump affirmed this, noting that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 was the strongest witch to have ever existed, but hinted that this might soon change. Inside the domain, the inspector found herself disoriented and confused about her surroundings. Izuku welcomed her to his domain, transforming into his demon form, with a giant shadowy figure of a demon looming behind him. He invoked the anti-magic ancient technique, Mana Domain, causing the area to pulsate with intense magic that overwhelmed the inspector, forcing her to the ground. Izuku ominously declared that she should prepare for her end. The inspector pleaded for mercy, promising to stop draining magic and to surrender. In a swift motion, Izuku teleported in front of her, pointing with determination as he activated his technique, summoning a sphere of anti-magic at his fingertips. The inspector closed her eyes, bracing for what was to come. When she opened her eyes moments later, she was surprised to see Izuku smiling and back to his usual self. He remarked that the technique had failed, and in a light-hearted manner, he punched the inspector, knocking her out. He acknowledged that he needed more practice. As the domain dissipated, Principal Bump and Amity looked on in shock at Izuku. He turned to them, casually asking how they were doing. Amity replied that they had been fine until the inspector had drained their magic. Izuku remembered this and approached the inspector, giving her a firm slap to wake her up. He instructed her to return the magic to Amity and Principal Bump, pointing at them for emphasis. The inspector nodded quickly and, upon opening her mouth, 2 magic spheres flew out, returning the magic to Amity and Bump successfully. Izuku clapped his hands in approval, yawning and stretching as he declared he was going home, feeling tired and uninterested in attending class that day. He bid farewell to Principal Bump and playfully winked at Amity, causing her to blush. As Izuku walked through the empty hallway of 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐳, another basilisk appeared, declaring its intention to steal his magic and that of the entire school. Izuku, maintaining a blank expression, simply replied that he was not interested. He walked past the basilisk, stating that he was going home and that if it attempted to drain any more magic, he was confident that Luz and her friends would be able to stop it. With that, he continued on his way.